could, no, the rain could.
Hey, welcome back to Metropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. Happy New Year. It is the 2nd of January 2024. We are back from the holidays. We've been off for a while. Hopefully you're doing well. Having a good New Year so far. It's pretty, it's legitimately pretty new. There's always like a long time that you still say Happy New Year. How's everyone doing? We're back from the holidays. Doing well. I ran out of contact lenses, so now I'm just a glasses boy. Do I look like Ned Flanders? Yes. How's everyone doing? How's the holidays been? Yo, Stab Tabby, a Metro stream. Maybe there it is. Literally joined before it started. For real? For real? That's wild. I think this only existed because you did this. Milanomi, how's it going? Welcome to stream. Sunrise, sunset. Yeah, we have some, I guess, relatively big news. There's some cool, exciting stuff going on in Netrunner today. It was announced, I think, only like yesterday, which is pretty cool. A new format. This is something that NSG has kind of done before, where there's like this weird awkward period between basically the new year and the next set coming out, which could be a couple months. And the last time they did it, not a big fan of it. Was really bad. Didn't like it. This time it seems much more interesting, so we'll get to it for sure. It's largely what we're going to be talking about today. Hey, Mondi, Happy New Year. YouTube notifications actually work this time. Windows didn't like that. I'm not sure what Windows didn't like. I didn't get it. Oh, I just got the Twitch notification. I did get the YouTube notification. Hey, Phil, how's it going? Nice. Happy New Year. Hey, Leon, treated to Tuesday stream. Hope everyone had good holidays. Hopefully you did as well. I know I did. Croy, how's it going? Happy New Year. Syndrin as well. Jad, how you doing as well? Everybody loves Ned Flanders. Unfortunately, you do. I put the sweater on just a second ago, and I didn't piece it together until the camera came up. So, hi diddly ho, neighborino. How's it going, Cog? I joined, and it said it was offline for like 30 seconds before the starting scene splash screen. You might have summoned it, honestly, Tab. You might have started it. Hey, Temiho, how's it going? Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you as well. How's everyone's holidays? I played no Netrunner over the last couple weeks. I was away with family. My family lives in a different province, so we traveled, played a whole lot of board games, but played no Netrunner. So it's really interesting to come back and see what's going on. It's usually a bit of a quiet time right now, but there's been some big announcements, so we're gonna get back to that. What was the last time Sunset? Good question. It was called Salvaged Memories. For those who don't know what sunrises or sunset, this is going to make less sense. So this was a long time ago. This was as of 2020. Mind you, at the end of 2020, so it was mostly the beginning of 2021, where there's this quiet period that a lot of people kind of like check out of Netrunner because competitively there's not a lot going on. Mind you, there's some big tournaments next weekend and this upcoming weekend as well, so that's not entirely true. But for a lot of folks, it's like it's post-Worlds, the new set isn't coming out, so like I don't care. So this, mind you, isn't what happened just like yesterday, but this happened years ago, is that they announced this format called Salvage Memories, which is a card pool that you can actually find on RNDB, where they took some of the most poisonous, powerful, and then some bad HB cards and reintroduced them into the format. I wish there was a way to get them. I guess we can show them all here. But it was something that was legalized, technically. It was, I don't know if it was formally part of standard or not, but I think it was another format. But this was the thing that people tried out for a while because there's nothing going on. New cards weren't coming out. So they made this new format called Salvage Memories. And it just had like some of the worst, least favorite cards to play against. Just very, very powerful cards. And then again, 2 HB cards. And I don't know. I don't like it. It wasn't fun. It's like weird what mattered here and what didn't matter here. Like some of these cards you might have never seen before. Prepaid voice pad came back. Isn't that weird? They weren't standard, right? They were just part of standard for a while. So prepaid voice pad, mind you, wasn't a legal card. Now it is. Medium is basically Conduit, but better. This was an old card. Parasite, one of the best ice destruction cards of all time. Cash, one of my favorite cards. The only one I was excited to come back, but I don't think Shaper was really good back then. So this card is a bit mysterious how it works. Indexing, don't ice R&D, lose on turn 1. I think that's fun. I think that's really cool. And then some really poisonous stuff like Hostile Infrastructure, which technically is what Hostile Architecture looks like now, but it is on any card anywhere, and it's not first time a turn. This card was a lot more powerful and important than Hostile Architecture has been so far. It actually wasn't that powerful, these cards in the set. Let's be honest. Sand, mind you, it's a legal card right now. It's not doing much. Scorched Earth didn't do much when it came back. We functionally kind of have Scorched Earth. Subliminal being back was cool. It's just like, it was a mixture of like the powerful stuff was super gross and powerful, and then the mid-range stuff had like no impact on the meta, at least what I remembered. It looks like some testing for 2021 I think looks like some testing is exactly what Sunrise is being. And I think Tuno in the write-up is pretty open about that. And I think so far it's pretty cool what the testing looks like, because it's not only testing for a world where all the FFG stuff rotates later this year, but I think the radical shift of all the FFG cards rotating is, and it's wild that this has to be said every time, it's always the biggest rotation, right? Like losing some of these fundamental cards that shape the cadence, the speed of the game. Things like losing Rashida, right? We've talked at length about how Rashida is a very important card for so many reasons. The game is just going to fundamentally change. And trying to stay on top of that while also producing new cards is a really, really hard testing process. So this kind of rips the mandate off for a couple of weeks so we can figure out what a world looks like where corporations only have so much power level and runners equally have so much power level. So we'll talk about in just a second. I just want to catch up on chat, but this is what it was. It was weird. It was like, it was hard to get universal buy-in because there was some poisonous stuff in here. And then the other stuff they brought in, some of it was just not interesting. Like this next ice, no one cared. HB was really good back then, so they didn't need help, but it was just like, well, this doesn't do anything. It was weird. It was like trying to weird to find out who this stuff was for, because it didn't seem like this was for casual gamers, because these are just power cards, like gross power cards. And then the most competitive players who wanted to push the formats weren't invested in this format. So to me, it felt like a format for nobody, which was really ugly. But that being said, I'm glad they did something. Something's better than nothing usually. It's weird. It was not like they held any big tournament in this format. So it's there if you want it. I don't mean to be that. I care. Damn it. Distributive. How's it going? What did you like about it? Yo, Sophie, happy new year. How you doing? How's your holidays? Let me catch up on chat. Yo, Changeling as well. Happy new year. Hopefully you're doing well. 2024 live stream. Hooray. Yo, JM, welcome. Elwin, good morning. Happy new year. Tyler, hello. Welcome to stream. How you doing? No, Netrunner, you poor thing. What did I do? I got into oh wait, actually, this is the Netrunner holiday news. Hold on. Which one is it? You see those birds up there? They finally showed up. It was a Christmas present from my partner's grandmother. Very, very cool. Got that hung up immediately. That, mind you, is Pycat's Birds of Netrunner, which is for sale. You can get it. They put it up on their website. I love that you put a Mexican accent on my name. I think we talked about how it could be a silent J, but I'm not sure if I'm doing it right or not. So I'll say whatever one you tell me is correct. Hey, Haven, happy new year. Caught up on Netrunner from a prompt from a friend just before Christmas, as in like caught up on all the Netrunner card pool. That's really cool. Welcome to the stream. What's been most exciting to get? Like getting a large quantity of cards all at once can be super overwhelming. Sometimes it's like, it's hard to be able to get yourself to work with that card pool in a reasonable way. So I swear they straight up added to the standard. I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right. Hey droids, happy new year, Cyberpunks. Hope you all survived the weekend. My partner was rather sick and I hear it's very common. Yeah, we almost had to in my family push Christmas to like this last weekend because most of my family actually was pretty sick and they didn't think they would be able to travel, let alone be around people soon enough for the 25th. But turns out that wasn't the case and we actually had Christmas on like the Christmas day. Which was nice. Obviously, it'd be nice no matter what day we have it, but I've heard that from multiple people that they've either had to like do it remotely or push it to the following weekend or sometime in January and stuff like that. It's really common right now. People are getting sick because it's, you know, winter and a lot of reasons. So hopefully everyone's doing okay. The level power of the Anar cards versus everything else is wild. Yep, it was not very even. Really wasn't even. I never played with Salvage Memories once. I think I played it once or twice, but like I wasn't excited about the format. And it's really weird too, because like it's a format, like I don't know, if you cared, you cared. But there was not a big reason to invest into it because it's only going to be around for a while. Vital Goose, how's it going? Hey, Happy New Year's as well. Anyone who enjoys the ideas behind Sunset should totally join the playtesting team. Link available in the Sunset article. I guess we should just open this, right? I guess we should just open this. They found great art for it. Is this a sunrise or a sunset? I feel like you should be able to tell using some sort of visual cues that are beyond my comprehension. Like Next, they were cool. Note that I didn't say good. And that was also like the funniest thing about Next Ice is, okay, so this set, they produced Next Ice. So check this out. Next Silver was one of the most taxing barriers because it gains end the run for each res piece of Next Ice. So sometimes you pay 3 credits for like a 9/17 barrier, but you also notice it's 1 strength. And then they also printed Parasite in the same set, which is one of the best Anar cards of all time that just eats ice immediately at low strength. Like, literally, here's a cool thing you can do, maybe if you really try really hard to make this worth something. And then here's the answer that's going to entirely invalidate the whole deck on the spot, second card on the page. Like, it was so funny to be, it kind of felt like Terminal Directive, where they gave you the runner that recurred cards from their heap, and then they gave you the corporation that say remove from game instead of destroy. It's like, Am I meant to be having fun or not? You tell me. I don't know. Oh, the bird sprint. It turned out really, really well. It's great. There's so many really playable and dependable cards in System Update 2021, especially for startup. Whatever replaces it will have its work cut out for it. Cards like Accounts Liberated and Dirty Laundry and Hostile Takeover. Yo, Knucklepuck, how's it going? Yeah, so System Update 2021 is going to be leaving soon enough, and there's some really, really integral cards to the entire format. I think cards like Imp are super, super important, right? Like seeing how they're going to replace Imp, I reckon Imp is going to trash itself when it's empty. Yes, I'm really excited to see what they do. I'm like a bit nervous about Ashes. No, is not Ashes, excuse me, about Dawn. I don't know. I'm like nervous about it. It's a really important thing. And like NSG's been doing really good at releasing stuff. Like their latest sets have been better and better than everything before it, which is fantastic. The thing to me that like, from what I've heard, it seems like Dawn is coming out fast. Right? Like they're still working on Liberation Cycle Part 2, and then Dawn needs to come out this year. And to me, it seems like Dawn was like, can we do this? I think we're going to do this. I think it's going to be a rush to the finish line. And that scares me. And at the end of the day, if Dawn has to come out next year for Dawn to be a better product, like I'll be the first one always to say on this channel, like if they have to delay the thing, delay the thing. But I think I'm only a bit nervous about Dawn because it's coming so soon for how pivotal of a product is. Right? Like, I don't know how soon NSG has been working on Dawn. It was only announced at Worlds recently. I don't know if it was internally announced a longer time before that, but is that enough time to have such an important set to be tested and built and arted and all that sort of stuff? I'm honestly not sure. Probably. They do great stuff. I'm just worried. I'm like, I don't know. I'm in some way expecting Dawn's going to come out later, but at least I hope it does if it needs to, right? I had to cancel an entire Christmas trip because I was sick. Hopefully you're feeling better and you can move it. Really sorry to hear that. Is your mother facing east or west? Tater Dot, that's very funny. How's it going? Next ice, Asa? Yo, let's go. I love my next silver, next bronze. Yeah, it was really fun for like the second until you played against the Anarch. It was really cool. I saw the stream title and I thought we were playing a new version of the least played Jinteki Operation Sunset. One can dream, right? Was that the one that you can reposition ice, right? How's it going, Kyle? Choose a server, arrange the ice, protecting that server in any order. Cost 0. There was a huge like set of these sort of not very good, but slightly like what do they give you? They give you control. Let's say that. I'm not finding the word I want. That were just like way too bad for what they did. There was an HB one that just like shuffle one card from hand into the deck, and they're just not good enough on their own. That should be obvious. These cards needed to like draw a card or do something, but at the end of the day, this effect is probably not worth pursuing. There's a lot of unfortunate cardboard committed to the idea that Jinteki wants to move their ice around, and none of it has ever mattered. Period. Next was a prototype for Harmonic Ice. Yeah, it was. It's like what's similar. It's meant to be like Harmonic Ice is, you know, the second near print. The idea that HB has tribal ice more than anyone else does with Biroid, with Next, stuff like that. We're losing system update. Yeah, Stab. Come 2024, later this year, all of the FFG products are rotating, and system update 2021, which is functionally, you know, reprinted FFG cards, they're going to be gone too. Don't they say they're also trying not to do near prints? I don't know if I read that. Trash when empty or optimistic RFG more likely. Sansan is the San Diego, San Francisco, apparently. So seeing the sun on the horizon would mean it's in the west. So I think it's actually sunset. Cobalt, that actually makes a lot of sense. I thought the art would be here. Yeah, this is the Sansan, the new Sansan art. So if that is on the thing on the coast, yeah, that would have to be the west. You're right. That would be the sunset. Hey, well done. They explicitly said there would be near prints. Okay. I doubt they won't do near prints. Yeah, that makes sense. Dawn is definitely worth not rushing. Also, maybe I want more snare. I was a Chum believer. Chum was really fun. It's wild that you think Chum is really cool. And it turns out it's just like an undercosted end the run, which is neat. It's definitely neat. But the subroutine has to matter. Thimblerig moves ice and kind of matters. Yeah, Thimblerig is a good one. But like there's a lot of really bad ones. Like there's agendas that do it. There's like replanting. There's a lot of really bad ones. A delayed Dawn reduces its only real benefit. No more FFG cards. It completely at odds with itself. Yeah, Kyle, that's true. That's really funny too. But you know what I mean, right? Like Dawn is coming in so fast and so hot, it seems, that I don't know what to do. Like I'm scared. Yeah, the one that's mattered is Thimblerig. That's totally true. Flip, how's it going? Happy New Year. Replanting saw play recently as Hush Tech. It's not all terrible. Okay, all right. Yeah, okay. Okay, terrible. I lied. There definitely might be cards in Dawn. Tenma line reprint win. Oh, I forgot about Tenma line. Yeah, Tenma line led you to swap 2 cards. What cards are folk expecting to see in Dawn? Subliminal reprint is Jinteki for me. I don't know if Subliminal will get a reprint. I think Subliminal is like such a key card. Okay, hold on. System update 2021. So Subliminal is a really cool card. It's one of my favorite cards in terms of theme. The art on both copies of Subliminal is like really, really stellar. But System Update 2021 is in a really weird spot. It's much better than System Update in 2019, which was the first iteration of these, because you have to work with a pool of cards to like get this fundamental core set type of idea. But there are still stinkers in here. There's still some cards that are not important that don't do anything, just because you're working with an older Netrunner generation of cards. They're not all everywhere. Cards and Dawn scoops. So like the IDs don't really matter, unfortunately. Ampersand, Retrieval Run don't matter. Clot is a super important card that needs to be replaced. Corroder might be more relevant in the future. We'll get to that. Imp is, I think, one of the more important cards in Dawn, like no joke, just because there's entire archetypes that are based around it, and it's one of my favorite cards. It's definitely worth knowing that Nob Curie also rotates, and on top of that, Imp is kind of an integral character in a whole bunch of the art in Netrunner, just because this little impy boy is quite fun. So I don't know what to do about that. I think we're going to see a near print of Imp. I think it's very difficult not to with Lu existing. Mimic Ice Carver can go. Liberated counts as an important card, but Anarch Economy as a whole has to be reevaluated. Scrubber and Xanadu largely don't matter. This one used to. The Criminal, again, none of this stuff really matters. Steve being out of the game, I think, is better. I think Steve could easily be reprinted by saying 2 different cards. That's fun. I like Career Fair as a card more than most people. E-Shutdown and Forged are very interesting parts of Netrunner that don't really, unfortunately, matter, but they're very good when you're learning the game, and they're exciting pieces with a much slower game, not really competitive as much as I think E-Shutdown could be worth something. I think Inside Job and Legwork are very cool. I think Inside Job might just not see a reprint. I think there's a chance that Boomerang, if it still exists, and right now it doesn't exist in Sunrise. I'm going to say Sunrise or Sunset wrong. I think it's Sunset, right? But this card is arguably unhealthy, but it is also very importantly criminal. So maybe there's a chance that they just want this to be on Centrals with Esther Brado, so the remote server plays are a bit more interesting. I don't know. I don't love Inside Job Centrals, but you can see what it is. Legwork is just an important card. There's a chance that cards like Maker's Eye and Legwork won't be reprinted at all, and we'll get cards that are a bit more interesting or just jailbreak harder, lol, but I don't know. SMH Carnivore is right there. But the problem with Carnivore, do you know what's so frustrating with Carnivore? Is like Carnivore should have had a time in the sun, right? Because Carnivore wants you to trash stuff, and we want cards that trash stuff. We want decks that trash stuff because Audrey decks are really fun. And then you realize, what does Audrey want? Cards in hand. What does Carnivore want? Cards in hand. And then you realize, yeah, your whole damn deck is at odds with itself. Like, it's so difficult to play Carnivore Audrey because everything you're doing is pushing yourself away. And sure, you have ways to draw cards. You have Lu, you have Solidarity Badge. That stuff is really important. But like at the end of the day, Imp is just obviously so absurdly good in that matchup because it's good. And then you play Nob Curie, which is even better than Carnivore because you're playing Audrey. Eventually, we won't have Nob Curie, but you know what I mean? It's like Carnivore, it's so unfortunate that Carnivore has to deal with cards because all the other trash synergy stuff are card fueled currently as well. So it's really hard to do both of them. That's at least from my no testing. That's what I've seen. It looks really difficult. So who knows? Seems hard. Where are we? Huh? Here. 1 second. Let me catch up. Steve reprint as 4 influence resource? Yeah, it could be. It could be. I think there's a lot of IDs that can be reprinted as resources and they'd be fine. Like, it's functionally a resource. Steve is functionally a resource. Sunset comes before the dawn, but there's a whole night between them for the Live 2 to dawn period. There actually might be something there. Hey, Bob, how's it going? No Imp reprint. They're going to force you to play Carnivore. They can try their hardest, and I won't. I had a ton of playing Carnivore, Steve, and Startup in previous meta. Abigail doesn't matter. Femme is a really cool card. Unfortunately, it doesn't really matter, but it is technically a puzzle piece when it comes to Mercury. Sneak Door, actually one of the most interesting criminal cards that is going. It's a bummer. It's a bummer. This card's really cool. I think it's very easy to see a card like this. I know in the Nemec set, we saw an event that did the Sneak Door beta, but accessed 2 cards if successful. I think that's a really cool design space for Criminal as well. But Criminal getting that archives pressure into Centrals is just really cool. And I think it's actually really important, as much as Sneak Door isn't very common, is because we have, and we don't have that many anymore, but there is enough criminals that have enough reasons why they want to be running HQ. And if HQ is just triple iced up, having another avenue is really, really nice. So I would miss this card. Sec testing doesn't need to exist. We're gonna miss Kit for sure. Diesel, you could argue that the game doesn't need Diesel. I think you'd want Diesel. You can play the same influence and 1 credit more for Steelskin Scarring, so you're not that far off. But in Shaper now, Diesel is so much faster than Dr. Nuka. It's like very easy to forget how Diesel is 2 clicks and 1 click and no credits for 3 cards, where Nuka is at a start is 2 clicks and 1 credit for 3. It's so much slower. Might not be necessary, but yeah, it's a very iconic card. And also, like, there is something to be said here. Hey, Carl, when it comes to Diesel, is these are the sort of cards that you show like a Magic the Gathering player and they like absolutely brick their pants, and then they're like, this game looks cool. Like, you just show them a 0 cost card that draws 3 and they're like, what is this? And that's worth doing. It's worth having a card like that in the game. Isn't Virtuoso the Sneak Door 2.0? If I had a dime every time I forgot Virtuoso existed and I was reminded, I would have like 70 cents. It's just people don't talk about Virtuoso a lot, right? But they won't reprint it. There's VRcation, Joyride, etc. I think they might not. I don't think they have to. I think people would like them to, but I don't think they have to. Lime Diesel, yeah. Just reprint the IDs as connections. That's largely what they've been doing. Some are the more interesting than other. I don't think Kit is a good idea to print as a resource. I think Kit's the sort of thing that you want to know that you have to deal with this on turn 1. If Kit, I think like you have Kit type's ability on things like Palangi, that's kind of cool, but this is one that I don't think you could do. But some of them, yeah. MTG player here who bricked my pants when I saw Diesel. I also love Isla and sad to see her go. Yeah, I'm not a big Isla fan. I've spoken about that. I think there's something cool here. I don't think it's this one. Show this to the Yu-Gi-Oh player and watch them foam. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. It's really neat. Test around Maker's Eye. Atman is a cool card, sees no play. Chameleon, Egret, it's fine. It's on the poster. G-Blade, Parisha is an important card. It's very easy to put something else in this spot. That's fine. And Ace of Spawn Shop is such an important card. 6 years ago. It's a shame to see it go. Same with Proco. These are like what old Netrunner players get really excited about, but modernly they have no relevance for better or for worse. That's a bummer, but I really like cards like this that are standalone engines that allow you to tackle deck building in a totally different way. I feel like we haven't got a lot of these recently. Like, I think the closest is like World Tree, where they like fundamentally you can play entirely different deck around the fundamental engine produced by a single set of cards in your deck. So Aesops and Proco fall into that. However, these cards just haven't been relevant for a long time. But let me tell you, back in the day, 10 years ago, Proco engines, huge. Aesops Pawn Shop engines, even less than 10 years ago, huge. These cards are really cool. B-Sops will be good, though. Aesops lost all its fuel. Not only did it lost its fuel, it lost its, like, compression, right? Like, you lost that one that drew cards. Obviously, you lost Harbinger, you lost Cash. There's a lot of reasons why Aesops isn't great right now, but it's very, very, very good. You draw measly 2 cards. Dirty Laundry, prepaid Earthrise. So Dirty Laundry, again, we'll talk about Sunset in a second, is no longer in the format. And this is something that I know Jeff and I talked about a bit when we did our last like revisit of our tier list for the last set. And I genuinely think that this game is in a pretty okay spot when neutral cards that are really good, cards like Dirty Laundry and Daily Cast, don't exist. Because we're seeing this more, right? Like, this is the Lagu problem. And a lot of people defend Lagu more than I do. I'm not convinced on Lagu just yet, but I'm probably wrong. Lagu is a card that you put in your Anarch deck, probably Anarch deck. Some shapers play it, I reckon. And it gives you card draw and trashes your own deck. Now, those are both good things. I wish you could look at the 2 cards and decide which one. Obviously, that would be a busted good card. But it does something cool for you that gives you card draw in your deck. It costs 2, which is not expensive, but it doesn't fire every turn. It fires when the corporation installs things, which happens on most turns, sometimes on your turns, but not all the time. And then you have a card like Earthrise Hotel, which is like a bit more expensive, but it just gives you 6 cards. And I'm in the Earthrise Hotel camp, is if you can afford Earthrise Hotel, if your deck isn't so low to the ground, which admittedly a lot of the Lagu decks aren't even playing like Sure Gamble or Dirty Laundry, that Lagu is cheap enough and you get it down cheaply, it's great. But Earthrise Hotel to me is a sort of card where it's really difficult to print economy cards in your deck when they're compared to the neutral stuff that is generally a little more straightforward, right? Like, even now, I think some people are arguing Daily Cast is a card that is no longer in the format of Sunset. That is a single install for 5 credits, right? It's a click for 5 credits, obviously 4 turns from now, which happens in most games, depending when you put it down. Obviously, that's a ridiculous sentence, but you know what I mean. And then we want to compare it to things like environmental testing, which is a click for 6 credits, but you need to install a whole bunch of stuff in the mid part. Now, it turns out, especially with things like Arsana, that the acceleration you can get to set up environmental testing is not unreasonable, and that you actually can, within the same turn even sometimes, get the 6 credits off of this. But classically, when environmental testing came out like last year or whenever it was, people didn't play it at all, because this is only 1 credit better than Daily Casts. And this is the thing that I'm really excited about when cards like Earthrise Hotel eventually leave. Daily Casts is banned. Eventually, it seems like it might be challenged. That it forces us to play some of the more interesting and more synergistic packages that are also more defined by what faction you're playing and what play style you're playing. I think it's going to be a problem. Like Daily Cast right now feels really good in Criminal because Criminal has almost no way to generate economy that isn't based off of interaction. And if you get locked out, having a card that gives you 5 credits without forcing you to run isn't a good spot right now. Also, it's nice in like, you know, as much as it's a very interaction based deck, getting Daily Cast down for cheaper using your credits off the Urban Art Vernissage, it's cool. Like it's nice. You can build decks that use Daily Cast better than most people use Daily Cast. But I think the thing that I'm trying to say is like, I wish this card was worse than it was without support. And so that the cards that require support seem better comparatively. So I think we're in a better spot when cards like this might not exist in the game. So there's going to be like a pullback of the game. This is something that I don't feel entirely comfortable to talk about because I don't have really strong ideas because it's been a while ago. But IPO was a card that used to be legal. And so every corp deck as a base generally had 3 hedge funds and then 3 IPOs. And that actually fundamentally changes how the game goes. That basically across the board, every single corporation deck just had more money in it. And that means they can play bigger ice, they can play different things, right? Like these sort of fundamental neutral economy changes are actually huge, as long as there isn't in-faction weirder stuff that can't take up that vacuum, right? And for what it's worth, cards like this existed before. We've seen neutral versions of this. There's a Wayland version of a card like this that costs 1 influence. So it's cool. I think the one good thing about IPO is that it cost 8. And so forcing the corporation to try and res their ice felt a bit more important. I think that's actually one of the bummers right now is that IPO is really cool because if you ran HQ, the corporation would think I'm on 6 credits. I don't want to res because I want to do credit IPO, and having kind of expensive cards that are not irregular are really nice because it makes aggression pay off a bit better. Because if they res and go down to 2, the IPO is useless in their hand. So there's something interesting with that A cost. I think I lost the plot a bit there, but it's really interesting. Yo, Jeff, Happy New Year, man. Hope we had a good one. Hey, CML, live Metropole at a time I can watch. How you doing? Happy New Year. Daily Cast into verbal plasticity. Yeah, there's a chance that verbal could see a bit more play without Earthrise around, right? Like these sort of things. And like, yeah, this card seems to be worse than all the other options. But again, if the neutral cards are worse without additional packages associated with them, I think I'm fine with that. Wow, Lago rips. I know. Everyone loves Lago. IPO's terminal was interesting for any corp also playing HHN. Yeah, the design on IPO is really cool. Also, the design on IPO with the fact that it is like a public stock offering, it has to be terminal. That's also sick. Neutral economy should be closer to Smartware Distributor. I wouldn't go that far. I'd argue that if Smartware Distributor is playable, I wouldn't be too excited about it. But like, there is a range in between. I think that's the farthest on one side. But like, if there was cards that made Smartware better, right? Like imagine you had a mirror morph type ability as a runner. So like clicking the Smart Whale fared better and you planned your turns around it, then I'd be more excited. And that's the sort of thing where it's like hard to make Daily Cast better besides like just installing it cheaper, which there are decks that do that. Keep removing econ cards until everyone has Smartware Distributor. That's it. Yeah, I know what's happening. Terminal really isn't a real text on this card, right? Tron, how's it going? On IPO? What do you mean? Not just for money, timing of money, GTFO turn 1 and Anansi. Yes, timing of money is also really important with this card. Like this card is a really cool card because they can't just do like IPO and then just like do their whole turn. They have to like plan their turn around this, which is hard. It was hard. Hey, David. Smartware Distributor is basically 2 clicks for 3 credits, which pays off more over time, but still. Smartware Distributor is like wild because it actually is very good over a long enough period of time, right? Like, okay, at the risk of not playing Netrunner for a while, Caddy Jones is the card, bye Maddie, that a lot of people loved and wanted something like this back in the game. So many people, you can find footage on this channel of Caddy Jones era Netrunner that people played Caddy Jones terribly. Caddy Jones, mind you, is also kind of like Fermenter in some ways, but it was this sort of threat that if the corporation didn't do anything, you would load enough money on this. The idea is that Caddy Jones, you can only use once per turn, and that's use once, not use once per ability like the artist. So you installed her, and then you clicked her. You spend 2 clicks, you're down 2 credits. Then you hit, you use Caddy next turn again, and then the following turn you took Caddy money. So you just functionally spent 4 clicks to get 2 credits. No, you spent 4 clicks to get 4 credits. Right? Like the math on this is just so easy for people to not be critical about it. But there were so many plays where it take 6 off Caddy happened and the runner felt excited about it because they saw a really cool pile of 6 credits. And it wasn't always strictly wrong because sometimes you just needed that 6 credits this turn. But these are the sort of cards where like if you do the math, Caddy Jones isn't that far off of the, what's it called? Off of that van I never remember the name of that we just talked about. But the problem is like it pays off way slower. Like in terms of click efficiency, the van is fine. It's just like it pays off really, 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 really slow. I love prepaid because it has cool synergy with hosted credits. That's cool, but by itself, it doesn't make or break economy. Prepaid Miami, sure, gamble feels cool. Yeah, it feels good. And mind you, they did not challenge Miami in the recent changes. Hey, Eric, Happy New Year's. Welcome back. Happy to you as well. Hopefully you're doing well. I tuned in to only like the first 10 minutes of the stream you did over the holidays. Hopefully everyone's feeling better, you and yours, huh? Effigy had neutral cards as staples for all factions, and we're quite happy to have a large number of them. NSG is more likely to have neutrals as niche cards or something that needs influence for all. Yes, I think that's a big change, is that like we haven't seen a lot of neutral cards. In the last like cycles, I think NSG has printed like 2 or 3 neutral cards, and some of them are bangers, but they cost influence, the really cool ones. And I think that's a more interesting thing where decks are a bit more interesting because they're all fundamentally a bit different. If Smartware had threat text, more value in putting it down late game. Yeah, it's really bad late game too. Terminal events double IPO, which would come back a lot when you're trying to get back up to 8. Oh, you're wondering why the text mattered? Yeah, it mattered because you couldn't do things like gain 5 into hard-hitting news or into like punitive Counter-Strike. It also meant that if you're installing cards or playing operations, you had to pay the cost first and still end your turn on 8. The terminal text on IPO is actually super, super relevant. And there was a lot of turns where you had to make really ugly plays, where like you want to do install on their mode server, advance IPO, but then you realized like you just didn't have money to do it. So you had to choose one. I'm on the crazy stream schedule right now. I've been going to sleep at noon. Oh my, yeah, it's like, it's 1 in the evening. That's maybe okay. I like Smartware Distributor and decks with World Tree. I'd argue that Daily Cast is probably better than that slot, but yeah, that's like a way to make more value out of it. So I'm not going to fight that, but yeah, no, it's still really hard. All right. Oh, wow, there's more cards here. It's 5 a.m. What the heck? I thought, whoa, okay. Good morning, Cror. Pink, I'm doing well. How you doing? Happy New Year. I think Corpse side is going to be more important, right? Maganet, important. Eli, relatively important. Maryland, super important. Vitruvius, all the projects are so good. They're gone. Ravana can go, whatever. Rototurret, honestly, can go, whatever. Biotic Labor, it's actually kind of nice that there's a card as simple as this. I wonder if we're going to see something like that. I think there's a lot of things you can do. Corporate Troubleshooter's poisonous. P, I wish it worked slightly differently. House of Knives, fine. Nisei Mark II, interesting. Ronin used to be a very interesting card. Nobody plays it. Snare, super important. Then Jiteki Ice stinks. Celebrity Gift, okay. Chickalite, kind of important. Hokusai, poisonous card. NEH, poisonous card. Let's go. Like the core side is actually a lot more interesting. License acquisition was just because they needed an agenda in this. Project Beal is unfortunately important. DBS doesn't need to exist anymore. We have more complicated ways to do that. Reversed accounts is fine. Pop-up fun, toll booth, fun, wraparound, fun. These two are really important right now. They're actually very, very common ice, and it's a shame to see toll booth go when it's also like immortalized on a whole bunch of art across a lot of netrunners. So we'll see if there's a new pseudo toll booth. I think Messna Chesto might be the new toll booth, but feels bad. Psychographics doesn't need to exist anymore. We have shipment from Blad. Sansan probably doesn't need to exist. This should have rotated like 10 years ago. My lord. Wayland building a better world. Reverse accounts as the sickest of arts. What would an artist who did that? Imagine if the artist who was cool enough to do reversed accounts, if there was a near print of reversed accounts, also got commissioned to do that, and then somehow did a better job. That sounded like passive aggressive. I mean, like somehow, as if that was difficult. I'm digging a hole. It wasn't meant to sound snarky, but you know what I mean? Go do the second one too. That'd be really fun. Ronan's just so bad when you look at it next to Reaper. I think it does something different. And I think Ronin exists in some weird combo decks that involve putting advancements at faster speed out of like op. But like Ronin needs to exist because you want to have something that if they don't run on an advanced trap, like Ronin falls into the same camp that unfortunately I think Clearinghouse falls into as well. I like Pop-Up Window. I think Pop-Up Window is a cool card. I think Pop-Up Window is one of my first cards I put into any learn to play deck because it's important for runners to understand you don't have to break subroutines. Yeah. No, I think Ronin's a really good design. I think Clearinghouse took it and Reaper Function took its spot together. You don't need to reprint it, but you could. Hostile Takeover, really important, but outfit rotates as well. So now we actually have a tabula rasa for like figuring out what bad publicity is. Public agendas rotating. Oaktown, you don't need to reprint Oaktown, but public is something that I think should be considered because it's really cool. Project Alice, come on. Doesn't matter. Unfortunately, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Icewell doesn't matter. I'll be the first to say it doesn't matter. Punitive Counter-Strike, we're closer to a traceless world. Print something like punitive. It doesn't have to be punitive. Pad doesn't actually matter. Crisium kind of matters, but the design space on this card could be way more interesting than that card for sure. And then it's like Subliminal Enigma. Okay, you have to keep printing Enigma. If I'm not mistaken, Enigma is still the most prevalent card across every Netrunner Worlds winning deck list. It wasn't in this year. But technically Enigma is one of the winningest Netrunner cards of all time. It is a shame that this card won't be reprinted because you need to have it. Enigma is one of the best dice of all time. Oh, please reprint Enigma. A Swivel Messaging also genuinely a really cool card. But yeah, it's system update. Mixed bag, huh? Enigma is and always has been my favorite ice, says Jinteki. Yeah, it's really cool. Yo, my sister was working on some subtitling stuff and the word Jinteki came up and she was like, what does Jinteki mean? And I didn't know. Do you know what it means? It means human. That makes a lot of sense in context, and I can't believe I got this far without looking it up. Thanks, Anna. Could you nearprint Enigma at 4 credits and still have it see play? Probably not. Pink says human? Yeah, human. I didn't know that. I honestly didn't know that. That's weird. Enigma's the only ice that sees common play across every format? Yes. I think if it costs 4, you probably want to bring the strength up. I'm not sure what the breaker suite is that deals with this. Like, yeah, maybe. Enigma is actually kind of annoying for some of the criminals to deal with. Classically, that was sometimes the case. Yeah, it's weird how much we're going to miss this card. Jeff says Enigma going to miss it. Yeah. We can't see your cursor for some reason. I can. Can you not? But now HB has big Enigma. I think they're going to keep that, and that's going to be their personal prize. Oh, my bad. We can't. No, that's okay, Jot. Shout out anytime that you think something is not working the way that you think I think it is. Enigma being the teenage form of baby quandary and adult conundrum is kind of cool. Yeah. Yeah, this card's really cool. I can see cursor. Okay, perfect. What if it costs 6 and had twice as many subs? Okay, why stop there? Believe in yourself. What about if it destroyed a program and cost... Conundrum. Maybe YouTube filtering it out. I have the no cursor filter on. Yeah, and then they have really big Enigma, which, like, man, getting hit by this is really bad. This card, when it came out, it was a joke. Until now, it was still a joke. I'm honestly considering it sometimes because I think we're somewhat at the point that finding an AI in a runner's deck is, like, I would say next to guaranteed. And paying 8 for this to get even a 4 strength and the run code gate, that's not amazing. But, like, the numbers on this are not that far off than some of the other ice we are playing. Right? Like, when this came out, people would be like, why would you play this? You can play DNA Tracker, right? Like, you can play Anansi. You can still play that. But, like, the ice is powered down to the point where I don't think this is terrible. I honestly don't think this is terrible. I think you need to consider have 7 strength and more matchups for this to feel okay. I like having one. It's such a surprise when it's really considered situations. Yeah, it's like not genuinely not the worst. I think 6 res would have been okay. I think 6 res, I think 7. I think 7. 6 is too little for 4 strength 3 subs. That's pretty wild. Those are good subroutines too. Like hard end the run on a 6 strength ice. Or sorry, on a 6 cost 4. Like I think you have to go higher than 6. Lou absolutely hates it. Yeah, there's a lot of decks right now that really struggle with this. I don't think there's any Amakua decks right now, but all of the Audrey decks, like, really rough with this. Botulus, you have 3 subroutines. That's fine. You're in that spot where, like, Buzzsaw is, like, okay as well, because it's already, like Buzzsaw gets through all ice. What can you do about it? Is this the only legal ice that punishes installed AI? Oh, yeah, you're right. This is actually the only one that punishes installed AI. I thought there wasn't any. You're right. This is technically an installed AI punish. There's a lot of ice that don't favorably interact with AI, but there's none that punish you for having them installed. There used to be a lot back in the day. Let me see if we can find it. You have to spell it right, though. Swordsman doesn't punish you for having an installed AI. You just can't break it with AI. Right? Like, that's a big difference. Like, IP block actually punished you for having an AI, regardless if you're using the AI to break it. And now with IP block rotating functionally in the format, there was none, right? So this used to be in the format. So there's a lot of matchups where you over installed and trashed your own AI because you're like, oh, it's the NBN matchup. This is going to stink, let alone this with one influence. But then when it came to Swordsman, right? Like this, if you have an AI, it's fine. You just can't use the AI, which there's a lot of ice in the format that interacts with AI favorably, but there's none that punish it anymore besides that one. Bulwark, mind you, if you had an AI, the Corp gate 2 credits. That's not that important. And then technically Chiashi also carried. I don't know why it didn't show up. Chiashi said when the runner breaks the subroutine while there's an AI installed. Oh, it's because it's backwards. Dude, trash 2 from the top of the deck for each subroutine. So again, you trash your AI in this matchup. The punish on Swordsman is an extra subroutine to break. Oh yeah, I guess so. Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, you could say that you technically have to break this, but that's kind of also like saying Hagen is AI hate, which is like sort of is, but it technically trashes anything. Okay, yeah, that's true. That's fine. I'll give it that. It doesn't punish installed AI, it's just slightly more taxing. But yeah, I don't know. This one doesn't feel terrible right now. Like, I do think if you look at most modern metas, AIs are pretty common, especially because people are popping off. I even wonder, because like that's a really big thing going into, let's go talk about Sunset, is that like some of the AI decks right now are some of the few decks that are actually not even attacked by this. All right, Tuno wrote up this. It's really good. I've been a really big fan of the NSG articles and talking about why they're doing certain things. Highlighting yet more anarch privilege. This is really cool. So check this out. We're going to do a read together. It'll be fine. The past few months have seen a lot of very important competitive Netrunner tournaments, with Worlds in October followed by a series of high-profile nationals in November through December. In these months, many new strategies and archetypes have emerged on both the runner and corp side, and the meta has evolved a lot. We are quite happy with the continual exploration of standard, so we are not enacting any changes to the standard ban list. What do y'all think? Mind you, that's important to know that this is also an SBL article saying that the SBL is not doing anything. What does everybody think? If the SBL was going to address anything right now, what would you expect them or want them to address? Me, I think the only thing right now is like, maybe you could address Reality Plus. Ban Bologna? I think if you ban Bologna, you ban NBN. Enigma is the answer. That's technically the correct answer in most metas. Is you got to do something about Enigma. It keeps winning worlds. I think you can hit ping. Ping is cool. Ban Bologna or ban R+. Yeah, I'm more into R+. I think Bologna is not great for the game, but I think Bologna, like, okay, Bologna also hits those, like, you know, silly, I don't like the what's it called, the Neurospike decks. Those are not good. The Jupestat re-education decks, it does hurt those pretty, not considerably, but yeah, considerably. But I think you have to do, probably want to consider something on the NBN side. Is R+ still an issue with Lu around? I haven't grounded the matchup enough, but I think so. I'm actually not one who believes like you can have a really unfun deck to play against as long as there's a deck in the format that beats it. It depends like what you're doing your SPL for, but like if you're playing casually on JNet and you run to R+ and you're not playing Lu, like it doesn't matter that's not a tournament or it is a tournament. Like you're just still not having fun, I don't think. I fundamentally don't like that R+ makes face checking into ice so fundamentally bad for the runner in most spots. I think that's my problem with R+. Bologna also doesn't help. If I had to hit something, I think it would be R+, yeah. Hey, Claymore, Happy New Year to you as well. I agree with SPL, no changes. Yeah, I think no changes is fine. We're just saying, for the sake of argument, if we had to do anything, I'm not surprised there's no changes, but if we wanted to say that there's something, I just want to see what everyone thought would come up. I wouldn't mind seeing some tag punishment take a hit, maybe market forces of SGP. I think sub-growth program and market forces, Mushin, I don't know if I've said hi yet. I think those are like real FFG ass cards, and I think banning those cards, I'd be happier to take a lot of tags. Yeah. It's not so much that the Lu hard loses some other matchups. Yeah. Personally, I get rid of ops. Super heavy logistics cannot follow what happens when they do stuff, and it confuses me. Okay. I just got here. No worries. Cheers. Self-growth is a toxic card. Yeah, I don't like those cards where it's like you're tagged, so we're just going to put you in a mire for a bit. Like it just slows down. Like I don't like that. Op is the coolest thing that happened in the game in years. Yeah. Yeah. I think self-growth is too much punishment for one tag. I agree. I don't like those cards. I like the tag punishment to be more about tempo forward than it is to put someone behind. That's the way that we largely been seeing it. Obviously, we have that one that they baseball bat your stuff. But I largely like the tag cards to put somebody forward more than put the other person behind. That's the way I see it. Because being tagged and then understanding the game's not going to be over because the tag punishment slows the game down as opposed to accelerates the game, I think that is less fun for both players. The person who's sitting there being tagged and the other person being like, I guess I got to survive for another 6 turns. Like, I don't know. Not my most fun thing, but I think NSG is getting better towards that side. Problem with Ob is an almost universal tutor for when Whiteblade plays 70 plus card decks. Yes. Tuno, mind you, posted a list like that as well. I think that deck is better than it looks. Retribution is fine though. Yeah, I think Retribution is much more balanced. Do you think it'd be better on tempo tag removal exists like SGP would have less of a sting? Kato, how's it going? I don't know. It's hard to say. I think like the whole thing around tags is really hard to talk about because it seems pretty obvious that the following part of Liberation Cycle has tag relevance in some side on the runner side. So we don't know how good or bad tag stuff is going to look in just a couple months. I don't know if the tag removal for SGP is that important. It's just like, it's not, It's like, why are you getting tagged? right? Like sometimes you're getting tagged because the corporation is doing like a really cool fork around Oppo. That's really cool when they do Oppo install. That's when the game gets really interesting. But I feel like most people are not getting SGP'd on that. They're getting SGP'd because they stepped out of line and then like accessed something bad and took 3 tags. I don't know. It's hard. Again, I don't grind the NVN matchup enough to be like very definitive to tell you exactly how it rides in most matchups, but something like that. I think we might see some issues with Ob and Sunset. Runner anti-rush disappearing makes Ob rush a bit of a beast. Yeah, we got to keep that in mind. We'll talk about what we think this is going to change. We are aware of some problems with the current meta. Most notably, Corps have proven to be significantly stronger than runners in tournaments. I agree with this. I think significantly is the problem potentially right now. I think Corps on average should be stronger than runners. Significantly stronger can be a problem. So I do agree though. Corps feel at least good to play right now, which was not the case a year ago in NSG Netrunner. While some amount of side imbalance can be fun and healthy, yep, we are approaching too strong of an imbalance. I think that sounds right. Yet the various solutions that come to mind are risky, as the source of the side imbalance is largely a large diversity of threats, with multiple corp archetypes being competitively viable in each faction. It's weird how that's a problem, but it is cool. I think that also like highlights a bit of what we can call the Hoshiko issue, is that like Hoshiko just has the flattest matchup spread against a very diverse meta. So it's hard to play something that has a bit of a, sometimes a more polarizing matchup spread. So that's good for Hoshiko. This is generally a sign of a healthy metagame. Oh, I stopped reading there though. That's a good sentence. We'll reconsider implementing some changes after the results of the Circuit Breaker Invitational in January. That's only in a week and a bit, which is cool. In the meantime, we've been working on something else. The last episode of the Null Signal Station just came out last night, and Ben and Ed were talking about some announcement that was to come out soon. Was it this one? I think it was this one. With the start of the new year, we'll be introducing a new temporary non-competitive format for Netrunner called Sunset. So temporary, non-competitive. This is really weird because I think these changes are competitive changes. I think they mean non-competitive, and by they I mean NSG, on the basis that like there's not going to be competitive tournaments supported from NSG in this format. But if you look at this 100% seems competitive, right? Like this is changes to make a good competitive format abstractly. So that is, I think, more so about how it's going to be presented, not so much what the end goals are. Called Sunset. Sunset is essentially standard with an extended experimental ban list added to it. So it's this ban list on top of all the other ban lists. Our main purpose with this format is to gather information about what standard may look like when the release of the set code named Dawn rotates out some very important meta-defining cards. Again, so we just talked about that, how when Dawn comes out, hopefully later this year, who knows, that they'll be rotating out every FFG card, and almost all of these are FFG cards, barring some NSG stuff. The result of this open testing will inform design and development's team's work on Dawn, in addition to the closed playtesting that is continuing. Remember, we're always looking for more playtesters. Yo, hit this link out. What happens? Where does this go? To the hiring, to the recruiting page? Yeah, sick. Check that out. Sunset is mainly intended for online play on JNet and will not be legal for circuit opener and higher level tournaments. I think that's the non-competitive part. It will exist as a temporary format until Lib Part 2 is released. We will also be organizing NSG run online events in mid-February. Oh, that's good to know. Stay tuned for more information on how to participate. Okay. Let's quick catch up. I think Op loses the least from the loss of Rashida. Cold Lava. It could tutor it for sure, but then it's out on the table most of the game. One coster could be triggered. Well, rare. Hold on. What did I miss? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna say it outright. I don't like the Daily Cast and Dirty Laundry ban, but I can be convinced. Yeah, Evilon, how's it going? We talked about this earlier. I'm kind of into this. I think some factions are going to struggle more than others. I think we're seeing modernly a whole bunch of competitive decks that are not even running these, but I'd like it more if more decks didn't have the same fundamental package of like say 9 neutral cards and had to lean on their factions or some inherent synergy within themselves to make these cards more interesting. That being said, I think some of these fundamental cards are really good because they actually encourage good Netrunner. Like Dirty Laundry encourages you to access, encourages you to make a run, and you get paid for it, which is really good. Like Dirty Laundering Archives is whatever, not great, but Dirty Laundering and making a risky run or checking a remote server, that to me is more interesting. So it's a shame that it's a cool, good neutral econ card. I'd argue Daily Cast is on the worst line of that, which is just like, how long is the game gonna last? Long enough? Cool. So I hear you, but also like, I think we can do something more interesting than this probably. So a bunch of things are banned. I'm sad to see some of the classic cards getting banned, but I think it's the nostalgia for when I first started playing in FFG days and nothing to do with balance. Even though I never play low-key, Neo is already Sunset, sort of. I don't think it is at all, because you have to play with all the FFG stuff, right? SMC is wild. I wonder if this means they'll not consider neoprint at all. I think there's a chance that SMC is going to get some sort of treatment that you would saw off simulchip, right? Because that was the problem with simulchip. So for those who don't know, apparently I don't say simulchip correctly. It should be simulchip because it's simulacrum, but like too late. Simulchip has a lot more text on it that is a bit overbearing, but it makes this card very interesting because you have to trash your own board state. You have to do something flexible. And for those who don't know, Simulchip is a reprinting of a card that was so fundamentally a shaper card called Clone Chip that just said the least amount of text possible to do the effect that you want to do. Is Dawn replacing System Gateway? No. I think we might see something closer to that with self-modifying code, where we're going to see something that's like self-modifying code, but it's going to have more conditions attached to it that force you to interact with your board state to basically plan a bit more. I think SMC is like technically a problematic card. It isn't right now the way that we saw it before. I think there are other ways that this was an issue, but like some of the worst Netrunner that I think existed back in the day was where you installed your self-modifying code. Back then we had a card called StimHack. Mind you, this is just like a very, very good version of Overclock. And you just pulled out the most expensive breakers you could possibly pull out from your deck. Or back in the day too, there were some decks that would just pull out a Magnum Opus on turn 1 and just have a click for 2 credit button. The idea here is having access to SMC. It has a design restriction on programs that you can just pull out of your deck at instant speed for, you know, whatever reason. The same way to some extent that, what's her name? Cabanessa Wu eventually got banned out because she just produces poisonous stuff pretty consistently and highly challenges the sort of programs you can put in your deck. Now, I think Cabanessa Wu is a huge extreme. It's not anywhere near the power level of self-modifying code, as much as self-modifying code is also really good in Cabanessa. And there's a chance that you can unban Cabanessa if you banned SMC, arguably. But I think we're going to see something more interesting than this. I do agree though, as soon as you remove SMC and don't replace it with anything, I think Shaper as a faction just gets way less interesting, right? Like if you had to pick one card to describe every faction circa for the last like 15 years, for Shaper, I think you would pick SMC for almost every one of the last 13 years. I think for every year in the last 13 years, besides the 1 year that SMC wasn't out, if you had to describe Shaper by one card, I think you would choose SMC. That's a hard thing to challenge. That's a really, really hard thing to challenge. So I think we're going to see something really here, and like still all the good Shaper decks are hinged on SMC. And how do you beat that? You have to start playing some of the weird stuff, right? Like compile. You have to consider some of the stranger options you have access to, like test run. I don't know if you do that or whether you just play mutual favor, right? Like, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you do about it. Whether you just build a more boring faction, you play fundamental Netrunner, and then the Shaper decks look more like the Anarch and Criminal decks, which is a bummer. Because like that's actually fundamentally a really cool thing that Shaper decks do because SMC exists, right? This is not even that bad. Okay, let's just find like a Haley deck for the sake of the argument. But like you can look at Shaper decks, and this is not that extreme because it's playing 24 events, but you can look at a Shaper deck and you can cover the ID and you can tell what faction it's from. You can tell it's Shaper. Obviously you can look at the influence, but you know what I mean is that you look at all this sort of stuff and you see like they can run a whole toolbox of one of programs, and at the end of the day they can find the one that they need. And there are very few decks in the entire history of Netrunner that can build a deck like this besides Shaper. And if we lose SMC and there's nothing that comes back to replace that, I feel like, yeah, that's probably not for the best. I think this does add some richness to the game as much as this is like... And the thing is, like, we're not even seeing SMC to see as a rush card in the last little while. Like, it hasn't been that important of a rush card. I also just want to take a second before I catch up on the chat. It's like my criticism of why I think SMC is cool is not criticism to be like, what are you doing in Sunset? I think it's fine to go ahead and ban this temporarily to collect some data to see what it is, right? Like to force people to play Shaper without SMC is a task worthy of trying to do. So if you see me complaining about this, it's not so much that I think like they shouldn't have done this. No, still do it. Like, but just to understand, I think SMC is an important card for sure. Grug didn't play SMC. Did it? No, it didn't. But I'd argue that Grug is not a great deck for Netrunner. So the Grug based deck is the Kid deck, and that deck ran like 3 programs, right? And then it was running Spark of Inspiration. But let me tell you, if we're in a Netrunner where the only way to functionally play Shaper at a high level is just hit Spark of Inspiration and hope you hit your program, and then instead of playing the richness of options where Shaper is inherently defined by having a selection of bespoke programs, we're just playing I play break or go. I don't want to play that. Like that stinks. Right? So like Spark seems like a really cool card, but if you actually are building elegant Spark decks, I don't think it's a cool deck anymore. I don't know. It's weird. It's really strange. I don't love this, but you're right. This is another card that challenges the SMC spot. I just think the design space of this card isn't that fun because the only way to make it reliably competitively, and I'm talking about competitive Netrunner. Let's just get that out there. I'm talking about competitive Netrunner, casual Netrunner, whatever, kitchen table Netrunner. Don't play with SMC if you don't want to. You don't have to. You can spark all you want, but the only way to make this seemingly consistent is only play as few breakers as possible. And then like, it's not exciting, is it? Let me catch up on chat. Ban SMC, unban boat /J. I want to see the SMC nearprint that's also a no change in game state nightmare. Yeah, let's go. It's pronounced Mulch chip. Yeah, I've heard that one. We have Into the Depths. Yeah, we have Into the Depths. We have other ways to do it. We do have other ways to do it. And I think we're going to learn how powerful or not powerful they are. But still, at the end of the day, if Shaper is going to be defined by Into the Depths, it's a very different game. And I don't think you can build the deck the way that you do. Jeff says, I suspect Shaper dead without SMC, but haven't seen a thought about Sunset seriously at all yet. Yes. I think this is going to be a really hard thing to evaluate because sure, this is the only Shaper card. Arguably Daily Cash and Dirty Laundry do show up in Shaper lists. Even Cleaver is a really important Shaper card right now, but understanding how Corps are going to change is obviously even more important than how the runner decks are going to change. I think standard econ cards are really good for the game. Every deck needs econ, so it makes sense to not have to print separate ones for each faction. I don't know. I don't fully agree with that. I don't think, Pink. Because I think like what's cool is when you're printing econ cards for each faction, they generally are a bit more nuanced and interesting and work with other parts like in a cool way, right? Like it's good that, you know, Strike Fund is a cool Anarch card. And I'm glad Strike Fund exists because it does a thing that only really makes sense in some interesting packages. Like this is what I want to see more. And they've been really good at it. Like NSG has been really good at this template. Make a 3-credit econ card, which we can all agree is not good enough generally for most like good lists, but it ascends beyond a 3-credit econ card once you put it in a synergistic package. And they've been doing that relatively well within every single faction. It's kind of like a, you know, it's like Carpe Diem. This is a pretty middling 3-credit econ card, but if you can put it within an engine that's generally in faction, but not necessarily, it ascends to a card that's actually worthy of a card slot. So I think NSG has been doing a really good job, but I do agree, just printing econ cards doesn't seem exciting. So you have to print exciting econ cards like Carpe Diem or Strike Fund, which this one is more fun than the other one, but you know what I mean here. Like I do think in-faction econ cards are kind of really, really cool. I'm kind of on board. 2 credits, choose a program in your heap, then forget that, go find a card for the stack and install it. Name a card. Remember 1 Woo SMC, 2 Woo SMC, 3 Stimhack, and produce 2 Rizeki. Those were the days. Yes. For those who never saw how like absurd Cabinessa's setups were, like it's not fun. Random predictions, no basis to them. SMC but trash if installed at end of turn. SMC but only for non-virus. I think those are all clauses that you could see. Shaper importing mutual favor would be so weird. Yes, but it might make sense, right? Like when push comes to shove, I don't think you need to, but like we're seeing wilder things. Like we're seeing Shaper killers and criminal. Like sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. What if it was trash, install a program from your grip instead of tutor? That could be a possibility. We've seen something kind of similar to that with Haley. It was a really fun old school Shaper kickflip, but Haley allowed you to do a double install. The first time you installed, you can install another card from grip at the same type. So sometimes you would install, like you would just use Simulchip to install some nonsense program so you could install the program from your hand. I think that's cool. And I honestly think that program from hand is something that we might see more from Shaper in the near future because we've now seen a lot of card draw in Shaper. And technically drawing cards is the worst place for your programs to be in Shaper when you have things like Simulchip sort of and SMC. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some ways to get click impressions by installing cards from hand. Because Shaper now actually is about hand more than most decks, which is weird. It's weird. But I think that's actually, there might be something there. I think the problem inherent to SMC is that a good card. Shaper shouldn't have good cards. Okay. How's it going, Grim? Spark of Inspiration is one of the most anti-Shaper cards in Shaper faction. Yeah, it's boring. Listen to the man wax poetic with such passion about SMC. I love it. Also, custom alt art's being rotated sad. That is the biggest bummer, is like, we made a really cool SMC alt art and I'm really happy about it because it's the first time I've done something like that. And then like eventually SMC is going to go. It's an Ashes card. Maybe it won't, but like, come on, you can't do that to me. I'll reprint it on a different card. It'll make sense. I have to talk to the artist. I think there's a chance Ari can do it relying on Slap Vandal, Gachapon Into the Depths. I think it can, but like as soon as you build the deck, you realize it's much clumsier than you'd want it to be. Like there's no way Ari got better. You mentioned data collection. How and are they collecting data on Sunset? I think they're collecting data from this from playtesters. I think they're going to collect data from the tournaments they're running. I think they always collect data from like listening to people talk about it. From what it's worth too, I've even heard people reaching out to like testing groups and be like, hey, here's a list of cards. What do y'all think about this? Can you play some games with let us know. I think that's how they collect data. I don't know if they have a better way to scientifically collect data on mass scale. Not that I don't think there's mass scale data to collect. I wonder if they could have unbanned Woo along with Sunset with SMC gone. Yeah, I think you could consider it. But like I don't, it's FFG technology, right? There was Da Vinci. Yeah, Da Vinci was the thing. Hey, speaking of the artist, hey Kat, happy holidays. How's it going? Did you have a good one? With Sunset supposedly hoping to test the post-on meta, unbanning FFG cards seem odd. Yeah, exactly. So I don't think we're going to see that. You play Outfit, FA, and Lou into Sunset, right? Let's talk about that. But I do think you're totally right. And that there's already, without doing anything big-brained, there's already some fundamentally high-tier competitive standard decks that are barely affected by these changes. On the runner side. Right? Like if you look at mulch decks, if you look at like just draw imp decks, like they're almost not affected by this list at all. Like we already saw these anarch lists that are not, they're playing one paladin, but they're not playing dirty laundry. They're not playing daily cast. Are playing a cleaver, but whatever. And they're not playing on these other cards. They're not playing Banner. You can just play those decks. So the question is, what are corps doing to react to this? So we'll go through all the cards, but I do think there's a lot of lists that are just not heavily challenged like this. There's a lot of corp decks that only lose a single card, which is Rashida. And then there's a bunch of corp decks that actually didn't consider playing Rashida in their lists at all. But I think that's very interesting to figure out what the meta is going to look like. And I think the unfortunate thing is that when it comes to late, like long testing, I don't know how long Sunset's going to be around for. But this is the sort of thing where this is such, I would argue, a radical shift potentially, that it's going to take the meta months of testing to settle. Months of testing. Jeff posts a hypothetical ban list to Discord and watches us argue about it for 4 hours /J. Yeah. Yeah. I have no doubt that sort of stuff happened. I think the unbanned Woo discussion is that it is trying to balance standard. It's trying to get some data about what happens when you take out some FFG pillars. Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it. Yeah. You ready to talk about this? Oh, are we going to play Netrunner today? Firstly, thanks so much for joining in today. Hopefully y'all had a good holidays. If you're just tuning in live, a lot of people are, I think, found the stream at this point. Hey, thanks so much for joining me. It's 2024. I didn't put out any really good content doing like year in review stuff or like talking about the future, which is a bit of a bummer. I think I need to do that. I think what I will say for the next little while for sure is we're going to be putting even more time into the channel and doing more content because I think things got a bit sleepy around here for better or for worse in the last couple months. So we're going to try and hit the ground running. On that note, let's not play Netrunner for a bit. All right, let's talk about some cards. Let's start on the corp side. I think 2 of these cards we're going to talk about together. Hey, y'all. Do you know what sucks? 3-pointers. 3-pointers stink. I did a whole video talking about maths with 3-pointers. And some of the most poisonous, most powerful, worst decks to play against TMTM in Netrunner are all about playing as many 3-pointers as you can. So the runner literally has next to no odds of closing the game out by any sort of reasonable period of time. We got a whole bunch of cards like this. Attitude Adjustment, Drudge Work. In this world between Spin Doctor and Jackson Howard. So history lesson here. There used to be this card that was as ubiquitous as the man you now know called Jackson Howard. And Jackson Howard was that 1 influence to 3 influence tax in every single deck in Netrunner for better or for worse that allows you to get some card draw and allows you to stop flooding. It allows you, not even requested, I love 3-pointers. How's it going? Nice article, maybe, I'm not sure. Yeah, great. This is a card that rotated at some point in time and people thought, oh, it's going to be the end of the game because you're just going to draw into hands of cards of agendas and you're just going to be like, I'm flooded, I lose the game. Now that does happen. It does happen in 1 in every 8 to 10 games to 12 games, arguably on the deck, that you draw a hand of agendas that's unmanageable and you lose the game because of that, as much as you can play out on those certain board states in certain ways. Now, Jackson Howard rotated. And then FFG went out of the way to print these cards that are like Jackson Howard-like cards. They give ways for every faction to basically bottom their agendas. Mind you, these came pretty late. Both of these cards are Rain and Reverie that were bespoke ways that every single faction now had access to ways to bury their agendas. We got Attitude Adjustment, which on its own is not the worst tempo card. It's unfortunately a pretty okay card when you shuffle back 6 points of agendas and gain 2 credits for it and draw 2 cards. Like that's pretty good, genuinely. And then we got Drudge Work, which unfortunately in op is even better. But, you know, this goes on the table and they just bury 6 points and get 6 credits, right? Like the working person's what's it called? Regolith mining license or Teleware contract, right? Like it's kind of messed up. So these cards almost never saw play in any deck that were doing anything healthy besides decks that were just trying to bury the agendas forever. And there's something to be said about not every deck in the meta should exist about scoring out agendas, scoring to 7. It is also worth noting that like in the world that Spin Doctor didn't exist, or Jackson Howard, mind you, didn't exist, it wasn't as bad as we thought it would be because people just started scoring out agendas. I don't know. We did a stream a couple weeks ago before the holidays where we tried to play Netrunner as if we were in 2014. And we played this sort of game where we used our Jackson Howard type abilities just to bottom our agendas. And we started scoring out in Glacier on turn 11, turn 12, sometimes even later. I don't know what happened. That stream popped off in terms of like numbers. Genuinely, this is nothing to do with Netrunner itself, but to do with the algorithm. I'm just going to take a second here because I don't understand. That video did well. It has like 5,000 views. What happened? Was it because I linked a Team Covenant video so somehow it got more reach? Or did like old school Netrunner players see replicating perfection in the thumbnail and like Sleeper Cell activated, they got back into Netrunner? Like, anyways, we played that sort of Netrunner and scoring out on turn 12, turn 14, it's not exciting. It's not that fun. And that's the exact sort of play pattern that we saw when Sokka won Worlds this year, where it was like, I'm going to spend the first, 10 to 15 turns building up a board state, and then eventually I'll try to score out. It's the right play in those sort of decks. It was back then as well, but it's a very different game of Netrunner. And we just started playing more decks where scoring out was the thing that you wanted to do sooner than later. I think that's going to be directly challenged by this list. I think it's good that these cards don't exist because these are the only sort of cards that inherently, like, I think you need these to play either Hyper Glacier or this is a card that also addresses the sort of like 6 3-pointer agenda decks that I think are no fun to play against. But these cards mean that the sort of decks that want to play really, really late game Hyper Glacier have fewer ways to manage their agendas. And I think that's actually one of the only ways that you can attack those Hyper Glacier decks is generally challenging HQ at the right period of time. That is a thing to talk about when it comes to Glacier play. You saw it at the World's Finals, is there's points and times where if you're aggressive enough, the corporation has to be holding on to like 9 points of agendas in hand, potentially. I'm glad these cards don't exist, and I think this is going to address largely late game Glacier, and it's going to give the corporation fewer ways in faction to manage small agendas. I am still very worried about Hyper Glacier with this sunset list. I think Hyper Glacier still looks fine, but as a starting point, those two cards do address the spam of 3 points, and by spam, I mean the kind of the dearth of 3-pointers. If you figured out, tell me why some videos. I don't know why that happened. Definitely did that to me. So sorry. Hey Pat, happy new year, bud. How you doing? Hopefully you had a good one. World Tree's the new SMC. Yeah, tell me about it. You should give yourself more credit. You've been basically doubling your stream time when introducing Tuesday streams. Plenty of content, Thanos, but the thing is, like, it's plenty of stream time, but it's different. And it comes to when it, like, oh man. So streaming to me is just take the time, but the amount of effort that goes into it is definitely different, right? Like, that's the problem inherently, is that like just sitting down on a Tuesday with a coffee and some nice friends to talk out makes something compelling, I hope, enough to watch, and people like it. And that's great. That's fantastic. I love it. Even if nobody watches, I'm having a good enough time talking with everyone and just talking about Netrunner. It's great. But when it comes down to like making content and putting effort and time into something that probably has a bitter shelf life, I feel like that's where we've slept a bit, right? Like, there's so much content that needs to exist. Newer players need to have content to be like, there's ways to make the game more approachable. We've been doing the easy thing as opposed to, but I appreciate, I know you, I appreciate what you said. Excuse me. 3-pointers stink, and yeah, you have some strange love of keeping Bologna because NBN will somehow die without it. Yes, no, I'm not going to be consistent. I just think it's not good to have a faction that's arguably unplayable. I just think Bologna's messed up. I think NBN only has one good, well, most factions only have one good 3-pointer. Who knows? NBN is dying this time, joke. Without 3-pointers, Corps have inherited disadvantage with unlucky mulligan draw and losing to Genda Flood, which can never happen to Runner. Runners can lose to bad draw. It's harder though. It's much harder. It's worth noting that Sunset doesn't ban NEH plus DBS fundraiser. Yeah, but I don't know. It loses Bologna. It loses Rashida. Like that deck runs other stuffs. This is very much what I'm struggling with too. Yeah, Jeff, got too comfortable. This is the sort of thing where like hanging out on a Friday night and like, it takes time out of your life. You only have so much time to do a certain thing, but like this is, it is. Maybe dedicating content so much harder it is. Maybe because I feel like the quality has to be higher. It does, but also it's way more work than just booting up a stream and chatting. Exactly. Yeah. You made the whole Canats thing, which looked like a ton of work. It was a way ton of work. And like, I don't know. I'd do it again, probably. I think I would, but yeah, it's like that serves a certain subsection of people playing Netrunner. I need to do more for more. This is a dilemma that every content creator faces at some point. Yeah, for sure. And so a lot of content creators just stream more and then make content out of their stream, right? Like they cut clips and like best of the week and stuff like that. But like, I'm not going to do that. It is regrettable that Glacier is generally unfun, as building ice servers is kind of the core tenet of Netrunner. Arguably, I think arguably it is, but I think the core tenet of Netrunner is putting things in servers. It's not building servers. To me, the core tenet of Netrunner is putting things in servers and the runner having to make choices. Yo, Yanni, Shook, and Happy New Year to you as well. Hopefully you're having a good one. Welcome to 2024. Running events is a lot of work. Yeah, that too. Cutting content out of streams is for hooligans. Someone just dropped into GLC earlier today from the 7 tips for better Netrunner video. Yo, that's really good to hear. That is really good to hear. I like that. People still comment on those videos. There's a bunch of evergreen videos, but those are the videos that need to exist more. Anyways, let's talk about other stuff here. Okay, Bologna. This going has a huge impact on the NBN agenda pool. Do you know what the NBN agenda pool is? This card, to me, does a lot of good stuff and a lot of bad stuff. Bad stuff, 5-3 agenda. I think every deck should be able to have 3 5-3 agendas in it. That's it. This is the Andre rule. It's not a real rule, but I'd argue that the game might be more interesting with that rule. That being said, it costs 5 credits to steal, but the runner also gains 5 credits when they score it. This card is even more important in modern Netrunner because some of the best NBN cards, let alone the NBN threat card, says threat 3 on it. So if you put one of these on the table, no matter what, there's going to be a huge tempo swing into an Oppo research, and then potentially on top of that, an R+ swing as well, because a tag was taken or given, which is really, really good. So I do like that. There's a problem with 5-3 agendas classically in Netrunner is that the only 5-3 agendas that saw a lot of poisonous toxic play were the agendas that the corporation had no interest in scoring out, right? Like you need to allow corporations to have a good reason to want to score out their 5-3 agendas. That is the first thing that's really important when it comes to 5-3 agendas, because otherwise corporations are going to play those sort of decks where they just have 6 agendas and they're trying not to score it out and they just Drago prison you to the end of the world. So I like this, that this at least has text when you score this agenda, gain 5 credits, because there's a lot of board states where pushing out the Bologna is correct. Now, you can argue the numbers on this are messed up. 5 credits is a lot. 5 credits here is a lot. If this said 5 credits when it's installed only, yeah, that obviously entirely pops it down 2 pegs. But I think there's a lot of things in hindsight you could do to this text to make it more interesting. I think if this only fired when installed, that would in fact encourage corporations to jam the agenda even more, which maybe that's also better for this. But very, very powerful card. I think some parts of the text on this have to change because it is too good. But at the end of the day, I just want to champion the fact that it's really good that there are defensive 5-3 agendas that the corporation wants to score out. To some extent, maybe this is having your cake and eating it too, but I'm tired of seeing 5-3 agendas where the corporation just says, I'm not going to score this. It doesn't matter, right? Like a lot of times you don't score the send a message. You let them steal it. You should score it sometimes. Bologna should be lose 5 credits, not pay to score it out. But then you'd never. Oh, if it's lose 5 credits instead of must pay, that's also kind of cool because then you can steal it when you have no money. I think that's also a way to like bring it down the power level a fair bit. So that's kind of interesting. Sorry, 1 second. Amber alert. I hope that's okay. Anyways, this goes. So this takes us to this really interesting spot where if we go to card search and we search the NBN agenda pool, you'll see the NBN agenda pool is not great. So we go faction, NBN, side, that doesn't matter, type, agenda, format. How soon is this gonna have the new format? Okay, images, let's go. Let me catch up in chat. Just wanted to say, find the agendas vid is probably my favorite video from Afar. Amazing stuff for new folks. Thank you. I think that's the sort of stuff that we need to do more of. I'm glad that you appreciated it. Dealing with ice and ice math is a really interesting part of Netrunner deck building. I think ice math is what a lot of people run away from Netrunner, but I don't disagree with you. But it's for a lot of people the hardest part of Netrunner and not the most fun part. You do React videos. Glacier used to be less scary in Netrunner because the ice was less taxing. You need 5 credits to get through your remote, and that felt like a lot. Yeah. Why should you play Netrunner? I keep having to refer people to Trace5's older video, and it would be cool to have an alternative. That's a good idea. So let's look at the agenda ice suite. NBN agenda suite at this point, right? So AR enhanced security is arguably a toxic card. At least it's not as strong in this format because you don't have R+, but obviously still quite good. Crypto Crash is a really good agenda. It's a bit mean. It's really good. Want to score it out. Can't play Bologna. BCP, Better citizen program. The runner takes tags when they do stuff. Outside of Reality Plus, this seems a lot. It was already not really played. Inside Reality Plus, maybe you consider it, but not amazing. It also does knock out 3 run events, 3 dirty laundries in most decks, so not great. Degree Mill. Not very strong card. Vitriol doesn't do anything. Fly on the Wall is just a worst tomorrow's headline, as much as you can do maybe something interesting with it. FOI sees some amount of play. This could come back in slots if you play heavy tag decks. That being said, just inherently without Bologna, like, oh man, we're all over the place. We'll get back to that in a second. Lace Acquisition, no. Oracle Think Tank, maybe. Post-Truth is an entirely different deck. Beal is probably still playable. Re-Education is not really anything outside of a combo deck. And then you've remastered tomorrow's headline. So we're getting to the point where, like, functionally for the last, it's very much worth noting, since Bologna came out, every single competitive NBN deck spent half of their agenda suite, 9 of at least 18 to 20 points on Bolognas. And now they generally have to play at least 4 more agendas. And the question is, what are those agendas? Because none of these seem really, really good. There is a chance that we can push to something that's closer to what Netrunner looked like many, many moons ago, where you're running more 4-2s and 3-2s and you have a bit of fast advance. Maybe you're playing some Sands as much as the Beals on 3-2s don't really feel good anymore. Mind you, scoring at a blank 2-2 5 years, 6 years ago was good enough. But yeah, there is a huge amount of like middling NBN to bad NBN agendas. So you're at the point where like Off-World Office is something you're probably considering in your NBN deck, unless you can build something that's incredibly synergistic that nobody else is seeing. This is pretty bad. This is pretty rough. I think NBN is in a pretty rough spot here. It also means without Bologna, the defensive agenda suites. So like the NEH, you know, sort of decks you saw at Worlds are harder to play because there's less agendas that they interact disfavorably with the runner. So you actually have to probably score out some agendas. Maybe this is the push for people to play post-tooth dividend and the sort of like Vera decks and build something cool like that. But this seems really, really difficult to build an NBN deck because the agenda suite's really hard. It's really, really hard. Perhaps people should just never play NBN. NBN's pretty cool. Another really big thing too is like some of the meanest tag punishment right now is just denying the runner money. There's so many board states in which like if the runner goes tag me, the thing that you want to do is like you want to take their money away because inherently the runner doesn't have money. They can't interact with, and again, 9 out of the 18 points in your deck. And that's enough of a board state, right? Like you market forces the runner to 0 and then you can jam a Bologna next turn and you can get scored out. It's the same reason why like Crypto Crash works so well. Because inherently if the runner doesn't have money, they just can't interact with a bunch of your deck. Right? Like there's just 9 points they can't interact with if they don't have money, let alone the rest of fundamental Netrunner. Now, this is why I'm bringing up this sort of deck that like I'm really interested in these changes. And I think it's going to be one of the most popular decks out of the gate is the sort of like Audrey lists with Imp and Nob Curie, because these decks largely are not heavily hit by these changes. And these are the sort of decks that like exist outside of economy anyways. So these had a reasonable matchup because you can always just like Imp the Bologna and that's kind of cool. But it's just worth noting that like I don't know what the agenda suite looks like, and making the runner have no money as a win condition is going to be a bit harder unless you're running into Hyperglacier. But if you're playing NBN Hyperglacier, you generally wanted Bolognas because you want to play as few agendas as possible. So it seems really difficult here. I don't have anything super intelligent to say besides like looking at all these options. I don't feel strongly about anything. And then just every deck fundamentally losing 9 defensive points means it's hard to build Glacier, and it's hard to, you know, you have to score out. You probably have to score out. Remastered Edition is significantly stronger than the amount of play it sees. I think it might be, but like at the end of the day, Remastered Edition allows you to fast advance a piece. What are you happy of fast advancing in NBN? For those who don't know, there was a card that was like this, but it was a 3-2. And you could play 3 of them in your deck. And that was busted because you used 1 to score at the next, Scoring out 1 was basically functionally scoring out 6 points in some matchups. And you also played 2 ones, which had very relevant text, where scoring them out earlier on the turn could kill the runner if you could have some click compression to score it out. But the problem is like there's no 3 advancement agenda that I'm excited to score out fast. Fly on the Wall into single tag punishment? I don't know. Like I don't know what I'm scoring out. Like I think you just play Off-World Office. I think you just like jam Seamless Launch NBN and you play Tempo NBN, which is also a lot harder because the Tempo NBN ability right now, Reality Plus also got banned in this list. I genuinely don't know what to do in NBN right now because NBN has some extremes. You have Acid NBN, which is arguably playable, but I don't know what your win condition is, and you're much softer to central axes, maybe in a fair way, but you can still play this sort of like, what's it called? False lead, you know, tag for snares, behold sort of thing. Playing Glacier is pretty difficult because you lost Rashida, you lost NGO front. Do you know what's going to be a really good card? Oh man. Yo, Jankabist, Happy New Year's. Thanks to you too. Sunset makes Corroder the best fractor again, I think. It's like 2016 again. I wouldn't go that far. I think you're going to see more in faction fractors. I don't think Corroder is worth the influence. But it's interesting. Don't sleep on Begamot? I think you have to. How do you actually deal with such a polarizing agenda pool? As in, will it not take a while for new stuff to replace it? It will. And for what it's worth, like this agenda pool is, I think, the same reason why we have huge problems with this faction. Show me what a good agenda is for Jinteki. Bacterial programming is absurd. Blood in the water, you have to build your whole deck around it. Flower Sermon is apparently not good enough. Fuji is almost not good enough. House of Knives, you have to build your deck around. Hyper Release, you kind of have to build your deck around. Jumon's nothing. Longevity's nothing. Mandatory is really nothing. Nisei is mostly nothing. Yagauda is largely nothing. Obokata is banned. Regenesis is a really good card. Sting is only a certain deck list, and then these two are not very good, as much as Viral should be better. But this is the exact same state that you saw in Jinteki, where it's like, so many decks are hinged around their agendas, and if you don't have compelling agendas, you end up in the spot where you just play all the big ones and try not to score them out, right? Like if you don't have a good game plan, then you just play all the 5/3s and have the rest of your deck be your win condition. But Jinteki's in the same spot where the Jinteki agendas aren't doing much. But if you look at like Hasbiroid, you're actually spoiled for reasonable agendas. Like ADT is a reasonable agenda. Alvagao is a reasonable agenda. Hyperloop is a reasonable agenda. Iqua's banned. Luminal is absurd. Megapre's really good. Midnight's good enough to see play. Ontological, obviously in a subset. Sorry, I said Iqua's not banned. Vashron's banned. Vitruvius is absurd. Remote Enforcement's playable. These are cool, right? Like it's just doesn't seem, what's the last faction? Wayland agendas are some of the best in the whole game. Like it's good. Some factions just don't have agendas that make sense. Corps still do better than runners. Yeah, but they have good win conditions. They have diverse win conditions. Like the Wayland agenda suite's also kind of sick. Like sick, 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 super sick, pretty good actually, sick, absurd, absurd, pretty good, pretty good. Like there's a huge disparity. And right now for a long time, NBN wasn't challenged because NBN made functional decks because again, so much of the weight of NBN rested on the rock of Bologna. And I think there's going to be some whiplash here where NBN feels a bit worse than it is because NBN has been propped up by this crutch that we're going to head and sweep the leg and see what happens. So it's going to be rough. I think it's going to be rough. I don't think that's a big surprise. I'm assuming Lib2 is getting some kind of Bologna replacement. No, this has nothing to do with the standard ban list, Sean, and has nothing to do really with Lib2. I'm pretty sure when Lib2 comes out, Bologna is not going to be banned because this is not a real ban list for standard. This is for Sunset, which is a non-competitive testing format for later in the future. I am pretty sure that Lib2 is tested with Bologna existing, has been for the last couple months. I tried to play a remastered for a bit and found it was garbage. Just play Offworld. Yeah, that's the way I see it. Just play Offworld. And that's the exact same pot that we're talking about with the neutral cards. Like it is a bummer where the neutral agendas are more compelling than in-faction agendas. And that you're going to see that for some factions. Like I do think if you're playing Jinteki and Glacier, Offworld Office is really good. Okay, Punitive Asmari could be a thing. I think it's really hard because you don't have a good 5/3 suite anymore. R+ was banned in Sunset. Yeah, Mango. I thought the point was to see more of what standard would be after Dawn. Isn't R+ going to still be around after the rotation? I think R+ is the candidate of a card that will be banned at some point in Netrunner. I'd be very surprised if R+ does not get banned or isn't the reason why a bunch of other stuff gets banned in the future. So I think testing without R+ is a really cool data point for Netrunner in general, because it basically tests the strength of tag-based cards outside of this absurd ID and sees if NBN can functionally do anything outside of the scope of tags being a punishment you care about. Regolith enabling Jake for 2 years straight. Yep. I wonder if NEH changes to an agenda suite with more 2-pointers that they swap Bolognas to send a message and accept that it doesn't do anything. They could, and we've seen that sort of thing before where you just played a brick of a 3-pointer. It's not great. I think you could see NEH decks that run a bunch of the small agenda suites, right? And then like do something cool on tempo where you're scoring out something every turn with Post-Truth and Vera and then like Amani Sanai. Like there's some lists here. We used to see, and it was an R+ deck, but like a deck that would score multiple agendas in the same turn. That deck got a lot worse with Hermes around, but like there's some interesting things to try out here. It's just like none of it's obvious. So banning R+ at least forces you into weird camps. Is Andre finally doing the Fiddler on the Roof theme stream episode I've always wanted? Sanjay, how's it going? Man, I do not remember most of the Fiddler on the Roof, besides some of the title songs. I last watched it when we borrowed the VHS from the library when I was probably like 9. I'm glad you got that reference. I wonder how many people figure that one out. Hopefully you're doing well. Happy holidays. Sunset is exploratory and heavy-handed by design. It hits stuff that doesn't rotate in order to test the waters while still keeping things from taking over. That's from Core. That's a really good answer. Do you think there'll be any room for NBN small agendas, maybe with something like Sansan? I think small agendas are in a really bad spot. I think it's really, really hard fundamentally to play small agendas. And this is a bit unfortunate. There were certain cards in the meta that just kind of controlled what agenda suites corporations could play, period. Period. The big one is Turntable. There was a while where Turntable was the de facto Anarch console, and Turntable is 2 credits for 1 MU console. That's totally fine. Whenever you steal an agenda, you may swap that agenda with an agenda in the corp square area. This card, its existence heavily punished people that for a long period of time, the only 1-pointers you would ever see in the entire format, and I don't think 1-pointers are very competitive often, was Hostile Takeover, which was a huge liability, and then Breaking News when it was legal. And then on top of it, people didn't really want to play 3-pointers besides, like, mind you, Global Food Initiative, which was very, very popular, because at the end of the day, if someone dropped a turntable and swapped a 1-pointer for your 3-pointer, the game was cooked. It was over. So there's so many decks that went out of their way to basically say, like, we're just playing 2-pointers and maybe 2 foods and hoping for the best. And there was heavily not a lot of incentive to build weird agenda suites. We don't have Turntable right now, but we have Hermes right now. And I think the existence of Hermes makes so many of the pieces of small agenda suites just totally untenable without any other additional support. So, like, right now, one of the best small agenda cards is, what's the name of the dragon lady? Salvatore? Arella Salvatore. RL Salvatore is Arella Salvatore. But the problem is Arella Salvatore gets absolutely nuclearly annihilated by Hermes. Oh, did you just install something and put advancement on it? I'm just returning it to hand. Whoops. Sorry. Like, so bad. Really, really, really quite bad. There's another one I wanted to bring up. I forget what it is. Shit, there's another example of things that are really bad right now when it comes to small agendas. But, like, it's not good. It's really not good for you to be doing small agendas. It's very, very difficult. Oh, this is what I wanted to say. There was a really cool NBN card back in the day. It said the runner cannot steal more than 1 agenda each turn. I think text like this was necessary for some of the small agenda decks to feel good. There's a bunch of harpsichord decks that ran like 16 1-pointers for better for worse. So I think there's things you can do, but right now putting a deck that has a lot of small agendas in it in a world where like Hermes is the criminal console feels really, really bad. It often feels awful. So I don't know how you bridge that gap, because there's clearly a lot of support from NSG for small agendas, but none of it's caught on. And I think Hermes is a really big reason why it's not catching on. So that's rough. I know I have nothing to do with SBL. I do suspect, however, the design team knows that Bologna was too OP for ages and is hoping that we consider alternatives. It's a really hard problem to fix. It's really hard. You can get much better fine tuning with a restricted list. Yeah, you can. It comes at a cost. Comes at a cost of accessibility of standard, but I agree. Yeah, a restricted list is one way to challenge this, but there's a lot of ways to challenge it. Amani Sansan will probably be where I'm going to start with NBN. Yes. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think going wide and fast might make a bit more sense. And I should ban all cards I don't like and keep all the cards I like. Yeah, generally that makes the best format, I think. Once stock buyback rotated and Hermes came out, small agendas got hurt. Yeah, I did a fair bit. I love Turntable. Yeah, Turntable is really fun. Turntable is also a console that some decks considered playing 2 consoles, because in some matchups, Turntable was definitely worth playing. Sunset is a cool idea. It's a PTR for a game. Yeah, public like test environment. Exactly. I just wonder how like many people are going to participate in this and like how good the data is going to be. A restricted list really requires a vastly larger amount of cross testing than a ban list. I don't know that there's enough testing resources to maintain it. Oh, that's a really cool angle of it too. It's like the amount of possibilities with the restricted list requires so much more testing. I've not considered that. Thanks for sharing that, Rory. You'd be playing against Wayland with an Alice counter, install Turntable, run RD, smile, and yeah, and then they use their Alice counter before you access because they're like, ugh, crap, we'll go get a hedge fund. Like, it was so messed up sometimes. Haven't played for a bit, forgot the Hermes exists. Oh, it's hard to forget that exists, Simo. It's really good. It's really, really good if you're playing competitive stuff. All right. Turntable has also warped corp agenda suites really hard. No one wanted to play agenda suites that could be vulnerable to it. Yes, you did your best to play around Turntable, which is very, very difficult. So yeah, small agendas are very hard, but I do think there's some good stuff here. Claude also is going to get challenged sooner than later. We'll see if there's a new Claude type thing. Okay, other stuff. Rashida, NGO front. Oh, we'll talk about Reality Plus really quickly. I don't like this card. I think it's too good. I think it really is too good. The number 40 is just absurd. That's on its own worth playing just on that basis alone. And then 2 credits to draw 2 cards is a really good choice. I think the fact that the runner can, you know, I don't know. The face checking to ice generally is a very bad thing to do, really. All their stuff is res for free or really cheap. The fact that Alpha Research can be free, like, it's just so super, super good. I think this ID ability fires pretty consistently, and you just get like 12 credits on plays that inherently were meant to be a bit more tempo negative. I don't know if this is like a frog boiling type thing, but like Reality Plus came out and it was okay. It was good. And then more and more cards get printed, more and more ice gets printed. And eventually like you can build a whole ice suite that is just an absurd tax to ratio to face check ratio. And then like, what is it? Not that it's like that common, but like 2 credit, you hit a behold. It's like, it's really bad, really fast. I don't like it. I think it's a deck that also punishes mistakes harder than most other decks in the entire format. I've received replays where like the runner just runs and then they hit a Starlit Knight on turn 1, which like I don't think you should be face checking like that, but like that's not a good way to lose the game. Don't like it. I think there's ways to get this ID to exist that could be balanced, whether you need power counters, whether it's remove a tag. That's probably not fun either, but yeah, I don't know. It's hard. It's just, that's really good text. It's really good text, and tags have been continuing to be pushed. Funhouse made it absurd. I don't even know if Funhouse has made it absurd. I wouldn't say Funhouse is even the first card I'd consider. It is really good though. It is a cool card, but there's way more ways to deal with Funhouse now than I think there was. But like, I'm worried about like face checking. Like you can't face check. You can't face check. If they have 5 credits, they res a Starlit Knight for 3 credits and you take 2 tags. I don't think you can afford to do that in the early game. Like, how do you run against this thing? This is maybe me showing my inability to play against Reality Plus, but like, okay, I got to talk about Hydra, which is obviously not right. But if they have 10 credits, they face check you, they res a Hydra for 3 credits. Huh? What? Oh, I'm sorry, you ran and you couldn't break a 6 strength ice on turn 1. They res the Hydra for 3 credits. Admittedly, that's more of a problem with the design of Hydra, but like, what? It just doesn't make sense to me. Like, none of this makes sense. How much does it cost to res a Serevna? She's 4, right? Res Serevna for potentially, I don't know. It just, it's numbers. Numbers. Tithonium was very much this, yes, and they banned that one, but it's good. I don't know. Starlight Oppa and Beholder, one set would really push it over. Yeah, there's just like, it's kind of to me feels like personal evolution at some point, and I'd argue personal evolution is not here, but there was just so many good on-tempo ways to do net damage that were really difficult for the runner to interact with, and I don't think we're there yet. Like, I still think closing a game is interesting, and I think some of the like the good R+ matchups are very, very exciting. Playing around the tag punishment is very exciting. What's in the remote server matters. There's a lot of really good stuff with R+. Like, it's not all bad. It's just, it feels slightly above everything else you could play. And I feel like it doesn't do enough to make an interesting NBN deck compared to other NBN decks besides just having more money in it, which I'd like the ideas to be a bit more interesting than that. Anyways, I think that's a card that could be banned in standard regardless, so not surprised it's being banned here. It's not going to help NBN. Okay, and lastly, I think these are very big, is we lose the 2 neutral Titans, Rashida and NGO Front. These are 2 of the biggest cards for rotation. I'll start with NGO Front. NGO Front is a whole turn to get 4 credits. That's not great, right? No, sorry. Install advance. So it's 3 clicks. You spend 2 to gain 8. Yeah, that's not good. Spending your whole turn to gain 6 credits is not amazing, right? It's like doing sure gamble, credit. Is that a good turn? No. And admittedly, frighteningly, I've seen frighteningly many games in which people do naked NGO Front on a table because they have to, because it is the right play, because they have no money and the only thing they need to do on this turn, because they're playing Glacier, is get money. Now, where NGO Front gets really good is when the runner thinks it's an agenda, runs through ice, pays money, and then you get to have your cake and eat it too. Where not only was this a 6 credit econ card, but also the runner spent 7 to 8 credits to find out that it's a 6 credit econ card. And you're not seeing that play as often. You really are not. I'm not sure exactly why that is, but I've seen frighteningly few NGO Fronts actually do something cool, but you're seeing more like NGO Fronts on the table. I'm just getting a 6 credit econ turn. This also is a neutral economy card, and this means technically every corporation loses this, as much as not every corporation is playing NGO Front besides the ones that want to play Glacier. And I think this is the one card besides the agenda like control cards that really hits the idea of late to mid-game Glacier, which I think a lot of people think mid-range Glacier is what Netrunner should be, TM, whether I agree with that or not. So I don't know about this one. I think this does hit. This is the biggest hit to the built to last deck that Sokka brought to Worlds, which I think is generally an unfun deck that people don't like playing around. I think this is actually a pretty sizable hit to that deck. That deck isn't very rich on money. I think that deck can do other things, but this card is absurdly good in built to last. It's a fair bit better than built to last, where just install advance is good enough on this econ card. So it's weird because I don't think we're seeing a lot of decks right now that are defined by this besides Hyper Glacier, but this is at least something to slow down Hyper Glacier, because I think Hyper Glacier looks really good, at least abstractly, into this list, because on the runner side, a lot of the cards that are here are ways to cheat through ice cheaply and efficiently, especially rush stuff, and being able to not boomerang through a 10 strength Pharaohs, let alone Banhar through it, is pretty good for that deck. So overall, I think this is something to slow that stuff down, also to test without this card, which is pretty important. But I don't know if this card's actually as popular as it was in a long time. 2025 is the year of Roughneck repair squads. Unironically, like, yes. But I think unironically too, like the card that is looking so good right now, and it just seems grosser and grosser every time you look at, is Regolith, right? Like, I don't think Sokka's list ran like Regolith. I think you just play Regolith. You just put Regolith. There's many turns where you're happy just advancing your ice and clicking for credits whenever the advancements don't actually matter. You're just going to play Regolith. The deck is going to be as slow, but at least you'll know the card in the remote server is now an Agenda or Biovault, or actually the one that kills you every once in a while. To be fair, you have to have a high IQ to understand mid-range Glacier. I wouldn't go that far. How's it going, by the way? PD is platonic ideal of Netrunner. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Personally, I did see attitude adjustment as a real threat. Just feels like NSG asked what if R+ didn't exist. Feels like I didn't see attitude adjustment as a real threat. Palmer's, you didn't. I think it's a real threat as a way to address like late game, really hyper late game, which seems good into the fact that in this list, runners lost a lot of ways to cheat ice. They lost a lot of straightforward economy. They lost a really efficient breaker, and then they lost one of the best econ cards in the whole game. So if I looked at this, right, like I'd actually consider playing Hyper Glacier and seeing how things go. I would generally see Hyper Glacier because I think the barriers got even better. Like without Cleaver and without Boomerang, like fundamentally, how do you break a big, not that Cleaver was generally good into it, but like, I don't see how you break big barriers well. I don't Botulus, that's all you got. And Botulus you can play around. Roughneck seems fine too. The more the game provides access to play that aren't about ice math, the better. Yeah, somewhat. I had a great time crushing on Janet the week after Worlds with 3 pinholes. Okay. Attitude and Dredger to prevent Prison from popping up. Yeah. The sort of decks that just want to not score 3-pointers. Okay. Now Rashida, we've talked about Rashida at length. Estebrada them? You can't Estebrada remote server. You can't. Rashida being gone is really important. I like that Tuna talked about in this list how Rashida is basically the corp gaining 2 free turns, which is right. I think Rashida is really good that allows you to play Netrunner faster than Netrunner was played in 2014. This was the sort of thing, again, we did that stream a couple weeks ago. It's called Going Slow, in which we tried to play Netrunner as if it was circa 2014, where Rashida didn't exist. And installing an ice and clicking for 2 credits was a totally okay. It was a cromulent corporation turn. And in the world of Rashida, gaining 3 cards and 3 credits before you started your turn basically bought that deck 2-3 turns. It's a huge difference. And in the defense of Rashida, I've said this many, many times, Rashida is really good because it allows you to play Netrunner. It gives you 3 cards and gives you 3 credits right now so that you actually can make a play on turn 2. On turn 2, you are having the cards and credits to be like, okay, second ice on our remote server, install a gen on the remote server, advance. And that's a good enough play. That works. I really like that in Rashida is that there's less turns in the game in which you're just clicking for credits, which is the least exciting part of Netrunner, right? Like you shouldn't be clicking for credits. It's not fun for generally one side more than the others. So it's really good that not only Rashida allows you to accelerate games, that she's easy to put in most decks, she gives fuel to nonsense. But on top of that, I also really like that there's a very important card that can go in any remote server that isn't an agenda. I think Netrunner is really important when the cards and remote servers that matter aren't only agendas, that there's things that you're deciding to trash. Now, in a world without Rashida, that's still going to be true. There's still assets that give you economy. There's still upgrades that matter, defensive or non-defensive. But it's really cool that there's a card that on turn 1, the question always gets asked, what's in the remote server? And then the person you're playing with says, oh, it's probably Rashida. I probably have to consider dealing with that. I think that's inherently pretty cool. Now, the numbers on Rashida are cracked. This could have 2/2 on it. It could cost 1 to res. There's a lot of ways to tune this card. It could cost influence. I wouldn't want to because it probably still would be worth playing. But this card not existing, this one does fundamentally hurt every single corporation, barring some outfit decks. Because every single corporation now is going a fair bit slower. Now, if we look at the runner side too, like a lot of these tools are rush tools that are getting hit, things like Banhar and Boomerang. So there's still a chance you can score out an agenda behind an ice on turn 1, barring Inside Job or a Botulus. But this one's really fascinating because I think it's just going to slow the game down. And I'm not convinced the game is going to be more fun because of it. Again, I do think Rashida is overtuned for what it does, but I think Rashida is really good. But if I'm, instead of doing something cool on turn 2, I'm doing like install credit, I don't think inherently Netrunner is a more fun game. So I'm a bit skeptical about this one. This one's going to go regardless because eventually it is going to go. But I do think Rashida allows you to play more exciting Netrunner, as much as Rashida firing on turn 1 is sometimes the decider of whether the game is won or not. For better or for worse. And that's because she's very powerful. But I think there needs to be a midpoint here because Rashida allows you to do the not fun thing, which is the basic action card. I do like thinking about Rashida as the card that lets you skip a boring turn. Yeah, exactly. Also, great point that Rashida is an essential part of Netrunner's vocabulary that all players know. Yes. Always at the end of the day, what's on the remote server? The threat at a minimum is Rashida constantly, Spin Doctor sort of. I think that's really cool for the game. Now, can every faction get their own flavor of Rashida at more than 0 influence? Potentially, yes. And maybe that's for the better, but that's the one that I'm actually like, I don't know if I want to play a slower Netrunner when the slower Netrunner is not more fun. I do want to say when we played that 2014 Netrunner, I had a great time. I generally had a fun time, but we were just chugging along. It was kind of slow. If Rashida was actually about skipping a boring turn, it'd probably at least give the runner 4 credits. She needs a replacement, that is for sure, yes. And again, my criticism about like not wanting to lose Rashida isn't as in like Sunset's messed up. Like Sunset's about testing. It's not about like building the perfect meta. I'm cool to see what the game looks like without Rashida in Sunset. But like at the end of the day, I do like a lot of what Rashida does. It makes most decks more fun to play. And it makes running their mode server more interesting. What does everyone think on the corpse side of this? I think looking at this without even looking at the runner, right? Like NGO front hits Glacier. Attitude and Drudge Work hit the sort of decks I don't enjoy playing. Bologna hits NBN, Reality Plus hits NBN. That's a problem. I think losing NGO front is also bad for Jinteki mid-range Glacier. That sort of stuff is not good. Rashid is also really important for Jinteki that doesn't have a strong economy and has almost no card draw. So that's also not good for a faction that cares about having cards in hand for so many reasons and then functionally doesn't have card draw for some reason. So that's hard. I think Wayland Glacier is in a great spot. I think NBN Glacier is not in a great spot. I think HB losing Rashida sucks, but they can play some of the middling like operations, like the clearances that do something like that. I think playing PD is probably still fine. Losing Rashida in that deck is not good, but I think like that's the thing. It's like at the end of the day, do we just play predicted planogram? Yeah. Yeah, probably. Like you just play a card that draws you 3 credits and you feel okay about it, right? Like you can still play around it, and you can play a slower tempo card. But there are ways to do something similar to that, right? Like do you just play sprint and HB? Probably not. It doesn't give you money. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think the corpse side is like, it's weird. Losing Rashida hurts everyone, but it doesn't seem like that big of a shakeup. NSG wants to get away from the neutrals. Yeah, very much. Hey, Shalata. Sorry. Hey, dirty dudes. Happy New Year. This ban list came out of the blue. Yeah, I want to be clear that this is not a ban list. This is a testing list. I think you know that. But yeah, this is not the standard ban list. This is for testing. So don't worry. If you want to play standard today, you can. You don't have to worry about this. But how many people on JNet right now are actually playing this format? I assume it's most people. June was very vocal about that, but not sure if it's still the case. About neutrals not being a good baseline, but also good cards in general. Crims played Dirty Laundry and Bravado. Let me catch up on chat. The strength of Rashida is they can go to 0 credits and still come out with tempo. The worst place to be in Netrunner is on 0 credits because you just fundamentally stop playing the game, right? Like there's a lot of cases where like if I will res my ice to go down to 1 to 0 credits as long as I have a Rashida in their remote server and I don't get pinholed. But like the worst part of Netrunner where you fail to make interesting decisions is being on 0 credits. Now you can argue that being on 0 credits means that the runner did something good or you did something bad. And that's cool. That's worth you being like, oh, you can pinpoint this was a good or bad play. But again, any card that stops you spending a whole turn doing credit, which isn't something you've seen for a really long time in Netrunner since the days of like account siphon being absurd. That's better Netrunner. The amount of Netrunner players that we've lost because of obviously account siphon is its own problem, but because they've spent too many turns, which is just credit, it's not good. So again, I don't mind Rashida because it stops you from doing credit. Not a good turn. Not a fun turn. Nobody likes it. Okay. The only card that surprised me here is Cleaver, but I'm weirdly excited for Eli 1.0 to be good again. Yeah. Hey, Ryan. Happy New Year. Yeah. Eli seems okay. I am playing it. Most people I'm seeing though aren't. Oh, weird. I wonder if it's too soon or not. About a third Sunset. Oh, that's also really awkward too, where it's like some people will want to play it and some don't. I'd argue that Sunset would be more played if it wasn't played, if this was announced in 2 weeks, because I think there's a lot of people on JNet that aren't anti-sunset, I'd guess, but they're testing either for the big Man in the Moon is running a big event this weekend, and because of the CBI next weekend. And those folks are playing in not sunset format. So I think there's a lot of reasons that people are still competitively grinding for the next 2 weeks because there's 2 big tournaments coming up, let alone other tournaments, but you know what I mean? Okay, let's talk about the runner side. Shit, we should have read this first. When Rashida entered the card pool in the Katara cycle, she quickly proved she could get the job done and then some. Rashida sped up Corpse by 1 to 2 turns, which required runners to have tools to match that speed. Rashida's presence led to the need for runners of all factions to contest early remotes cheaply and painlessly. The need. This is really interesting too, because that's something we didn't talk about. Is that arguably, yeah, there is a need for runners to consistently check early remote servers cheaply and painlessly. That's my favorite thing about Rashida is that the remote server, if the corporation jams something in a turn 1, face check the remote server is usually the right play. This is another good reason why pinhole threading is so important, because after they res, if you pinhole the Rashida, you basically win the game on the spot, for better or for worse. But it is very true, is that if runners didn't have a good way to challenge Rashidas early, that's a very important thing to do. I'd argue that when I've been building decks for the last years, I haven't notably been like, do I have a way to challenge Rashida on turn 1? Because you generally play those cards anyways, but it is true that having a way to challenge an early Rashida is good. But if it's an uniced card in their remote server, will I boomerang it? Yeah, depends on how good their econ is, what they're playing. If they didn't hedge fund turn 1, yeah, you probably do boomerang it. Whether by checking a boomerang, stomaching a bit of damage through Banhar, or SMCing to get past gear checks. Yeah, for what it's worth, I don't think SMC is used that often to be a gear check thing. Did the stream go down? My YouTube analytics absolutely just ended. We're still here, right? What happened? I think we're still here. Are we here on YouTube? See, government subsidy should be 0 credits. You're here. Stream's fine. Okay, weird. I don't know what happened. There's like a chart that like chugs around in the background, and it absolutely just disappeared. So I don't know what happened. Still watching. Thank you. You're here. Thank you. Hey, Oren, how's it going? Happy New Year. Okay, we're thrilled with what the meta looks like now, but with Dawn, we finally get a chance to explore one that works differently. However, this is such a high stakes decision, yes it is, that we want to see what a meta without Rashida looks like in Sunset. Rashida's going is such a huge hit to corp economy that we need to hit runners to rebalance things. With the ban of daily cast and laundry, we aim to take away the most readily available options. We want to force runners to look into their specific faction pools for the economic engines instead, which should create some more interesting deck building choices. I agree with that. I think that's more cool. More cool. Furthermore, we are banning Puemu as it is too easily applicable in every archetype, even ones with comparatively few installables. I think that every companion should be banned alongside most of Ashes. I think there's just too many cards. I think Paladin Puemo is the most egregious companion. Puemo, for what she's worth, is more influence. I just Googled Paladin. Yes, on 3 influence, you see this out of every faction. I do not like cards that you install for 1 credit, and then it just gives you a credit per turn. It's not exactly Rizeki, but for those who don't know, Rizeki got banned, and Rizeki was pretty bad for Netrunner. I'd argue in general, where just getting 1 credit per turn on a card means that corporations just fundamentally cannot play for the late game. Because if you install this on turn 1 and the game goes to turn 20, congratulations, you installed an 18 credit for 1-click econ card. That's obviously messed up. I don't like the companions at all. I think they fall into the camp. For what it's worth, Paladin Puemo did get more interesting, and you're seeing Paladin Puemo misfiring and eating runners' board states more commonly now than ever. And that is also, maybe it's not more so that that's happening more than ever, but the repercussions of that are bigger than ever because we've lost the breakers that you would just reinstall for free next turn anyways. So Paladin Puemo getting obnoxious and destroying your own stuff is a bit worse than it was before. But that being said, I don't like these cards that require very little to no effort that just give you 1+ credit a turn. Now you could look at cards like Prepaid Voice Pad, and funny enough, I'm not angry at Prepaid Voice Pad for some reason. Angry is not the right word, but like cards like this to me don't get me. I don't know why, but cards like Paladin do. And I think there's something here to do with psychology more than the power of the card itself. I think it's a psychology thing, but this card doesn't bother me for some reason. Yo, Andre, Happy New Year. What is this madness? They're testing out a new like temporary ban list. It's not competitive, but to test out for changes in the future. Prepaid doesn't retain unspent credits. Oh, that's really good. Yeah, that's 100% why. That's not psychological. Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah, if you don't use it, you don't lose the value. Yeah, that's kind of messed up. Yeah, that's not good. Keep Dag. Yeah, Dag will stay. Nearprint Companion over all factions. Companion's a really cool subtype. Do you know what I want? Do you know what I want? Not this card, this whole idea of like having an AI, having, you know, something in your rig that is talking to you, that is like personable, is something that is inherently like so common in science fiction and barely shows up in Netrunner, right? Like having, you know, your companions that you can converse to, but companions right now have all been animals, and whether or not they talk, I do believe at least the Anarch companions can talk. I don't think Date talks, but this is something I miss. It's like, give me a person that digitally, like give me a character, give me a personality. This card's not good, but you know what I mean? It's weird it's not there. How can you hate so cute little things? The narwhal. I keep forgetting Fueno's name every once in a while. Anyways, yeah, I'm not a big fan of them. It is worth noting that when it came to talking about the Anarch economy suite, this happened many, many moons ago. But there was a message from the SBL team saying like the Anarch economy package needs to be addressed. This was, I think, the banning before Worlds, but that's going to take a lot of effort. And I think inherently the Anarch economy package of all these like 1 credit per turn econ cards, and then like, you know, even what's it called at the time? Fermenter was a bit busted back in the day. Yeah. It has to be readdressed. So I don't lose Paladin, like don't mind losing Paladin. Out of the other companions too, like Mystic seems a bit more fair. It's still pretty good. Seems a bit more fair. It is less influence. And then you have Fueno, which like Fueno's genuinely, I'm not going to say something good about Fueno, but I will say you can invite Fueno to a party modernly. You could consider it. What about Chesva? Good question. I think Chesva has the potential of being busted. I genuinely think Chesva has a potential of being busted. We've seen cards like this, like Multi-Threader was the card like this. I think Chesva gets to a late game board state in which criminals can just stomp through you. If you do play the sort of decks that get down to Chesva, getting 4 recurring credits a turn is a bit bizarre. That being said, it is limited to how you can use these. They come at a bigger cost, mind you, because they take up MU, which mind you, the companions don't. That's huge. And criminals are already like have no good way to generate MU. But I do agree that in certain board states, if a criminal can get down 2 Chesvas, it is a bit wild. And that is only balanced the fact that criminals largely are playing kind of ass breakers. Now, that's not the case when you look at the ones that are importing like Unity, but like if you ever have to, like, you really need Chesva if you are going to, like, heaven forbid, break a big code gate with what's it called, a bad shibboleth. But I agree, Chesva to me is like, it does worry me to some extent, but I don't think that corporations can play a really long game into a Chesva world. Arguably, but I do think the ones that are playing a long game to Chesva world, it's like, it doesn't matter how many Chesvas you have, you're not breaking Pharaohs that well anyways. So like, it's weird. It's like, it doesn't feel that weird because the breaker suite's not where we're spending a lot of influence. I'd been more interesting if the companions had more severe or less forgiving downsides, like if the limit was 2 credits. Yeah, I think 2 credits would be really fun. Pad gives you credits only if you spend them and conceivably can't put you in a situation where you stall and they stop giving you money. Yeah, I think that's a really big part, is that if you miss the value, you still get the value. I miss Beth. That was a more interesting companionage card. I don't miss Beth. I think Beth was also really poisonous. I think Beth was like no effort, absurd amount of value. Beth could have cost 4 credits. Miami costs 1 credit less, generates about 2 credits more than if you prepaid voice pad every turn, and it's much easier to plan around because you can bank it. Yeah, I think the banking thing's huge. Hal? Yeah, Hal. Paperclip companion win? Netrunner Planeswalkers? Yo, I don't know enough about Planeswalkers, but maybe. I'm not sure. Probably not. Prepaid is also only events. Pummel hits all your installs, allowing you to run on fumes while rig building. It's clearly stronger, yes. And for what's worth, Nof, also like Paladin Pummel is the only, there's like certain archetypes that right now, the only card they're being challenged in them by this list. I think we're going to see so much mulch and so much imp in these sort of like upcoming people testing this new list. Because there is a whole bunch of like already proven competitive decks, regardless of what's happening on the corp side, and I think that will matter to a big extent, that are not impacted by this list. This list loses 2 Paladin Puemo. I think that's the only thing this list loses, is 2 Paladin Puemo. Oh, and 1 Dirty Laundry. Some lists weren't running that. And some of the later versions too, like this is, mind you, Tuno's, it's the person that, Tuno wrote the article. But Ion Fox's version too, this list loses 1 Paladin Puemo. I think this list is really fun because it's an aggro list. And I think it's actually fundamentally plays pretty differently. But like, there's a whole bunch of anarch lists that have already been like eschewing the Dirty Laundries and stuff like that, daily casts. Yeah, then you play Sensible 45. Okay. Where were we? A lack of Rashida hits rush strategies the hardest. We are banning, as the lack of Rashida hits rush strategies the hardest, we are banning Boomerang, SMC, and Benhar, as the easiest includes to contest early remotes. I don't know. When's the last time someone has SMC to charge a remote server? I generally don't know. I don't think it happens. Have you seen someone use SMC to challenge a remote server? It's not that common. It's weirdly not that common. And for what it's worth, if you want to play Shaper and you want to challenge a remote server, and I'm not going to pretend for one moment that it's still not going to be a problem because you lost a very good Arasana card. But if you want to be able to charge remote servers early, you can play Arasana and just play at least 2 Slap Vandals and you'll be okay. Yo, Paul as well. Best wishes for the year. You too, man. Hopefully you had a good holidays. I do with overclock and then generally feel bad afterwards. Yeah, I do feel bad afterwards too. It generally is too expensive. It is often too expensive to produce your breaker. And then on top of that, most Shaper lists right now are like they're pulling down Cleaver and stuff like this, right? Like you can't SMC Cleaver into a Hagen. You can't. A lot of your breaker suite in a lot of the Shaper decks that are modernly seeing play needs support. So they're not actually incentivized to produce their breakers quickly with self-modifying code. Like the days of like SMC into Ngolo, like SMC into Ngolo into break costs like 15 credits. Like I generally don't think a lot of Shaper players are SMCing to challenge early ice. Now that doesn't mean that I don't like, I'm not interested in a world without SMC. I talked earlier about SMC. I like SMC a lot. I think it's an important card for Shaper as much as you could do a different SMC. But that line to me is a bit strange because I don't think you see that commonly. I don't think people are SMCing for breakers. I think you more often see SMC for like pull out a Parisha in a matchup in which having a Parisha early is really good. Or in that lat deck, like pulling out a Fermenter on the corpse turn was like kind of the way that you played that card. Or using it to threaten Clot. Right? Like I feel like SMC to get the right breaker to break that right piece of ice is actually not the most common way SMC is being used by a mile. Am I wrong about that? I might be out of touch. They mentioned Banhart too. Banhart doesn't work on turn 1, but on turn 2 it is very relevant. The early Rashida will get out. Do you think Red Team is worth playing now without Castle and Laundry? I have surprisingly like Red Team in startup. There's a chance, Ryan, but it depends on the corp side. I do think without Reality Plus 2, like face checking to ice is actually a bit more bearable, which is weird. It's like the NBN matchup is the hardest one to face check into central ice sometimes. But I think Red Team is this exact like sort of winner of these sort of changes where we're like, we don't want neutral cards to be good, but we want people to play in faction cards. So like Red Team, yeah, seems good. Do you want to play Info Bounty outside of outside of Sable? Yeah, you could consider it. You could consider it. Probably want to play Sable too, but yeah. I think these are the sort of cards where like without neutral cards, Red Team seems interesting. Poe from Altered Carbon was so cool. Subtypes companion location. I've only watched a couple episodes of Altered a while ago, so I don't really remember it. I think board decks, especially Anarch, should be on Fueno. Yeah, Fueno looks a bit better. Chesva loses the K2CP, not in faction. I wouldn't say at all in faction. K2CP is good for breakers. Chesva is good for a lot more than just breakers. Yeah, like buy bands. Chesva buy bands is a lot of fun. Like a bar with an AI bartender or something. Are you just describing CoffeeZilla? I think that's just CoffeeZilla. The downside of investing 1 credit really isn't that bad. Yeah, this is talking about Paladin Puemo. I'm behind on chat. Andre, do you miss stealth? No, I don't. I think stealth being a subtype of credits that have more value than regular credits and that have limited build cases or ways to get to them, I think that's interesting. But I think the use cases of stealth credits have not been interesting in Netrunner ever. Just efficient breakers is not what I'm excited about. At least the companions are unique, so draws 2 and 3 are bricks. Yeah, Mondi, you say that and then you just mulch them away. Neos informant though. There's no reason not to play Beth. At least the plushies have a nominal downside. Yeah, I agree. I think there's no reason not to play Beth. That's a problem. The artist is a Netrunner Planeswalker, except she doesn't go away. Chesva is kept in check by not working on either assets or anything that keeps jamming in their remote server. There are games where it's just hard to install Chesva. Also works poorly with Stargate. Yeah, Stargate hasn't seen a lot of play in a long time, but there are downsides to Chesva that companions don't suffer for. Okay. 1 Laundry, 1 Cleaver, and 2 Paladin from the original mulch list. Oh, I totally forgot about Cleaver. You're right. Cleaver does change. Yeah, I missed Cleaver. Sorry, I'm behind on chat, so I missed it. Hold on. SMC overclock does happen. It does happen, but it doesn't happen that much. Like, I don't think it's a sharp part of the Shaper card pool right now. I don't know. SMC overclock, the remote is very popular play pattern, I think. Axu, how's it going? I think it is, but it's like a really bad play pattern, right? Like you're hoping it's a magnet and then you pull out your buzzsaw and you break it for like 7 credits. Like if you don't have the overclock, that's just literally not tenable. So like, what are you breaking on the early remote server? Like, what are you SMC overclocking to that makes any amount of sense? Like big barriers, no. breaking a big code gate, not that common, but no, like you're not SMC overclocking into an MIC and feeling good about it. Brawn, forget it. Right? Like people are not rushing behind Ice Wall. I don't know. Yo, I've tried Pagan, Fate of Roanoke over the holidays. I'm excited to play some more. It's gonna be my sneaky way to bring people to Netrunner. Yo, Paul, if you want to show me how to play, I'd be excited. Oh man, we're gonna side rail so hard, so remind me about this later. But this holidays, I got Spirit Island. So I got to play Spirit Island for the first time. Pretty cool. Not the first time. I've bounced off of Spirit Island twice. Third time turns out it's a charm. I'm really enjoying it. And then on top of that, I picked up one of these. This is a conversation and a half at a minimum. Damn. That's a fun one to talk about. I didn't like that when I first played it too. And I think it's actually quite cool. I think it's quite cool, but we're going to derail so hard. We haven't even got through this dang article. I think SMC into non-breaker may or may not be true, but that the corp has to build with the understanding that SMC into breaker is possible. That's important. I think it's possible, but it's often wrong. Right? Like people are going on their way to build ice suites that are not super weak to like Buzzsaw Cleaver anyways. So it often is incorrect to SMC overclock. Pagan seems like a lot of fun. I can't track down a copy. I've had too many SCGs I don't play already. Andre, if you want to play in French, I saw a whole bunch of places here that have the imported French copy. From like I know that Imaginaire had French copies. It might be harder to find it now, but English copies are impossible to find. I've overclocked to breaker knowing that gives me a breaker for future use. Not sure if it's good Netrunner. I agree with you. Not sure that SMC does this in faction. Maybe it's out of faction, or maybe they wanted to hit every faction equally. Maybe it's so corpse can install advance behind one ice, which I guess is okay. I think they can, Jeff, but like you're still going to inside job them. You're still going to botchless them. But I agree. It just seems like they wanted to tackle Shaper slightly, but I just don't, that play is not competitively relevant in most board states. It isn't a turn 1 play, to be clear. Yes, exactly. It's like the first Rashida fires. It's like a turn 3, turn 4 play when you're already slightly set up. I do think it's a really, really good Arasonic card in general. Going good, trying to work on some sort of video on Fight Club. Yo, actually, I've heard Fight Club is coming back in. I'm excited about it. I have a tab open to talk about it during the stream. It's really good that someone's doing it. I know people were asking around about it, like, is Fight Club a thing I can do? And I think Mara was saying, like, yeah, do it. One of us. I bought a really nice organizer. I got really hard into it. I played it with my partner yesterday and my partner bounced off of it. I gave my partner light flickers through rivers. I think that's what it's called. That's probably not right. And she hated it. And then I was like, yeah, admittedly, that's a hard one to play as much as an easy one because it's about positioning. And then on top of that, then she saw the one that was only about like doing fear, the nightmares one, and she's like, wait, I can just do fear. I'm like, yeah, that's a really complex one though. I don't think you should play your second game of Spirit Island. And she's like, I want to play fear. And then we crushed it. And then she was like, I just want to drag people into the ocean. I'm like, you can do that. And then she played again, a very complex one, dragging people into the ocean, and she loved it. Or not that she loved it, she was like, this is way better than I thought it would be, and she thought she wouldn't like the game. I've been playing it a fair bit solo, just slowly cranking up the difficulty, and it's very, very nice. Nobody calls it a programming game. Spirit Island is a programming game. Why does nobody say that? One of us. Yeah. Pagan is such a good game. I want to try that one for sure. I also want to try Wormwood. We got to talk about Wormwood on the stream if we can. How long have we been streaming for? 2 hours? We're fine. Yeah, Spirit Island is so cool. I printed the Earthborn demo. The only part I don't like is how slow the PDF was to load on any device for reading the story stuff. They have a website, Mango. You can do all their story stuff on a website. It might be easier if you have data. D, happy holidays. I love Spirit Island. My goal for 2024 is to beat every level 6 adversary with every spirit. 0% chance to succeed. Ooh, I have no idea what the balance is like in that game. Is every spirit like viable at the highest level? I had a friend walk me through the game of Spirit Island. I still kind of don't understand how it works. Seems fun though. Yeah, that was my problem with Spirit Island. I was taught by my brother after driving 6 hours to my family. I was really tired and he's not amazing. What spirits have spoken to you? My favorite so far has been, I think they're called Earthshaker, Thunderspeaker, the one that moves with the Dahan, because like the Han are my homies. And the ocean one's really fun. What is it? The land is choked by grass. I'm gonna give my own terrible names for them. That one I couldn't figure out well. That one was really weird to me. All the other ones were like the one that like the learn to play, make everybody's cards fast. No, that makes the interesting part of the game not interesting. There's one that just says all the slow cards are fast. Like you're not learning the game. You're learning your own game, and it's not fun. I don't understand. That's the one I played the first time and I bounced off of it. Shaper player, I hate killing Rashida turn 1. John, happy holidays. Pinhole. My goal is just to get it to the table again with real people. Yo, just not worth it. Should I buy Earthborn? Earthborn Ranger's worth the price tag. My partner and I just started Earthborn. William, what are you thinking about it? I can't derail the conversation enough to talk about Earthborn. We might talk about it later. We almost definitely will. Is the price tag worth it? It depends on how much money you got, how much you're going to play it, who you're going to play it with, what you're looking for. Obviously, that's really hard. I got it at a reasonable price from 401 Games. It was in stock. I was there. I was like, this is a present for myself. And then it turned out my brother-in-law was like, I was wanting to back this for a while. And he was so stoked. So we played like a couple days with it so far over the holidays. Unfortunately, that means I have to play the next 27 days with my brother-in-law. Not that I don't love my brother-in-law, but it means that I can't just jam through it on solo, which is the way that I would, like I play Marvel Champions. Like I would play like multiple days on an afternoon if I had the time to do it. I think the game is really cool. So far from what I've seen, it's really neat. It is like such a whiplash because the game just fundamentally has a different pacing that is really hard to deal with. I do want to say one of my favorite things about the game, and it's weird how cool this was, that it has no plastic in it. So when you open it up, all the cards are wrapped in like wax paper. I wish everything was like that. Like legitimately, I wish everything was like that. It is so much cooler. I don't know why that's such a big deal to me, but like opening wax paper to get to your cards and knowing that you're not throwing all this plastic in the garbage, I'd pay extra for that every time I could. But I won't go too hard into it. I think it's cool. I think you can try it on TTS. I think the TTS prologue doesn't give you the real scope of like the adventure that you can get, which is a bit of weird. Like it's the selling point of the game and you don't really nail that, but I think it's cool. I'm excited to play more of it. I'll let you know more after we get through this article. If you're in Montreal and want to play Roanoke, I'm happy to host. Feel free to poke me on Slack if you're there. Yeah, sick. Hey, Aku, just finished 4 back-to-back games with my pal using Crow decks. Kind of fun, but I still don't get how to use Dao's ability. Aku, how's it going? Sorry, I didn't respond to your comment soon enough. We're on a tangent. Hopefully you're having a good time. Dao's ability is very tricky. It takes you some amount of like forward thinking to think, where do I want to be aggressive? Where do I not want to be aggressive? Because if they don't res the ice, you can move it somewhere else. And then maybe if they don't have money, you can get in. The ideal thing you want to do is just put ice where you want to run and make sure that you can run the places you want to do cheaper. One of the best things you can also do with DAO is force the corporation to think they need to res a server that's not important. If you can get them to ice HQ and you're inherently not very good at running HQ and they ice up HQ, you get to put their best ice on HQ, which is a server you didn't want to run anyways. So forcing them to try and ice everything is actually really good with DAO. But DAO is very tricky. DAO is fun though. I've been playing Earthborn a bunch. It's a wonderful change in pace from Arkham LCG Champions. Yes, it is a weird change of pace because the way that it deals with like threat and the way it deals with like, you can just rest. You can just be like, I'm done. I'm not like, it's so weird. Slow powers are kind of like programming. Yeah, right? EBR is much less mechanically interesting than Arkham, but it might just be because there's so little content so far. I think that's one of my things with Earthborn Rangers is right now the deck building options are so limited. You can't really build anything. It's like, doesn't seem like a game for deck builders. And the deck building is really approachable and really easy, right? Like anybody who struggles with deck building can deck build it. You just pick like a faction kind of, and like a job talent kind of, and then you combine some cards from each deck. And then when you upgrade your deck, you just change 1 or 2 cards every option you can. It's like, you're not building cool Earthborn Rangers decks. Like somebody put up an Earthborn Rangers DB to do like deck sharing. And at the end of the day, it's like every deck on there is the same until there's more card support because you're not building things that are that interesting, which is fine. It's a fun game to experience, but it's definitely going to reward different parts of the cooperative LCG genre. Spirit Island has recommended beginner IDs. Shadow Flicker like Flame is fear-based and pretty easy. I've only played once. Yeah, Shadow Flicker like Flame is okay, but like out of the 4 learn to play ones, the fast one is boring as heck. I like the really slow defensive one a lot, the stone pillars guy. But like as soon as you got into the more interesting ones, I think the game like very, yeah, let's go with Thunder Speaker. Yeah, Thunder Speaker's lit. Thunder Speaker's sick. Every spirit can beat every level 6, but there's like 5 or 6 absolutely miserable matchups. Among 68 spirits, aspects, and 8 adversaries, we have to luck sack heavily to win. Damn. Nightmares versus England or Snake versus Prussia is virtually unplayable. Okay. All right. I've hit a few bad matchups, but it allows myself to pick aspects which help a lot. Lack of plastic is neat. I'm into it. It's so cool. It is genuinely so cool. All their printing process happened locally with like recycled stuff. And it does like, I don't know. I'm this person like where I just wish that board games only came with like wood pieces painted. Like it's just better than... Anyways, I enjoy about 95% of Spirit Island, and I'm satisfied that my one genuine criticism has been mentioned by the designer as the one part they wish they could do better but did not solve. David, what is that? Bringer into England isn't bad. Snake into Prussia was pretty easy, and Wildfire into Whirlwind into England and Shroud. I don't know half of those words. On the no plastic, it's a big deal and other games are going to do it more too. I just got Force Shuffle and does the same thing. Oh, cool. I'd watch you stream Earthborn. Oh, William, cheers. I don't know if I'd be able to do that anytime soon, but that's really cool. Cheers, Andre. Good advice for Dow. I'll get back to my Comfy Yoshi over now. Okay, cool. Dow Hermes is just tasty. Dow Hermes is really good, but I think that's not in the Crow deck. Okay, here we go. On the other end of the speed spectrum, there are Hyperglacier decks that were sometimes even cutting Rashida freely. Yes, Sokka's deck, the One Worlds. By the way, I guess I have to say this. I don't have to say this before, but I've been calling Sokka, unfortunately, Will. He goes by William. I think some folks in chat were trying to correct me and I totally missed it. Sokka reached out. He's like, I don't go by Will, by the way. So apologies if I say, if I ever said Will. He goes by William, if I'm not mistaken. So Hyperglacier decks that were sometimes even cutting Rashida freely. So like Sokka's deck, the One World. And Geofront is a universally available option for such decks to both make money and force uncomfortable runs through taxing servers. I talked about this earlier. There's a lot of board states where people are just putting NGO fronts on the table and that's not actually happening. I'd argue that's just unfortunate and you'd wish it was a different way, but it is true that NGO front is only really good if people are running through ice and then having to be surprised at the end of the run. It's also rotating with Dawn. We're curious to see how Glacier decks can adapt to the loss of such a crucial card. Additionally, to force these lists into a more proactive playstyle, this is really nice. We are banning attitude adjustment and drudge work as some of their main ways of managing agenda flow. Again, I don't like cards like this. I think drudge work is an attitude adjustment, just make that matchup really miserable where you're just playing hide the agendas. With Dawn, we'll also have the chance of reevaluating some of the choices made in System Gateway. Paperclip in particular has had a fundamental impact on the design of barriers and breakers. Its recent departure had players reconsider the fractors remaining in the card pool and have resulted in Cleaver becoming the go-to choice for any Anarchs and Shapers. We want to explore alternative options here with the ban of Cleaver in Sunset. So Cleaver right now is the most popular fractor across, again, the two factions. I don't think you often see it in Criminal because Kurapura is like largely good enough as much as it does have downsides. It does have some cool upsides, which I think is a really good spot for Kurapura to be in. Hey, Cephalopod, how's it going? Excited to hear you on the last NSG podcast just yesterday. Hopefully you're doing well. Happy New Year's. Also, Dan, hey, Happy New Year as well. How are you doing? Similarly, hard-hitting news was tagging card the entire meta games have revolved around. With its rotation and the changes in how tags tend to be applied, Reality Plus now appears to be above the curve ahead of other strong identities in the faction. In Sunset, we would particularly like to see how other IDs can explore tagging strategies. I think that's a good answer to people asking, like, why are you banning R+? Just to see what other factions can do with tag stuff. I think it might be a bridge too far, where we're exploring NBN with tag stuff outside of R+, but also trying to explore NBN without Bologna. And I think those are two really hard things that I could see a world where you ban Bologna but not R+ to make some functional decks. And I also see a world where you ban R+ but not Bologna and you would see other NBNs. I think banning both is going to be really interesting because I think the agenda suite in NBN right now is not very, very strong with that card. Again, 9 points being lost from every NBN deck for the last 5 years or whatever it's been. That's hard. We decided to ban R+ in the format. Bologna is another above the curve card that's played in 3 copies in all NBN decks by default and lengthens games by asking runners to sink their economy into an agenda steals followed by clearing tags. That's a really big thing too. The fact that it says 3 on it, you're going to get 5 credits, you're going to spend 5 credits, and then you're going to be oppoed for another 4 tags. That is absurd. That is really, really absurd in context. I'd argue that Bologna could be printed in another faction to be a bit more manageable, but in faction that you're going to go steal Bologna into Oppo is pretty wild. Again, imp it if you'd like to. We want to see what NBN can do without one of the cards that define its current competitive identity and what other strategy it can come up with. We're excited to see alternative format being explored and are looking forward to fun off-season until Lib Part 2 is released. I think wait, hold on. I don't like plastic minis in board games, but at least Spirit Island does a good job of keeping the material enemies and having wood and cardboard for the good tokens. Yes, I think they do something very tasteful with that, where you're basically the point of the game is to minimize plastic, which is really fun. Designer acknowledged that the Islanders feel too passive 90% of the time, but making them more active also made the game much harder to balance. I think, David, that's why I like Thunder Speaker so much, because it's all about making the Dahan proactive. But yeah, I agree. The Dahan are surprisingly passive, but maybe that's inherently part of the narrative. Had to step away. We played any games yet? Come on, what do you think? I don't know. Okay. I feel rushed. We're talking Spirit Island now. So when it comes to the runner cards, we can go through this really quickly. We've been here for a minute. Excuse me if this is not interesting anymore. It's fine. I shouldn't have closed that. Boomerang. This card's really good right now with One Worlds. It's way better than it looks. This is one of the best ways to deal with every ice in the format. There is a list of ice in the format that nobody deals with well. And Boomerang was the one answer that I know William was like cheating around a bunch of really mean ice, as much as that ice wasn't that popular outside of non-other Williams decks. Mest and Chesvo. Nobody breaks this well. Nobody breaks Mest and Chesvo well. Boomerang is one of the easy ways to break this early. Also some of the bigger ice, which is why I think like Glacier gets a bit good. Like Pharaohs, there's no good way to break this outside of Boomerang. Period. There's no. And so like losing Boomerang at the same time as losing a bunch of other ways to cheat through ice, while some of the economies and some of the Glacier decks got slower, I think Boomerang, as much as it was arguably underplayed in the format, is just so refreshing to play. The idea that you can get through Brawn 1.0 for a click. Like that's good. That's really, really good. Like losing Cleaver means like, how do you break Brawn? How do you break Brawn? Because Cleaver plus support was the one way that you classically did it, and Boomerang doesn't do it anymore. Banhart doesn't do it anymore. So it's just like botchless. And I don't know if there's any other interesting card that we're missing. Slap Vandal, sort of. Kind of, not really. I don't know. This seems really difficult to me. But yeah, Ice just seems to look a bit better right now, where all the tools that cheat Ice seem to be a fair bit worse. Clicks plus Poison Vial, yeah, I guess. But that's not real, right? I think that's interesting. I think losing Boomerang can be potentially pretty powerful. Old Slappy, yeah, it's not enough. You have to click a bit. Turbine rigs break almost everything well. Yeah, so the idea is that without Cleaver too, like what are you strapping to the turbine? So if we go, what is it, F? No, F is faction, subtype, I hope. S colon Fractor is said standard. What are you playing in faction? And I don't think it's actually that bad. If we go to images, we'll sort by faction. So Criminal generally isn't playing. If you're playing Anarch, what is your Fractor? I think you could argue that you could play Corroder. I think the difference between Cleaver and Corroder is actually, if you have support to boost strength, it's not that worse off, but that's interesting. Berserker is still legal? That's weird. Yusuf needs support. Banner could be considered. I think with support, Banner is the way that you can deal with some of the bigger stuff, but you rely on support, which is not that different from Cleaver. But bannering through for 2 credits, and then you still have to click through that Brawn seems rough. And Begamut is a possibility. However, with Begamut, it's 2 MU and you need to play specifically a core damage deck. So I think that's actually quite difficult. I think Corroder is probably the option, and I don't think you're excited. This is the weird thing too, is like, I don't know why. Like, I think Cleaver is cool. I think Cleaver probably could have been 2 strength, would be a bit more balanced in hindsight. But like Cleaver is a card that has downsides. Corroder to me, because it, mind you, this card is like 11 years old, 12 years old, however old this card is like fundamentally an unsexy card. If breakers just come down to having raw numbers, raw text on them, just numbers, I don't think the game is more interesting for it, which is why NSG is doing a really good job of printing cards like Begamut and Banner that aren't just financial calculations. Banner plus Turbine? Yeah, maybe, but maybe not. Maybe you can do it. Berserker Turbine gets you Brown for 2 credits. And how good is Berserker? When you encounter a barrier, Berserker has +1 strength for every subroutine on that barrier. So Eli, you break for 2. 3 strength barriers you get through. Oh no, you break it for 4 credits with Turbine, because you have to break all subroutines generally. You don't want the last subroutine to fire, so it's only 4 for Brawn. But then you also need a Turbine. Feliz Ano Nuevo, everyone. Hey, Lord Pitcher. Feliz Ano as well. How you doing? Hola. Corroder is still perfectly fine. It just doesn't flatten all barriers the way Cleaver does. It doesn't flatten barriers, but I'd argue that Netrunner should be more interesting than just numbers. Yeah, this is rough. I don't think this is great. I think it's doable. I think you're not that far off from Corroder being comparable. Criminal, I think you probably just, like Tremolo, mind you, is actually kind of interesting if you're playing enough Cybernetics. This card is good if you play enough Cybernetics. The thing is, like, what decks are playing Cybernetics? Probably Essa, but Essa has access to Begamut. And then in faction, like Kurapira just took that slot. And then when it comes to Shapers, I don't actually think you're in the worst spot. I think Gauss is like very playable on its own. You need to support it with your simulchip cycling. I think Propeller is better than it looks. I think Propeller needs some support, but Propeller is not a bad card. And Lamb is actually not terrible. Lamb is better than I think it is. So I generally think that like losing Cleaver is rough. It's roughest for Anarchs. I think Shapers will recover. Criminals are not much touched by it. But I do think big barriers are in a good spot right now. But not that Cleaver was good into big barriers anyways. This is weird. This is really strange. Like, I think some of the decks that were running 1 Cleaver anyways, because like Wraparound's a bear, they'll just play a Corroder. You could maybe consider playing Yusuf in some of the other lists, the virus lists. Like maybe you have enough MU to play Yusuf with Nob Kari in like a mulch list and have it as a 1-up that generates virus counters. Like maybe that's fine. But I think you'd play Corroder sooner than anything else. Berserker dies to tree line. Yep. Yeah, it's gonna be a problem. But like you probably botch this tree line. You're not breaking tree line with Cleaver anyways. When Crota rotates, Anarchs will import the Fractors. Yeah, this is also like totally worth noting is that like Anarchs were meant to be the faction with the best Fractor. The same way that Criminal was meant to be the faction with the best killers. And it seems like we've strayed so far off that path. There's nothing exactly inherently wrong with that, but it's worth keeping in mind. That's like very, very different than the way the game used to be. Miss Fingo's much better ice with Cleaver gone. It is until people start playing like Lamb. It's still like 5 credits to break with Lamb. But yeah, anything that scales with subroutines in a world without Cleaver is better. Like there's also a big chance that like Endless Eula, which used to be very powerful, is now much more playable. As much as people are not going to be dying into this Banhar, now people do get through this for 6 credits. And res for 6, break for 6 is like kind of fair. So these are the sort of things we're saying like without Cleaver, there's going to be a bunch of ice that is worth playing that wasn't worth playing. Banner to beat Eula? Yeah, I guess if people are playing Banner, you don't Eula, but yeah, I don't know if people are gonna be playing Banner that quickly. Maybe people will try it. I think they will. Is Begamut viable outside of Anarch? How much core damage do you need for Begamut to be good? Because at the end of the day, Begamut is expensive on 5, it's expensive on core damage, and it's also 2 MU, and then it only has 3 strength. So you're spending so much more just to get a pre-nerf Cleaver, which I'd argue all of that MU, all that cost, that core damage, which like you don't want to take core damage in lat as much as like one recent deck said, I'm taking the core damage in lat. You're probably better off just playing one of the Shaper Fractors, or if you really need to, you can play Corroder, but I'd be surprised if you need to. Tag-based Fractor, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. If Cleaver had text like other cards cannot increase the strength of this Icebreaker, it would probably be a bit more fair. Or yeah, like Yogg couldn't boost its own strength. Like it had no way to boost strength. The way that Mimic is written. Even then though, I don't know if you play. Begamut is 3 strength a minimum. Yeah, so it's like a bad Cleaver. It's expensive. I'd be surprised. I'd be very, very much surprised. Noisy subtyping breakers that scale with tags. Yes. I'm scared, but maybe. All right, we talked at length already about like losing neutral economy cards. All I'm going to say is that I think it's cool that we lose Daily Cast, because Daily Cast is a boring 5 credit economy card. I think it is more interesting where you have to go into faction and have a card that there's more decisions around it. The one decision with Daily Cast is how long is the game going to be. And generally, if the game's at least 2 more turns, it's probably worth installing. So I'm glad. Now, the one deck that I'm worried about Daily Cast is if you look at a bunch of the competitive criminal lists for a while. So Axu reprinted basically with a very smart trademark claim now that the year has changed. These sort of decks. Oh, actually, this is not true. Was Cable Carnage running Daily Cast? I feel like Cable Carnage was running Daily Cast. Am I wrong? But there's a whole bunch of criminal lists that are running copies of Daily Cast, maybe 2 ofs, on the basis that you want an economy card into a matchups where running is difficult. Either because Reality Plus, you want to set up a bit, sometimes running is difficult on Centrals, or on top of that, playing into like Hyper Glacier, right? It's nice to have an economy card that pays you off that doesn't require running, and there's not that many into the game right now. Yeah, that's a bit tricky. I'm pretty sure, I know for sure the Zaya decks I've been like toting on this channel recently, they are running Daily Cast as a 2 of, and as Zaya is inherently run based. Again, it's very nice to have a card like this that, yeah, 3 of, that you have in the deck that you can set up cheaply with cards like, you know, Baya Banes into Ches was a really nice way to install this cheaply. That's good. So I'm interested to see if criminals are just going to go more run based and are going to have actual weaknesses where if they can't run, they can do nothing. My list, nobody steal. Also, why Fermenter is nice. Yeah, this is actually like a cool thing about Fermenter as well. Is there was a while where people were clamoring to ban Fermenter because... Do we freeze? Yeah, hold on. Firefox froze. Let me know if you're still here. Okay, there we go. Because Fermenter was an absurd economy card for a long time. I actually am Fermenter right now seems more important as an economy card that gives you 2 credits a turn, that gives you that sort of siege engine where the corporation understands like, unless I'm purging out, I have to do something because you need to force the runner to feel like they have to crack their Fermenter to stay competitive. Otherwise they're getting 2 credits a turn and that's hard to deal with. Now, mind you, viruses, it's hard to tell how prevalent they are right now. They're pretty prevalent to some extent. They kind of come and go and people, you know, find there's no virus and then more virus comes in. But the thing with Fermenter is Fermenter seems a lot more fair right now, where purging a Fermenter is more impactful. Like purging a Fermenter while the runner, the Hoshiko has like Daily Cast hitting the table and they're getting 2 credits a turn with their connections, their companions. It seems a lot less important because the longer that you spend like purging, that's just giving the runner more turns, and they already have so many once per turn values. It's like, it's not good. It's like giving them a free turn. Sure, they lost their money off their fermenters, but they just got a free paladin credit, right? Like that sort of stuff. And this is where I found like playing fermenter in startup or playing fermenter in a much more small card pool felt more fair, because purging it felt more impactful, because you couldn't just put all these economy cards in the Anarch deck would said like, yeah, if you purge your fermenter, I'm fine. I have all these other econ cards. And I think this is a really cool way to make fermenter feel a bit better or more palatable on both sides of the table, which is like, yeah, this still is going to be a really important economy card, maybe even in criminal decks, who knows? But at the end of the day, purging it's going to be a bit more impactful because they're going to have to rely on the in-faction economy a bit more. So this is cool. I think that's actually a really neat way to make this card less problematic. There was points and times where this card was being yelled to be banned at. So that's neat. Kind of like pad tap? Yeah, kind of. The main thing I don't like fermenter is that it didn't cost Anarch 2 influence. Sure, but like that's a good in-faction economy card. Liberated counts is not that different as well. As much as that's not, I don't know, doesn't seem that Anarch. It's expensive though. Dirty Laundry, it's a bummer because this is a fun card that engenders interaction. But again, if we're going to cut down neutral economy, this is a nice way to start. It is worth noting, do you think the game would be better without Sure Gamble? Do you think the game is more interesting without Sure Gamble? Right? We talked about Daily Cast. We talked about Earthrise Hotel abstractly. We talked about Dirty Laundry. Is Netrunner more interesting without Sure Gamble? Wait for chat. I don't think it is. I actually really like Sure Gamble because there's a baseline card in every deck that incentivizes the runner to be on a certain credit threshold. And then we use that credit threshold to evaluate the runner's capabilities to some extent, right? Like going down to 0-1 credits feels pretty bad for a whole bunch of runner decks because they can't play Sure Gamble. And so understanding if the runner has that sort of like jump from 5 to 9 is really important to try and understand how powerful a runner is to some extent. It's the same thing with hedge fund. And I actually really like that there's a staple economy card that costs 5, because this is something that's like very easy to miss. 5 is a lot. 5 is actually sometimes the most expensive card in a fair bit of corp decks that are playing hedge fund. 5 can be the most expensive card in the deck. Inherently having like a pretty reasonable to good economy card, okay, good to great economy card that forces the corporation to manage their credits well and makes aggression impactful, I think is really important. So I like that a lot. Sure Gamble is such a core card. I think not. The game is more interesting when Sure Gamble is overlooked for other options, but I like that exists. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of decks that are not even playing Sure Gamble. Those decks generally struggle to hit the 5 credit threshold consistently, so it like kind of makes sense. But for what it's worth, like I don't mind cards like this because hedge fund in a lot of decks, like, okay, Sure Gamble and more decks is actually kind of clumsy to play. Sure Gamble is the card that defines the economy of the game. Like I think the entire design philosophy is focused on Sure Gamble and hedge fund. It's weird how that is. Will Cybersand Harvester replace NGO and Wayland? Almost definitely not. Like it just doesn't do anything. It does nothing. No, I don't think it does anything. I think if the Wayland Glacier deck puts Cybersand Harvester in the remote server, you just don't have to run anything. And then you just wait for them to flood. And then you just run HQ once. Like this card doesn't do anything. There's so many better options to put in the remote server to gain economy in a Glacier deck. Like Regolith is absurd. You can even play, if you really want to go really slow, like Roughneck Repair Squad. Okay, spend your whole turn, gain 6. Fine, it's okay. Wall to Wall is really good in these sort of decks as well. Generally, those Wayland decks are running Advanceable Ace. There's like 7 things that are better than Cybersand Harvester in that list. Yeah. Sure Gamble near play that cost 5. Choose to gain age, draw 1, or gain 10, discard 1. Ooh, that's cool. That's too busy. Like, I like that sort of design. That's kind of fun. But I'd agree the simplicity of Sure Gamble too is also like very important. Do they ban Hostile? Yeah, did they? I think they did. No, they didn't. They didn't. Eventually they will. It'll rotate, but no, they didn't ban Hostile. Paladin going, bless your soul, get rid of it. Don't like this stuff. 1 credit a turn, make it more interesting. SMC, we talked about this earlier again. I don't think this card is super important from Shaper and it defines Shaper. I don't think that SMC to challenge the remote server that early is like that common of a play pattern. That makes sense. But like, I worry that without SMC, Shaper decks look just like every other deck in the game. And they can't do the cool thing, which is like bespoke solutions for problems. Like the more they get rid of SMC, I expect Shaper decks to just be like, oh, I'm running 2 of every breaker and then just running my best program. As opposed to being like, I'm running 1 of this and 1 of this and 1 of this. It's also totally worth noting that without SMC in the card pool, Clot is a lot less strong than it is. You actually need to produce your Clot and get it on the table and then eventually simulchip it back. So talking about earlier that NBN could play Fast Advance and play like, you know, smaller agendas and play like Shansen City Grid might make sense. Because SMC Clot threat doesn't exist anymore. I think that's also notable. That's one of the big uses of SMC is to produce clot on certain board states, and they just can't do that anymore. Creative commission is a great example of non-neutral sure gamble effect, but not necessarily the credit restriction. Yeah, that's the sort of ideas of something a bit more interesting in faction. Now I can't play the sick SMC alter. I know. You telling me? You telling me? Lastly, Banhar. This card's absurd. This card's really, really good. It also invalidates Big Ice. It's technically an anti-rush card as much as not an anti-rush card on turn 1. Banhar is very powerful. There's a lot of good Anarch decks right now that are not playing this. This is, I think, a big bummer for Essa as well, because this is just a very nice Essa card. Essa struggles with breaking ice. This one is a bit of a bummer. At least people won't be dying to Nancies that often. But yeah, I don't know. Fun and flavorful card, but like now we're getting to the point, and the monkey paw always curls here where people will be like, ban Boomerang, ban Botulus, ban Banhar. And then at the end of the day, like, I don't genuinely think Netrunner is better when like breaking a 10 strength Pharaohs repeatedly is like the thing you need to do. Right? Like, I generally want cards that deal with big ice. Like, I think Netrunner is more interesting when it's like mid-range ice, like ice that is not absurd to break, but still taxing enough. But at the end of the day, breaking 2 Pharaohs for 10 credits is just, I don't think it's fun. I generally don't see why big strength ice is interesting. It's not. It's just more money. And then the game becomes more about economy and managing economies as opposed to be like getting those fun axes and doing something interesting. Just hush. Yeah, you can just hush. But like, okay, cool. Right? Like people are just going to find the biggest ice and see if you struggle to break it or not. I don't know. I generally like having some amount of cards that you have to play around when it comes to big ice. Again, too, if breaking ice is hard, like other stuff are going to come back. Like Hippo is a bit underplayed right now. Destroy the big ice. That's important. If you have to break the ice, that stuff is good. The one, I think, ice trick that isn't challenged by this is Botulus. I think Botulus looks really good right now. If you can't Boomerang, you can't Banhar. This is the one trick I think Anarchs have in faction. Whether you want to simul-chip this around, again, you can play all the tricks that people are playing right now to deal with Botulus. Magnet kind of fell off a bit, but Magnet seems pretty good right now. And I feel like if you are playing the sort of like Wayland Glacier decks, you're probably going to consider Magnet, because Botulus is the only thing that like really cooks your ice real bad. Tollbooth stocks? Yeah, Tollbooth is good. Well, you get Botulus, but Tollbooth is fine. What's the flavor behind creative commission and VRcation? Are shapers procrastinators who work best under pressure? Let's just say, yeah, maybe, that if you give shapers the time to spend on their work, they will. So it's very important you don't give them the time to, yeah, they have to do the last minute. There's probably something smarter to that. I honestly don't know if we probably mentioned this a long time ago. Yeah. Is a short vacation as good as a long vacation? No. Generally speaking, usually buffing stuff is more fun to players than nerfing. I agree with that. I do agree with that. Inherently, you do by nerfing, you buff other stuff inherently. But yeah, I like it when bad cards become playable. And you will see that, right? Like the idea is that if you can't play Daily Cast, like, or sorry, you can't play Dirty Laundry, like, are people going to play Red Team? Yeah, they're going to consider it. So kind of that works like that. But I do agree with you. Hey, Lockmanus, I think solutions like Botulus are more fair for big strength ice because they're dedicating a card to that ice, whereas Banhar is a one-size-fits-all solution that feels a bit too invalidating. I agree, but you can play around Banhar, right? Like you just put an ice in front of it and res it. Like we've also seen the unironic rhyme as like Banhar tech. I'd argue that when Botulus is on your ice, it's actually incredibly restricting. Like figuring out how to score a 5-3 agenda behind a Botulus ice is near impossible if you don't play Mavirus in your list. You can't install advance because you have to purge. And then you just better off trashing your ice. I think there's more ways to play around Banhar than there is to play on Botulus. It's weird. Hey, Hotspoken Sub. I wonder if the ban list really achieves what it sets out to do. Doesn't it weaken many different runner decks, but only 1 and 2 corp archetypes? Don't get me wrong, the changes are still interesting. Yeah, that's like where I'm a bit worried, is I think there's not enough time to really test this list. I think any information gathered is going to be important. And I don't think we're trying to solve the meta, but I think gathering information is the idea of this ban list. So if people say like, oh, like obviously people are going to just very quickly jam like the outfit deck with no changes and then say like, oh, you don't have SMC, you don't have Boomerang. How are you going to deal with my like very early fast advance and or very early Trebuchet or whatever, Valenchow? Like Boomerang and Valenchow is how you break Valenchow often in Criminal for the early to mid game, let alone Trebuchet. So I don't know. But at the end of the day, this is just to gather information. So I don't know if any part of that can inherently fail, because I think it's very clear that the SPL knows what they want to test, and they're definitely going to get some information. I'll be very interested to hear after this if Tuna wants to post an article to be like, this is the information we gathered. This is what we wish to have gathered more. This is what we were surprised to receive. I don't know if we're going to receive that data. I'd be excited to hear it, obviously. But yeah, I don't know. Boomerang is kind of fine because the shuffle requirement. Boomerang's so good. I went to Worlds playing Hosh without any ways to cheat through ice and always found it like playing from behind. The process Hosh list is a complete opposite with Ben-Hur and Boomerang. Yes. I hadn't played Boomerang Hosh in a long time, and then like playing Saku's list is so refreshing to be like, oh, Boomerang run. Like there's just nothing to it. Boomerang run. I forgot Botch was the remaining common ice cheater. Tollbooth staying in that binder. I also do think like even without SMC, the shaper that is like the least challenged by this is probably Arasana. And if people are rushing harder, which maybe they don't because they don't have Rashida, but like wrist slap Vandal Arasana is a nice way to challenge early ice. Because like if the point of this would be like we want to be able to rush ice, so we stop Boomerang and Banhar and SMC, like you can still rush. I think also like Ob rush decks are in a really good spot. Because like those decks are weak to Boomerang, they're weak to Banhar, arguably, they're weak to SMC, and now being like how weak to Cleaver, right? Like how are you going to charge a border control in turn 1? There's much fewer options. That's already a pretty good play, but like how do you charge a Hordem on turn 1? It's actually really difficult. So like rushing Op is pretty good. Nerfing is easier on test requirements than buffing the whole card pool. Yeah. We can't use Sunset on COs, correct? I think it would have to come up to the organizer, but it's not a competitive thing, so probably not. But I think your tournament organizer can do whatever they want. Essa has been my go-to lately, and I'm not sure the deck anymore without Banhar. Yeah, without Banhar, it's pretty hard. Losing Cleaver is fine. Losing Dirty Laundry Cast doesn't matter. Losing Paladin, like you generally had a 1 or 2 of, but losing Banhar and Essa list is not a great spot to be in. I'm excited for it. I've been playing some Nova versus Empire, and the limitations really make me feel when I'm experiencing primitive Netrunner, which I missed out on. Oh, no way. Sometimes I wish certain interesting but underpowered cards got erratas that just adjust the numbers on them. But patching is a game, yeah, it's very hard to patch a physical game. So I get it. All right, well, we're 2 hours and 45 minutes in. We finally got through the article. I am interested. I'm very interested to see what this format looks like. I think we're going to start by building. How many people on JNet are playing this? I think we definitely should try this out. Obviously, we're going to. That's the thing, too, is like it's weird, too, because like dividing the player base or whatever, how many people are going to be playing this versus something else? And then the upcoming weeks on this channel, what do you expect to see? Like, do you expect us to play Sunset on the Metropole Grid, or do you expect us to play not Sunset? Right? Like, it's hard. I don't know how to interact with this. Let's just see how many people are playing Sunset. COs are standard startup only. By design, they have to be. You can't do an internal CO. Trying to make a murder Empire has been quite exciting admittedly. No, but it doesn't feel like exciting deck building. I think Ari had a chance of being great. Loss of Rashida may slow Corpse to the point that the engine might get set up even without the loss of SMC. Yes, I think Arasana obviously scales well into the late game. That slowing down corporations is arguably pretty good. And Arasana has a really good matchup classically into like that sort of Wayland Glacier type thing, which seems to be the boogie monster. I expect you to finally play ONR. Oh yeah, that's true. I know Jeff played it on the channel, on his channel over the holidays. I haven't checked that stream out yet. Let's play some Sunset as long as the player base is there. Yeah, right? So, also down for Eternal. Hey, Patel. Okay. People are not playing Sunset. No one? No one? What? No one? And I don't think that that's super surprising because people are preparing for a CO this weekend and then this opener next weekend. I don't think it's implemented. Yo, Blum, how's it going? Happy New Year. But I'm assuming it's not implemented, but people would label their lobby, right? Like you would say Sunset lobby. Not that I'm expecting the format to say it, because I don't think it does. Yeah, you'd put in the game title, but nobody put in the game title. Maybe this casual is, but like private games, a lot of private games. Huh. You just got done with my game? Gear Jock in Sunset? Everybody's watching the stream. No, people are playing. I've seen a few people post it in the game title and you get someone. Yeah, okay. So we'll just hope that it works when we put it up. The last 4 games I posted with testing Sunset format and my game name have resulted in playing against standard decks. David, that's not probably good for you. Like, I think if you play a Sunset deck into a standard deck, you're obviously playing from behind. There's no benefit to playing Sunset. It's just a lower power format by design. I feel like until Sunset becomes a formal option on JN, it'll be too tough to get lobbies together. You just label it though. Like it's the same thing that happens when a ban list update happens, but it isn't implemented here. You just say like ban list 3.0 and people respect it. And definitely Fixby, how's it going? In the minority who will miss R+. Also, am I wrong to think that Sunset is more tough on the runner than the corp side in a meta which already slightly corp favored? It's hard to tell. I think losing Rashida is pretty important, but it's hard to tell Fixby. I could see it going either way. All sanctioned events must follow the current standard format unless otherwise approved by NSG. COs may use the startup format without requesting permission. Okay, so you just have to ask. You can ask if you want. I'm pretty sure NSG would be pleased if you ran a CO with the support of your community in the Sunset format. I'm pretty sure they'd be jazzed. There you go. Seti grid. Sunset. Casual. Okay, sick. What are we building? Netrunner TV. Yeah, it's a good lobby name. I thought NG said no to COs with Sunset already. Maybe I misread. They just said it's non-competitive. I think they said they're not running COs. Circuit opener. Sunset is intended for online play. It will not be legal for circuit opener. And oh, okay, never mind. You could ask. You could ask. I don't know. Yeah, apparently they say they're not, but like, what's it going to cost you to ask? Okay. What are we building? So what do we look at this list? I don't want to play Hyper Glacier because I think that's not going to be exciting. So what do we want to play here? On the corp side, we can just play outfit and make no changes. That's like great. You could ask, but I'll let you know that the answer is not going to be yes. That being said, though, like legitimately asking is worth something because then there's an understanding that if they do something like this in the future, there is at least interest. Like, I think not asking if you care to do it is probably not doing it any favors. You know what I mean? Like, you should still ask, even if you know you're going to get a no, just so NSG understands that there's an interest to being. I'm hoping World Tree has legs in a world with no SMC because of my favorite pet card. I think you need SMC, though, to get the World Tree out. Yeah. Vegan outfit is Sunset legal? Yes. I honestly haven't played meat damage outfit in a long time. All right, let's just play outfit. Let's just play base outfit. Oh yeah, not lady killer outfit. I see what you mean. Yeah, that is not meat damage. So let's build a quick outfit deck and then just see. Like, we'll do baby steps. And this is what a lot of people are going to do. They're going to play a deck they know that they have to make a few changes to, and then just see how it feels on the runner side. I wonder how they're planning to collect data on the format, if not via CEO results. They said, Ben, that they're going to run tournaments in the next months or so. I assume they're just going to get, you know, written feedback from GLC or whatever. Also play testing team. But I know they are going to run events. Compile the World Tree out? Yeah, you could. Mid-Feb tournaments. Yeah, there you go. And I think it's good to have the tournaments later on because it's like trying to get data when, you know, the last set was out for like 4 days. It's like really hard. So above the law, we're going to go for, you know, Wayland Fast events. Atlas 3, Reg Cap 3. What else are we playing in this list? How long has it been since I played an Outfits Fast events list? I've been mostly playing Lady Killer. Wait, Lady Killer doesn't fundamentally change, does it? It would be fun if World Tree is good again. Yeah, that's a cool card. I think we do just play it. Lady Killer. Because I don't like big deal outfit. I'm not a big deal outfit person. But I do think that you can actually jam agendas behind ice a bit more consistently. So like you can probably do an Oaktown renovation rush. It's just kind of weird to play Oaktown in the outfit. Like we'd probably be better playing op in this already. Right? Like this agenda suite doesn't scream besides regulatory capture. This doesn't look like an outfit. Oh, because we don't play hostiles. What are you doing? Okay. I don't want to play. If World Tree is good, the game devolves quickly. Yeah, it could be hard. Where are the SDS? I don't think I've played outfit SDS in a really long time. I think because we're playing 3 hostiles, we're incentivized to play 1 3-pointer. Can we play Borehole? They said they don't want them to rush the remote server. They still want them to get into the remote server. So I think we cut one of those. I think we just cut this for a 3-pointer, right? SDS seems fine too, right? Like people have to rely on breakers more. Response sunset for COs, etc. The ban list is presented in a form for testing, not for competitively fair gameplay, unless not robustly tested enough to ensure it. Huh. Okay. That makes sense. Compile a world tree to get out a different world tree for 3 credits. Yes, but you can't trash your own world tree because world tree forces you to trash a different card. So you have to have another program, but I think that is a cromulent line. Okay, so now we have to figure out how to win. We're going to be rushing behind ice. I think this should be an op deck. I think that's obvious, but we'll go to the rest of our stuff. So assets, I don't care about any of these assets. Let me move my face. Generally here we would play 3 Rashidas. We'll play 3 Spin Doctors. I think that's mostly it. I don't know if this list looks amazing. Ice. Okay, so we are playing the outfit, so bad publicity, so we have to watch out for that. We're going to play Rush. Border Control seems good. I think we should play Op. Yeah, we should just play Rush Op. I think I'm going to outfit this deck. Winchester's pretty good. Bad publicity does scale into it well. We'll play the 3 Valenchow, the 3 Trebuchet. Started to play an Isla deck with World Tree because their ability ups your odds of finding World Tree with Mulligan from 50-ish to 70-ish. Isla makes a lot more sense now without SMC. Like, it's generally the best buff you could do to Isla is, like, remove SMC. Because consistency to find the right card, program specifically, like, was not a struggle for Shaper. Now it actually is a bit more tricky. Okay, which is fine because that's basically the state of startup as well. God damn, Kyle. That's rough. That's real mean. What else do we want here? Border Control, Trebuchet, Valenchow. I do think that even with bad publicity, you could consider Winchester. Put Maskarovka in and people demand it. Why? Because it says 3 strength on it? It's funny, like, you don't cleaver through this, right? I think we need some magnets because I think we're going to see Botchalai. We'll play 2 Magnet. We're at 13. We want to be on about 14 to 16. Trebuchet, Winchester, Magnet, Valenchow, Border Control. What's another barrier? Yeah, whatever. Whatever. Would you consider using dark mode in Netrunner B now that's available? I didn't know about that. Is that a thing? I don't think I like it. I don't know how that happened. That happened. Okay. Sure. Genuinely, this hurts my eyes more. Colored text on black background hurts my eyes. I understand that, like, one of the worst things of the stream is when we go from this dark page to, like, suddenly blindingly white, but it's a fair point that I have no response to other than startup being pre-existing in the CO environment, and there have been panel formed in an attempt to fix those issues. Crore, the fact that you responded to that so elegantly, huge respect. This hurts me. This probably helps other people. Let me know what you think about dark mode. I'm not a huge fan of this operation, but it's sick that's the option. Like, fantastic for the devs for adding this. Because, like, I can't tell which of these tabs. Wait, this... Maybe it works. I use light mode everywhere and I'm getting bullied for it. Yeah, me too. I know how it is. Don't worry. We'll play an Audacity. Maybe 2. We should just play Op. I think Op Rush is going to be a really good spot. Yeah, let's just change this. We'll play Op. Hold on. Identity. Op is... Something's wrong with these highlighting the tabs, right? Like, one of these should be highlighted. I feel like some part of dark mode's not working there. Okay, so now we have to build a different deck. So we'll play... How many hostiles you run in an Op deck? So we cut the red caps. We're on Atlas, SDS, drone deployment. We'll cut that. Above the law, hostile Atlas. Okay. I think we'll play Oaktown because we do want to rush one of these out. We're on 17 agenda points here. We probably could consider actually cutting the Oaktowns to run Aziefs, which are good. That's probably fine. We could be a slash and burn game or two. They're pretty good. RA World Tree seems fun for this format. Sassy getting me 3 credits on res and then World Tree away. Yeah, okay. You gotta get through the ice though. As a front end dev, dark mode can be good, but this one doesn't seem well rounded. Hey, Holes, can you extrapolate on that? I'd be really interested to know exactly why that is. Something's wrong here, right? Like, this identity flag is not working. Cutting hostile, I know. Do we just play 21 points though? Third Aziep is better than the third Atlas? You think? Yeah, maybe. I could see it. We have the flexibility. Okay, so Rashida's obviously very good in the list. That's something we want to jam. We can play a bit more upgrades. Like, it's worth noting that every deck now has 3 slots for upgrades or whatever. Like, you have 3 more deck slots because you lost that Rashida. That's kind of a cool thing, right? Like, we can play with more of the card pool. That's neat. So what do we want to play in that slot? Playing 1 Malapur is always like a fun luxury inclusion we can get away with. 11 agendas, 2 hostiles, and 9 agendas, 2 SDS are both good builds. Yeah, the SDS one is interesting too. I think obviously with this, we're going to go for like Mavirus Tucana. So more smaller agendas does feel okay. Is there anything else we want here? It's been a while since I've played Netrunner a little on this. The zero cost slot is now only Spindo. Yeah. Yeah, that is true. The zero cost slot, losing that is good. It's not good. The contrast between the text and the backgrounds don't look right to me. Some highlights on buttons as well. Okay. Thank you. Like this should highlight. We have 2 in our deck and it's not highlighting it. Like something is fundamentally wrong here. The text shadow also doesn't help. Yeah, I don't know. I'll keep trying this, but this adds fee. I don't know if you want to. You could. Okay, we have to fix this. Winchester, honestly, great. Valenchow, we don't play. Magnet's great. Masquerade with border control. Okay, so we'll play 2 envelopments. Code gates. Ice. Yeah, this is not great. This highlighting isn't working. Afshar, I think okay, so we want to play 3 costers at every level. So we'll play 2 sandstones. We have border control. Ugh, I apparently have assets open. No, this is not good. I can't do this. Sorry. Oh, I should have warned you that I was going to get bright really fast. Sorry. Yeah, we changed to ob. Should have warned you about that. I think you do on Masquerade. I feel like Sandstone's better than anything else. Masquerade's great with Cleaver Band. Yeah, but isn't Sandstone even better? Right? Like Sandstone's just good. Sandstone's very sad into botchless. Yeah, but we have like 2.5 magnets and we have Mavirus. I'm not worried about it. Like we're a really good deck into botchless in general, right? Like we extract our stuff. Do we have no assets we want to play? You're missing 1 Regolith and 3 extract. Yeah, I just added the extract. Regolith, yeah, at least one of. We're gonna have a bit of influence to work with. Where's our list of our influence left? So Tucana Mavirus, sorry, it's been a while since I've done this. Code gates as well. I think we can play a Hordem. It's okay. Otherwise, we want a 3-cost code gates. We have magnets. The 2-cost slot is really hard. The only target we have is Rego. I don't think we play Yakov. Sandstone's 3 to 1+ break that reduces Masquerovka 3 forever using Crowder's baseline. Yes. Yeah. Biggest rotation Netrunner history. Coming up, it will be. What else do we want here? I think Treeline actually is like unironically good. Afshar, I don't love Afshar anymore, right? Like we have bad publicity. It's like, I don't know. I feel like it's not great. Cali testing? Yeah, Cali testing is worth considering for sure. No, Cali testing is good in this list. What else are we missing? We have a lot of cards. I would play Cali testing for sure. It's the sort of deck. Sandstone's only better the first time it's encountered, then it's equal to or worse. Yeah, but we might be purging it, so we might get to the better time multiple times. Anvil. I like Anvil a lot. Oh, wait, hold on. We need to play the other one. The Stavka. I'll play 2. I think we will play the really mean. Oh man, you walk away from Netrunner for 2 weeks. Half run? Seamless, yeah. 1 seamless, I guess. Seamless, Skunkworks, Thimblerig, half run, sprint are best your influence options. Yeah, I like Managarm a fair bit. We're at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 ice. We need some more ice. 1 Afshar? I'd rather play Enigma, I'll be honest. I really don't care about Afshar. I don't think Afshar is that taxing anymore. It's like, this is the same as Magnet. I want another taxing code gate, but I don't think we have it. Yeah, half run's good, thank you. What's our seamless for? Tempo. Seamless Atlas is sick. It's not great with Oaktown. Yeah, maybe it's not great. If we had more Atlases, I think seamless Atlas is really good. Off-world office is also a thing. 3rd Sandstone though. We have 3 3-costers here. I'll do 1 to each and see how, like, just, we're allowed to do this, right? I think you're overbuilding your 3-cost slot. We have Enigma, Magnet. Stavka, Winchester are 2 4s. We have 2 Sandstones and a Masquerovka. The 3-cost slot is rough because we don't have a lot of 2-costers. I would like to put more 2-costers back in the deck. More Azyaf than Atlas? Yeah. It gives us some flexibility with the setup, but I think with Seamless we could consider 3 and 2. Tucana on 2. What do we have on 2? Tucana is 2. That's good. Malapur on 1. This gets us our 1 of Audacity, which is great. Yeah, we're going to try Masquerovka, right? Because Cleaver's banned. I think we just want more like weird stuff we can pull. Maryland's probably the premier 2-coster if you have the influence. Yeah, unfortunately we don't. So let's see what like weird upgrades or events or operations we can play, right? Like, Okay. Not that. Let's start with the upgrades. Getting a zero coster we can pull from a deck would be sick. I wonder if Yavkov is good. Thimblerig is very fun. Yeah, Thimblerig is really fun with the interaction with board control. I would argue we could probably drop the Seamless for Thimblerig and the Maryland and feel okay about it. You have no one costers, by the way? I think we have one Malapur. I think we want an Ice Wall. But now we have too many barriers, right? Do we need more Regolith? We probably do. So we can do Ice Wall, we can do Thimblerig, and then we can do a Maryland. I wonder if Maryland Regolith is too much. This is 49, 20. This seems okay. I think we have too much ice though. Because we're at 14, we're at 18 ice. That is too much ice. So I think we can just cut the Ice Wall and play. Oh, Ice Wall's really good though. But Ice Wall's worse in some ways because we have less zero costers. Third Stavka if you have half run. I think that enough people respect Stavka, you might not need 3. What's the Thimblerig board control interaction? Disintegrator, how's it going? So people miss this, right? You have Thimblerig on a remote server or wherever. You have border control on a different server. The runner passes Thimblerig, and then you use Thimblerig once they pass it to swap the border control onto that server the runner's currently running, and then suddenly they have to deal with this text. It's hard to see that coming. A lot of players biff it, but the idea is that if they run and then you res a Thimblerig, you can move a border control from any other server and suddenly end the run. It's cool. You don't have much ice because we gain 3 slots for not having Rashidas. Yeah, you're right. We need more money. We need money and or card draw. So how do you get money into a list? Stavron's going to be so much better without Boomerang Banhar to counter it. That's also a really good point. Yeah, you're right. There's a lot less tricks to do with Stavka half run. Because Boomerang Banhar would big, like you saw that at Worlds. The big way that people played around Stavka and the outermost is they just ran it first click with Banhar. Roughneck, nah. That's why I think Regolith is actually pretty good. Like we might want to do double Regolith because Regolith is just a really good on-tempo card. Oh, a better on-tempo card in Op than anything else. Like maybe it's another hostile to deal with the money we lost. But yeah, money's going to be a problem. Because like we just extract hedge fund, Rego, Maryland. How do you get money? This is where like you have to know the card pool. Like, do we do a Yakov unironically? I don't think this card's good enough. Wall to wall is a one of, you think? Are we rich enough to res envelopment? It might be the cut. I think we are rich enough to res envelopment because envelopment generally becomes a 4-coster. Turn the second magnet into a sprint. Man, I'm really hot on magnet right now because I think a lot of people are going to be on Botulus. I'm not excited to do that. Like maybe we cut calibration testing for like a 2 influence card in sprint. Wall to wall? Trank grid? Genuinely, yeah, maybe. Like those cards are cool. Second Magnus or third Mavirus. Mavirus is a busted card in the deck because it becomes half run at instant speed. It becomes Regolith at instant speed. Maryland abstractly instant speed. This is like one of the best cards in the deck. I definitely want to try Yaka, but losing Rashida synergy is sad, yeah. Kali for seamless sprint is also good. Okay. Like seamless seems better. People can't rush. Now we have to cut a card. I think we have too much ice. Let's try this. Mavirus is definitely clutch. Yeah, Mavirus seems good. Andre, can you save the deck, then hard refresh? Yeah, why? What's up? Do you have to have a Sandstone res to pop a Mavirus? No, you can purge whatever, even if it doesn't change board state. Okay, hard refresh. Alec wants to try this out. So we go this, we'll go edit. I hard refresh, like control F5 refresh, right? You might have cache CSS JS and that's why things look weird. Okay, I'll try it again. It's not right though, because like technically we have operation and something else. So at least it's highlighting it, but the fact that this is not working, like that's not right. If I hit 2, it highlights it, but if I add another 2, it blanks the other one. So something is wrong where it's only keeping the last one. You know what I mean? Because like this should still highlight 2, right? Like if we go to, sorry, it's going to get bright in a second. 3, 2, 1. Right? Like these numbers are, it's hard. It's not the easiest to see them even in bright mode, but they're shadowed. Yeah, no, I'm glad to test it. Is Subliminal better in Sunset without Dirty Laundry? No. I don't think decks are making less runs because they don't have Dirty Laundry. Like if people are dirty laundering archives just because that now makes sense to them, I don't think that's a big change to Subliminal. Inherently too, like without daily cast, there's a chance that there's more run-based reasons why you need to run. I would be surprised. I don't think it's like a very obvious change that we need to capitalize on. Thank you. Yeah, of course. I will never understand no change of game state and what it is or isn't. You're just allowed to purge whenever. But technically, yeah, no change in game state is definitely a topic for the game. Okay, so we'll do corp deck, sun, take one, op. Not a supported format. That's totally fine. Probably not worth the dev time for how long this is going to be around for. That's okay. I feel like Icewall's a bit sus with no Rashida. The thing that you can do that this deck doesn't do that I prefer Icewall for is you can score out an Icewall with slash and burn, and then you can score out an Ozief and get a spin doctor. We don't have that line because our agenda suite is not on slash and burn, but I think that's a good reason to have Icewall that we're not capitalizing on. I think 18 ice is too many. We'll see. We'll see. I agree. I think not having Rashida does challenge the 1-cost slot a fair bit. I saw what Spin Doctor is good. It's good. It's definitely okay. Hey, Happy New Year. Cool to try some Sunset. Yeah, the interaction with Icewall into a Spin Doctor is really good. Let's do it. All right. So assuming, ooh, Alice, cool. We get our secret numbers there. What do they mean? What is this? Oh, I've seen this one before. Okay. Okay. What targets are left? Just Spin Doctor. Spin Doctor is the only 0-coster in our list. I think that's correct. It's a Mavirus and Above the Law. You can read the text of the names here. Sorry, 1 second. No idea what that's about. This is not a great hand. We have 18 ice. We've drawn none of them. We just want to put something annoying on archives. Apparently, it's going to be a sprint we're going to throw in the archives. Like, we're just going to push an Oaktown behind envelopment. Like, I don't know how Alice deals with an envelopment early. I think I've seen some Alice lists that are like Chistushkaing us. That could be a problem. Like, yeah, no way around that. But we have somehow drawn no ice. So Alice says, run archives. We have to discard a card. I'm okay discarding a sprint if we need to. I think if we do this, we get ruined by Chistushka. I think we have to respect Chistushka here. I think Alice does play Sabotage. There's a chance that like Sabotage and S is a bit harder without Banhar, so you just play something else. Thanks, you too. This is a hard open. How do you open this? Like, maybe we sprint and slow down a turn. I think that's fair. I just don't want to get rid of any of these cards. I don't think we sprint. I think we open with Spin Doctor because they at least have to challenge the Spin Doctor before running archives is relevant. Only sort of, though, because you have to discard the card and like you can't Spin Doctor to repair the thing. Return my favorite face down corp card. Yeah, we'll try and find ice for HQ. Like just anything. Fuck. Fuck. 17 ice and 41 cards and face down corp card. How did we put too much ice in our deck and we did 2 mulligans and we've seen 1 ice? Yeah, that's bad. That's really bad. So we could sprint here. I guess we do. Border control HQ, like that's not great. Shuffle 2 cards into R&D. So we don't really want an Oaktown, a second Oaktown in hand. We actually don't mind it. It'll be behind a border control. I don't know how they deal with border control early. Like, yeah, tell me about it. Just drawn to your ice with the Rashida? Yeah. So we'll get the stuff back in their deck that we want to produce at instant speed. Tucana would be a nice way to snowball forward if we can. We don't need Seamless in this hand. We don't need a second extract. Second extract? That's a rubbish start. Now, if we throw out the Oaktown, we have to pop the Spin Doctor sooner than later. So I'm just going to throw out... I think the Tucana is the least good card in this hand. I'd shuffle both Oaktowns. I want to make Alice not relevant. So like if we throw out both Oaktowns, we have to discard an Alice card after we shuffle the Spin Doctor. Okay, something's going wrong. That's an Aeneas informant. So that card text is there. We can consider shuffling here first. I don't want to. Hostile off the top. That's rough. Run archives. Okay, we'll throw out, I think, an extract. Extracting the development is actually pretty good. I think we'll get rid of the Regolith. Oh, you meant with sprint. Yeah, that's fair, but I want to push this turn. Oh, that's cool. That's neat. Oh, that's cool. That's good. That's a good one. Oh boy. All right. There's 16 ice in there. Yeah, I wanted to keep one oak down because this is our play on the following turn. I think the chance of them finding agendas there was not that great, but 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 9 points in the top, like whatever we've drawn through. This is not a good start. You were taking the regolith? Gotcha. It's a modern SMC, right? It's a ball. Strike fund. Cool. So there's some sort of strike fund synergy, I imagine. I wonder if strike fund just becomes slightly more playable because there's less econ cards. Ice Carver kind of supports, you know, fixed strength breakers. So we'll see where that comes in. Oaktown commits you to a whole turn. Yeah, but I'm assuming this Oaktown's safe for 2 turns, and then like maybe we could have put a Toucan on top of it, but I don't have to score this Oaktown out. It's totally safe behind a development. Ice Carver and Moshing. Yeah, Moshing is a reason to play Strike Fund regardless, of course. But I don't think we have to score this out anytime soon. I'm not shuffling here. We're going to lose the Extract from hand, though. Again, it is technically like Sabotage. Like, this is HQ pressure. This is classic Jeff on stream game. I know. I've seen it. I've been there. Okay, so we can advance this once if we want. We have to make sure we don't overextend. So I'm going to draw once. This is sick. Now we can leave R&D open, right? We just need a card that we discard here. I think we draw again. Holy shit. What's going on? I think Sunset, like, they saw, oh, we got rid of attitude adjustment. We got rid of that Wayland one. Here you go. Oh man, Andre draw better. 2024, let's go. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's only 7 points in 34 cards. This is wild. This is wild, yeah. Yeah, no, this happens. It's fine. This happens. You can't. It's okay. At least R&D's totally safe here. They're not hitting Aeneas either. Like, they're not hitting Trashables. That's probably nice. So at least next time we can do advanced jam, Atlas, maybe. Enjoy. This is another argument for the regolith line. I don't think we played at this. Stop saying R&D is safe. It's summoning agendas. I think we ice archives. Okay, so if we don't score this out, this res takes us down to 4. We have to ice up archives. I'm just going to score it. Talking about the cards presently in HQ. Oh, like keeping the Oaktown? Yeah, I don't know if I would have, like, I don't think this is the board state we play into or around. But we have to be able to res both of these. They Toucan it. Okay. It's a spin doctor, so they can get a shuffle here. We have to pop this, otherwise they just click for a credit, right? Because they bounce it. So there's a Toucan off the top, but it's going back into the deck. So we'll get back in. I think a sprint is important here. And a Magnet might be an issue for them. We have 3 of Iris, mind you. Like the Fermenter at some point, these accesses are a bit sketchy. We have another Magnet in the deck that we can pull on 3-coster. I think the Rego is a 2-coster is fine. That might be wrong. I think actually maybe it's more important to have an Extract. They're just playing for singles and it's working out for them, but like you have to see your single, oh, Spin Doctor at the top. Your single luck can only be so good. You have to build your board state here. If you plan to rush Oaktown without being able to res both ice and the HQ ice, it's not better than just jamming the Oaktown turn 1. Huh. That's a regolith. I think we just jam out this Oaktown. So this res goes down to 6. We have to res both of these. This ideally we res for 3. It's hard. Maybe. Oh, fuck. This is still fine because we get a border control, right? Oh, sorry. Sorry. Counter 0. So this subroutine still fires though. So we do get the border control from my deck. Neat. Yeah, so the text on this is blanked. So it just has a Trash Desire subroutine, which means we can get a 4-coster. So, well, oops. I'll just fire it this way. Trash this ice, use op. So now it's a forecaster. So we'll get the border control over there. If they can get through the border control, we're in a bad spot. Yeah, now it's a border control, yeah. So they only have one click left here. They can go R&D for single. And ES Informant, mind you, is like as an econ card is very reasonable when econ cards are challenged. Oh shit. Yeah, I forgot. It doesn't end the run. Yeah, it doesn't ETR, yeah. So they just make the run here. We're not gonna trash this because then it was hushed. The hush part, yeah, doesn't matter. I was trashing it, but I forgot. It doesn't end the run. It just gets the ice. Well, we're cooked. We're pretty cooked here. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And there's only one more spin doctor. They took the money. A beautiful Maskarovka. We have to play from behind here. It's only a matter of time before they go HQ. I'm going to go. If we push this, like, what are we doing? We're just getting money? We can't really afford to res ice. Like, we have to res both of these. So if we keep the regolith, they run archives, we lose. So this actually probably isn't the play. It's really, really hard to play from this far behind. Because if we put the Maskarovka on R&D, we res that. Hopefully it gets us 2 credits, then we can res HQ. Yeah, we might have to just, like, lick our wounds for a turn. I'll draw once. Put the regolith and take 2. Leaving R&D open is fine. But we need to keep 1 card in hand. I don't want to show what this is. They might go ham for this. Hush border control is like, they committed a lot to that. But like, here they haven't been drawing. And they have a 50 card deck. We can lose to any axis here. It's just not very likely. Because we know where all the agendas are. Take 6? Yeah, I should have just resed it anyways. Because I don't think they're going to challenge this. And just getting the regolith down to a 1 coster is more important. We shouldn't have clicked for credits. We should have taken 6. I didn't think they were going to run that. They know we have a Stavka. So, res, take. We'll do that, I think. Yeah, showing it doesn't matter. No, you're totally right. And we need to empty this sooner to get a 1 coster to get the remote server. They could have considered challenging it. Now with the Croter, they might. Now they know that we have a Stavka. All right, so this is 1 credit cheaper to install, but 1 credit more to break the border control if you want to break all of it. Stavkaing that is nice. Hedge fund, okay. So they run HQ, we lose. So we kind of need the Stavka there, but then we're not playing to win, we're playing to not lose. And now we have to click for credit here, because if we can't throw out the hedge fund, if they can break the Whoredom somehow. Huh. Second Aeneas. Oh, cards loaded. That's cool. This is not easy. We don't have any true defensive upgrades either. And like, yeah. This is not good. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So there's only like 4 agendas in R&D. Being an 18 ice seems like you replace the Rashidas with ice since a lot of ops are closer to 15 ice. I think the list needs to replace that ice with gas, but I don't know what gas is. Yeah, no, I think that's totally true. Like we just feel slow. Like we generally do feel a fair bit slower. That's a hard thing to like, to address. If they run archives, we lose if we play this hedge fund. I'm assuming something's going to get rezzed here, so having to score this out is okay. Armed acid protection? I don't think I would call it gas. How much money does it even get us here? Like resource, upgrade, ice, operation. That's probably some money. They botched us the Hippo, a Xanadu, and a botched us. That's just second Xanadu. Oh no, the Ice Carver. They're in Xanadu. Stavka seems like a strong ice, but I doubt it. Hey, Patrick, yeah, it is Sunset. So unfortunately, we have to squad the ZF, which means we have to trash an installed card. They're on triple Aeneas. Okay. It does 2 meat damage. That's kind of cool. We haven't seen any steel skins so far. Oh no, we've seen 1. Yeah, we've seen 1. So we could go for it. I kind of don't want to. Because we can't trash this. We can't trash this. They have to respect Stavkas. Full Mars LARP attack. Thinking. Stavka seems strong. I doubt it ever be to put it to good use. Sacrificing my own stuff as gameplay mechanic. My brain just can't seem to wrap around. Oh, it's really good though. Like if we trash these programs, we kind of win the game, and you can just trash whatever. You can even trash the agenda. I was never as low as 50 nice for what it's worth. Yeah, I would seem to play slightly more than 15. I need an upgrade here. Like the Zep seems way harder. If we scored, what we're just trashing. Like this is bad. Yeah, if we emptied the regolith faster, we'd be in a good spot. I think we don't score. We're just going to trash that next turn. The deck is a lot faster when it succeeds at emptying a regolith and getting a malapert and chaining seamlesses, which is also why the regolith is better than pushing the first 2 points. Yeah, I could see that. Lib. Hey, it's economy. That doesn't need interaction. You can play that anywhere. Seamless. I think we just have to score this out, unfortunately. They lost a Clot and a Maw. They're on Clot. I wonder if they're actually on ways to produce the Clot like Simulchip. I have to get mauled by these sorts of cards on the receiving end. Which ones? Aziev? Like they're playing, you know, just fundamentalist. Admittedly kind of boring Netrunner. Like this is just like numbers matter Netrunner. And that's not a criticism. But like if that's how people are going to react to, I don't know if this is the obvious reaction to it, but like Liberate counts, I think you're going to see more of it. For sure you are. I think you are going to see a bit more Aeneas. It's good. It's low influence. It's an econ package. I wonder if they're on Conduit. Oh, they're on also on Gachapon, so that's how we play around Clot. Okay, they have the whole Breaker Suite. Now, admittedly, a 7-strength Stavka is still hard. We also have like way less things to bluff in a remote server that look like agendas. That's also a big thing of Rashida. It's like putting Rashida here in the remote server is a really good play. Unfortunately, we don't have a really good play here. But Corroder into Envelopment is probably a bit cursed. Sacrifice your own stuff to make your work types. Mod's another example. I never managed to use that thing. Oh, yeah, Mod's great. Just afford it and run. That's all you got to really do. Like here, I want to put something in the remote server. That's good. But it's only now a matter of time before they start bearing down on archives. Feed me red decks through IV straight to my veins. Wow. I think we had a terrible draw. But how bad is not having Rashida? So we're going to res this so we can go get a Spin Doctor, which will fix our hand a bit. I think we have to put in server 2 so they can't just like bounce off of it. This is our first Mavirus. So now Sopka is 7 strength. So if they want to break it, it's pretty expensive. They can do it. It's pretty expensive. It's 8 credits. That's something. We also unfortunately used the Stavka here. So the border control is only going to be 2 more credits. We could easily lose on this run. Grip on too many games which teach you to be protective of your own stuff, I guess. Oh, you got to play some more Anarch. You got to embrace it. You got to destroy your own stuff. The games are not that long. You don't need everything. The other option here, actually, what it might have been right. We could have staff cut the border control to get half run. That might have been better. That actually might have been better. I don't have many of each of these breakers they have. They might have Simulchip somewhere. Oh, now they're... I should have asked for action first, but now they show a second Corroder and they have a Botulus here. They're pulling Fermenter. Half run is a 2, not a 3? Oh, shit. Yeah, never mind. You're right. Yeah, we have to trash a 3-coster. They pay 8. They got a Fermenter down. That probably is their last Corroder. Could be it. Seamless. Nice. No subroutines fired. I also don't know how much it matters, but like there's no longer any infinite econ cards besides like, I guess Aeneas type things, but like Fermenter has a shelf life technically. But like Paladin now, like decks do run out of money, which is also a big reason to play like late game Glacier. I would be happy to play late game Glacier against this deck, right? Like barring the Hush. Like Corroder's really bad into big barriers. 3 companions do exist. Isn't it 2? Yeah, there's 3. You're right. The board gets so noisy with all the extra text. Wait, which ones? Wait, the card text? I love it. Uses emergency shutdown to de-res border control. Okay, so they're in Xanadu as well. So that makes some amount of sense. Yeah, thinking what I'm thinking. Lizard, weird dog, and cat. Is that what that meant? All 3 companions? Is that what that joke meant? The in-joke? I heard that one recently. We could just Audacity this dang hand. It seems a bit messed up. We probably don't want to do it. But we could Audacity this hand. That puts us on game point. I think we do it. There's only one more hostile in the deck, though. But, like, why shouldn't I, you know? We could trash the Stavka to get a 3-coster. The Sandstone is actually pretty good in the Crowder. They have to bounce down off of it. I'm going to do it. Like, we're playing from behind. Let's do a weird thing. Get 3-cost res so you can safely seamless the Atlas. Oh, with half run? We could also do this, though. Score. 3-cost. I think we'll get the Sandstone. Unity into Enigma is also pretty okay. It's at least 2 to 3 credits. 2 for Magnet. I think we'll do the Sandstone on HQ. Technically the game's in R&D and they know that. Okay, let's do that. Rat, lizard, weird dog, fish is Puemo, Miami, talking fun. I didn't understand that. Wait, rat is Puemo. Okay. Lizard is Miami. Yeah. Taka is weird dog. Puemo's fish. Okay, no, that makes sense. Okay, so we have to run archives or spin doctor at some point. How do we win? We have to draw the last hostile somehow through R&D lock. Now, Maskarovka is actually pretty good. It's 2 to 3 credits. It'll probably be 2 credits, but it is looking okay until they put down an ice carver. And still then it's 2 credits. Seems okay. Eli 1.0, mind you, is a 4-credit break if people are corrodering it. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Their economy isn't stellar. They still have to respect Stavka. They're going for it. They're just going to bounce off of the Sandy Stone. 2 credits, draw a card. Fine. Lower the Sandstone. They need to keep lowering this thing, though. We have a 1 in 17 here. I think they should run archives here. Like, we're on 6 credits. We can barely res 1 ice. And like, it forces the Spin Doctor. And the Spin Doctor is really ugly because we have to pop it before the Axis. So one of the 2 cards we draw off the Spin Doctor, they eat. I think they really should run archives here. I don't think they're worried about Stavka on archives. Moshing. Like, we can top deck a hostile and win. Steelskin Strike Fund. Oof. Damn. You're not drawing off the spin? Yeah, right. So the more we draw, the more ugly it is for the border control. We can always Spin Doctor first. The Dastard getting back is interesting. I think we just draw a bunch. We're not going to draw agendas. We know where all the agendas are. Besides that one. That one was a surprise. They need to pop Fermenter if they want to run archives, though. That's true, yeah. That is true, but that's not that difficult for them. I think we'll see HQ runs here, and then the 1 and 4 just wins the game. Like, they can pop Fermenter, run archives, run HQ, and then it's a 1 and 3 potentially. Wow. This is not what I expected. Why this? So now we can use the Stavka to get something better on HQ. I think of... Oh, but then we can't res stuff. I think we do this. Because then we trash the border control to get a res 3-coster in HQ. Forcing to shuffle agendas? Yeah, but you just run archives to do that, don't you? I think this is going to put us to 2 credits, which is obnoxious. But I'm going to do it. Res Stavka tutor half run? At the cost of the Sandstone, that can't be correct. Unless it is. No, we're on 2 credits. We can't afford to. I don't think we can afford to. Oh, that's bad though. It is though, yeah, but then they run HQ and probably win. Wait, where the heck is the half run? Oh, because we trashed a 4-coster. We don't have half run? We do. It's just it's a 2-coster. Like here them paying 8 is probably good enough. You absolutely half run here? Do you? Maybe you do. Yeah, maybe you do. Because then we can trash these two. Yeah, maybe that is wrong. This means that we don't have the audacity back in the deck. You 100% half run here? Well. If it isn't the consequences of our actions. So if we half run there, we trash the sandstone, which eventually this becomes middling. You had the credits to install it and kill their Unity and Crowder. Oh yeah, we definitely had the credits to install it. The question was whether they can win off Centrals that turn, because we're down to 2 credits, and then they can break our stuff. Because we have an open R&D. The open R&D is not that bad. The open HQ and 2 credits is what I was worried about. Because like they have a huge incentive around 2 credits to slam, so they started hitting things with their Neos informant. Like they need to get accesses to get money. I don't know if I would say 100%, but I could see it being pretty good. But here now we have everything iced up a bit better, right? Yeah, we're only on a single audacity, unfortunately. Here, I think they ferment run archives, run essential, maybe. But like, if we stop half run them, like all they do is try and win that turn because they don't have another corroder, and we're on 2 credits. And I think we lose to that more often than not. Right? Like then they run archives, run HQ, run R&D, something like that. I think at this point in the game, if you knock out the corroder, you probably lock out. Yeah, but we have to survive this turn. Holy shit. Oh, that's a problem. That's not good. Yeah, we have to survive this turn. I don't think our odds of surviving this turn are bad. Like, I don't think we survive this turn. But yeah, this is what happens. They send essentials. Okay, Enigma. Lost them a virus. No, we lost the Enigma. They know that. Top deck hostile? Shit. We don't have money, but neither do they. I think we click for 3 credits. Does the virus get us any sort of economy card? I think we have Maryland. It's in the bin. And I think we have Regolith. It's in the bin. I don't think trashing the sandstone change your odds that much, to be honest. But it's also more so about like running HQ. Yeah, I could see it. I could see it. It's worth noting that if we have a virus on the table, if they run through Stavka, we can still half run them. Like our chances of half running are not over. I think we'll draw once. Oh, that was bad. Yeah, maybe getting a virus on the table, but like they have no reason to run the Stavka. Like our play maybe is put them a virus in their mode server so they run it and then we Stavka half run them. Because like you can do it on a res Stavka. People don't realize that a lot. Now we have a lot of different ways we lose this. Res border control going down to 0. I think we have to. Then they run archives. We could just end this run. Do you jam a virus just to have something in their mode? I don't know. Maybe. They might run it. Would have installed the border control? Where? Here we can get a 3-coster from our deck. I think we don't actually have any 3-costers besides one more magnet. You go into a virus on half run? I don't think we have the money to do it. Do we have the money even to do that? Like we install border control here, we res it. I think baiting them to virus themselves into a Stavka is like the line. Here they have a 40% to hit and then they run last click into archives for sure. We also are no longer threatening to win next turn. Like we're so cooked on so many angles. If we crack the border control, they go back for 2. We can get another magnet there. I think that's fine. I think we have to do it. We're on 1 magnet, turns out. You can't stop run with the res Stavka? Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can res a virus whenever you want to get a half run. I thought so. Doesn't matter, strength 2? Yeah, but then they can't break it. Like half run says that they can't break with echelon, so it fires. The strength is relevant. They just can't break the subroutines. Hey, Renata, how's it going? It went well. How was your holidays? Happy New Year. Thanks for asking. No, you can definitely half run people into res dice. Nobody does it though. I don't know why. It seems really good. Yeah. Oh, I see. Half run makes it so they can't break. Yeah, that's totally true. Oh, we are so cooked here. Like the only way we win is if they biff on their axis and we top deck the one hostile and 11 cards. But like this game was a bad game. I do legitimately like you did feel like Rashida. We have no smoothing. Like we're kind of at the whim of the top of the deck, and we don't have good money. I think we misplayed this. I mean, you can trash a card without res Tafka, but you're talking to use the Mavirus to trash. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we trashed the Mavirus on our ability. So here we lose 2 cards a turn. Shit. Our Mavirus. Now, if they don't trash that, they get Aeneas 3 credits, and then they maw a card. Extracted smoothly, we just shuffled away sprint. Yeah. We lost a boarding control. Wow. We're still alive. I think they should just go back though. E shutdown. Cool. We can't let them run for here for free. Like E shutdown's good and annoying, but it's only annoying because we don't have a functional economy here. Oh, there you go. That was bad. Oh, was it a good game? Let's try that again. Close one. Oh, I was really far away. I drew a lot of agendas real fast. Yeah, I have no threat. Single audacity in the bin. One more hostile. 4 points in hand. Yeah. Yeah, no, that was not as close as I think it seemed on their side. Funny enough, yeah, emergency shutdown was annoying. They never derez anything that costs more than 3 or 4. Our early challenge play, we're gonna draw in above the law. We have 1 hostile down. Yeah, we don't win that. I think we trashed their breakers. We had a chance. We had to survive that turn. So I think we could play that better. I think we would love the Winchester on HQ. That's genuinely pretty annoying. Like they break that for up to 5 credits. Magnet on HQ is not fantastic there. But yeah, I think we had a bad opening and we didn't play it perfectly. Hey, cheers. Thanks again. More audacity, more sprint. I honestly don't know. I think we just have to play better. We also like didn't draw any ice. Like we drew on a weird side of the bell curve, which I don't think is what we're expecting. Like I think drawing into an ice after a mulligan is probably good. Let's try again. Slash and burn. I think if we do slash and burn, we have to change a fair bit more of the deck. But slash and burn is a nice way to deal with agenda flood in a way that is like inherently deals with agenda flood on 2 angles. But you need more 1-costers. Because you can't slash and burn without access to Spin Doctor that easily. It was not a very informative playtesting game, but I could see more sprints. Yeah, it wasn't very informative. That's like way outside of what the game should have looked like. But it's okay. We'll get there. It did show the strength of Rashida, though. It's just like, it's nice to have cards that you could put in the remote server. And we do have a fair bit of upgrades, but like, again, it's really nice to have a card to put an upgrade, a card to put in the remote server that the runner wants to consider running. That isn't, you know, going to cost you the game when you're that far behind. But just putting stuff in the remote server is really good. It's like, you could sell it to Aesop's pawn shop idea. If the runner runs it, sick. I worry we're not going to find a sunset game really quickly. Again, I think so many of these players are like preparing for CBIs and games this weekend, so that you're just not going to see a lot of people playing Sunset. We have 1 game. I think that's a bummer. It's just like unfortunate timing because there's some competitive events. Hey, Code, how's it going? Happy holidays. Happy New Year. Have you been playing any Sunset? Met up with friends from my old men and played with a battle deck spreadsheet I made for the occasion. It was a good time. Battle deck spreadsheet? What does that mean? Also, Renata, did you play any Earthburn Rangers so far? I was streaming standard earlier. Oh, nice. Are you playing on the weekend or the next weekend? A drink jar. Now that's a new one to me. Oh, we've been drinking out of jars for a long time now. You got to recycle your stuff. Okay, Essa. So Essa, we got some HQ pressure coming off. Losing Banhar seems pretty rough for Essa, but losing Cleaver means that you're more likely to see Beganot for sure. Bigamot. That means trashing programs is actually kind of relevant. So icing up HQ is good. Magnet's really good because we're going to expect some Botulises. This hand is not bad, but it doesn't have a play. I feel like our plays are going to be so much more minimal now that we don't have Rashidas. Like, that's a really big thing, is that I love having an opening play in most decks. And like, I feel like having a play now in HB or in Wayland is going to be a lot harder because very often your play was Rashida. So I don't know about that. Again, Rashida's cool. Tell on a high from B-Blum. Okay. It took me a while, but I got there. Pittsburgh Meta, let's go. Pittsburgh Meta seems really cool. There's a lot of really nice people playing that area. Organ Mall. Is there a tournament coming up? Yeah, there's a big one being ran on the weekend. I think Man in the Moon is running it, and then there's the circuit opener next weekend. But that one's invitational based. I don't know if you were playing this year or not. All right, Hostel's technically a play, but we're going to ice up Centrals first. First Sunset game of the format. For me, that one. I'm pretty stoked the ban list for that format takes good power level down a notch, which seems good. So far as a corporation, I've been finding out, and we haven't built a great deck. We flooded up really bad there, but it doesn't feel like we have good early plays anymore. That's the Rashida issue, huh? Ice Wall for HQ. I'll do Magnet for HQ, I think. Eventually the Ice Wall will graduate to be something else, but Botulus into Shestushka is probably the most easy way to challenge Centrals. PGA should represent. Spin Doctor on the table is good. I don't mind if they finality R&D turn 1. Like, what can we do about it? We can ice up a Spin Doctor, which is actually kind of fine too. We'll have to res the Ice Wall to protect it. We want to end up on 2 credits here. We could just do credit. But getting the Spin Doctor down means like the early Ghost Tongue install, stuff like that is not very powerful. SMI June to op is like a pretty bad matchup in general for Wayland. Let's just ice up R&D. Hopefully we get a better ice for the remote server soon enough after we score the hostile and it matters in 2 turns. Is it an open invite somewhere? Check out Always Be Running. The circuit opener, you have to win an invite. But the one on the weekend, I think, is just open. It's just like $15 entry, something like that. Clicking for credit seems better in Sunset than Standard. This hand is better. Yeah. Bravado. We can afford to pay 1. It's nice to have an Ice Wall that's res, so we can IZF there, but that's a lot of influence already. If time to extract it away. Now we'll res the Magnet. Trashing a Spin Doctor would be bad. Hostile, we can unprotect. So we're going to show our hand here. It's unfortunate the Magnet's resed sooner than it's probably going to be relevant in this matchup. Rashid can't be the only good start, though. There got to be other options. Like what? Getting a Regolith on the table, I think, was a line that we should have gone for. We probably get Shestushka here if they have the breaker. But, like, outside of Rashida, if you ran on Marilyn or a Nico, sure. Like a Tranquility home grade. I honestly don't know what you're excited to put in a remote server. What are you excited to put in a remote server? Wall to wall? Probably wall to wall actually is like a mini Rashid in this deck. Yeah, that's probably worth playing. I think Jeff was right. Buzzsaw, okay, so HQ's, I don't like installing that last click because we have a whole turn to react to it. But that is a real breaker. So now we'll Spin Doctor for some cards. Shit. 2 cost ice in the deck, not real. Daily Quest, I guess, but that's influence. That's a lot of influence too. So we can put the half run there. Unfortunately, this breaks for 1 credit eventually. Oh, Monty said, you'll be at the Pittsburgh CO the weekend. Let's go. Oh, sick. Snare? What? Oaktown? Yeah, Oaktown is our good play. Oaktown is our good play, but we've had to ice up Centrals a bit. So what do we do here, right? Like, Mavirus gets us 2 cost ice. What do we have? Thimble Rig doesn't do anything. Oh, cards with remotes over Snare. Okay. We have to ice up HQ a bit better than this. The half run, we can just decide to res only when there's a Shestushka because it does blank the Buzzsaw. I think that's reasonable. If we draw once more, we'll be on 7. We have to discard. So I think we actually just get a upgrade on a central server, and then we can make this a Regolith if we really want to. If we put this on HQ, they also might be a bit scared of it. But I think it's safer here. I think we just need to protect it. Yeah, wall to wall seems okay. Cerebral Overrider? Nah, it's not going to do anything. Wildcat, you can have the money here. I think you're going to see more cards like this again without Dirty Laundry. You have to play the weird in-faction cards. I think that's for the better. Harvard HQ Mavirus for Regulator is a good blind. Yeah, I think that's what we went for. I wonder if we purge right away just to get the, what's it called, down. They definitely trashed that for 1 credit. It's a pretty bad Spin Doctor. At least we have 2 more Spin Doctors. Carmen. All right. Reg Breakers, go. Do we Mavirus here and to get money off of the thing? I think we do. I think we just need money here. So we'll res Purge. We didn't draw ice somehow. Again, Rashida. Regolith. New. They only trashed us for 2 credits. I wish we could have iced this up. Maybe not the play to go for. Maybe we could have drawn there once. Because they trash us for 2, and they do. Like, a lot of people, some people underevaluate this because they're like, it's just 6 credits, but it's not only 6 credits, 6 credits and a 1 coster. That's huge. Yeah, I would have waited till we have ice. Yeah, I immediately regret that. I think they should. If they don't trash that, we're in a really bad spot. Oh, that's even better, I guess. Again, Anarch Dirty Laundry. We don't have another Regolith. There's a Botulus. Botulus half run, that's fine. So if they just Dushka, we still get them with the half run. Oh. Maybe Rashida's a 10 and other options feel like an 8 or something, but then the runner won't be able to get into the run server so easily. Maybe that's enough. I'm not sure. What is this? Oh, it's a big one. So they have the whole breaker suite down. So like just rushing breakers. This is wild too, right? Like, hold on. Do that Audacity we kind of want to keep. It's hard to play in the matchup, but it's a win condition. A virus is really flexible because it gets our second Tucana and it's just good. I'll do this. We also hedge fund. So like what we saw in someone in the last game, but in this game too, like imagine that this is an ESSA matchup and ESSA rushed breakers, right? Like the more that you challenge, and this is not a criticism, but the more that you challenge the other interesting ways to break ice, the game, for better or for worse, comes down to just get your breakers down and have money in math, right? Is that a more interesting game? It might genuinely not be. Like it might genuinely not be. And this is, I think, is a pretty good draw, but like, hey, welcome. It's end of turn 4. The runner has all 3 breakers down. That is weird. That is genuinely weird. Is it more fun to play around Banhar, to play around Boomerang, to play on Botchus? Maybe. Now the money is the question, do they have the money? Is ESSA going to benefit from Sunset, from what I recall from its build? I don't think so. I think ESSA really likes Banhar, but you don't really play Cleaver that often. Maybe. But Banhar is gone. That's not great for ESSA. But like so far in the decks we play, they'd just be like, get your breakers out. Which like, yeah, that technically describes Netrunner, but you know what I mean? The game is always get your breakers out and rush money. Just something with those breakers or money is a bit weird. It's just like, I don't know. I think breakers are more interesting when they're not money piles. And so far, Carmen's a money pile. Buzzsaw is something different, at least. We're going to wait for Chistushka. I think we're going to get a Spin Doctor and we're going to protect it, hopefully with a border control. Not great. Winchester on the remote server is like kind of annoying. Pharaohs makes Begamut sad. Yeah, but they just hush it and or take enough core damage. Blunder probably thinks the half run Stavka. Yeah, 100%. I think they are going to eventually, like before they run. Mind you, their MU is chewed up now, but they're going to like hush this and run. Actually, hushing this is really good because that means they do hit a thing. I wonder if we Winchester it. We need to ice this up. We need to ice this up by law. So I think we just like Winchester hedge fund. This is a really ugly draw. But I think that's a really big thing now. Without Rashida firing, we are having to play our top decks a bit cleaner. I want to play this way slower than this. Like I'm overextending. Like I'm very overextending in every game. I think we need to ice this spin. Because they can't trust Stushka if we ice this spin. Disposable one-shot limited use ways to get through ice is more interesting IMO. Makes organic scoring windows during the game more easily. Yeah, exactly. I think tools that have limited shelf life are much cooler. Now it's all about money having limited shelf life. So they break this for 2, 3, 4, 3 with bad pub. It's something. When you draw the extract, you can eat the ice wall and get a third spin. Fire all? What is it? Trash hardware? Yeah, that's fine. So it's not even, it's 2 credits. I don't think always have spin on the table is how we win versus ESSA. I think it helps. But I just don't want to get Chistushka. And we're going to get Chistushka now. Maybe they have an MU issue. So we'll put back a Spin Doctor for sure. I think we put back the Regolith. We have a virus in hand. I don't know. Limited testing so far, but I don't feel like we're making good plays on the corp side. I don't think we're playing cleanly though. I can share a link. I made it for a friend who I've played in a while. I played EBR. It's a good time. Oh, the battle stuff. Oh, sorry. If you explained it, I might have missed what it is. Okay, they're just keeping their money up. Okay, now we have a Malapert. So, can't really score out. We're going to get Chistushka eventually. All our agendas are in 34 cards, barring one. Yeah, the Winchester ideally should have gone on HQ. Yeah, I felt like we had to ice the Spin Doctor. Losing a Spin Doctor for 1 credit's pretty bad. We would have got Spin Doctor back though. Malapur, Maryland, we have to just like challenge them. Estelist feels hella Reg Anarch. This feels massively Reg Anarch, but I just don't think they've drawn into their like couple. Eventually it's gonna rain. It's gonna pour when it starts raining. Luckily for Essa, you don't have a huge incentive to play all your sabotage cards in a single turn. Draw. All right. So if we want to Audacity this out, we have to get the Spin Doctor on the table this turn. Do we want to put all our eggs in a single basket? I don't know what to do here. I don't know what to do. I genuinely am at a loss. Like seem to like, do we do Maryland Malapur and just hope they get in their trash things? Like maybe, like we just have to force them into the remote server. It's just like, this doesn't feel great. This being 2 to break is not great, but then there's a lot more in there. Nuka, cool. I wonder if they'll respect one of these to be a 3rd Spin Doctor. It's pretty bizarre, but some folks don't want to sabotage when there's cards like this. But this is the thing, put down Malapur, Maryland, and wait. Like, it is playing more like, you know, really slow early Netrunner, where it's like, we install a thing in a remote server, maybe. But yeah, I don't know. Their plays seem higher tempo than our plays. I'm not gonna fire. Oh, res. I don't think we res the Maryland here. If they res the Maryland, they can't challenge the Malapur. The Malapur is more important overall. All right, great. Malapur survives technically. We could have maybe res the Maryland. Maybe having another card against sabotage is worth something. But like, you notice how they're cranking through their deck with card draw, and then they're cranking through economy. Like, check this out. This is turn 6, and they've gone through these many cards. Because runner card draw wasn't really challenged. We didn't give them card draw with Wildcat Strike. Well, like, Corpse don't play card draw. I think that's maybe something we have to learn. Like, Corpse don't play card draw besides Spin Doctor. That, like, the amount of gas they have access to by the end of turn 6 versus the amount of cards that we've had the ability to interact with is night and day. Okay, unfortunately, half runs on the table. So we need to trash that at some point. What card draw do Corpse have? Not a lot, like Planogram. CSR campaign? No. Wall to wall would be okay. I don't know how to play. I literally don't know how to play this. Is Botchel's Hush the best answer to stop every additional copy of face down as you can't run this? Yes. So they have to respect this to some extent because they're going to lose their breaker suite. Colby? What's Colby? Federal fundraising? Yeah, but that's not card draw. Like it's like we can't interact with their card draw. They can interact with our card draw. You know? Oh, Calvin. Yeah, right? So we can Malapert into a Spin Doctor. I don't want to use my Spin Doctors this quickly. Like, they're clearly holding their sabotage cards. I don't know what to do. I literally am at a loss. What strength is this? 3? Something. When in Rome. Maybe it's time to unrotate Jackson. Jeff, have you played Sunset? This is so weird. I feel like we just are stifled. Like, we don't have a lot of good tempo plays. And I do think a lot of it's just like we haven't been able to rebound on our like removing the pieces. More deck building, creative deck building has to done to address the problem we're in. But like currently this is for like I would much more comfortably be in here playing full Glacier. Like just triple advance everything. Put 3 A's. Swift, that's a runner card. Simulation reset, that's not card draw. Okay, they lost the Chistushka to damage. That's kind of sick. So we have to do 2. Extract is the money we have in our hand. Audacity is kind of useless in this hand. We could get another Alice counter if we really wanted to, but the cost of losing our whole hand is really bad into sabotage. The Mavirus is kind of important, but the half run is here. That will be our second Mavirus. Let's try that. Yeah, wall-to-wall seems okay. I think you need wall-to-wall, but this deck might be dead. Yeah, I think we do need wall-to-wall. These games are really great advertising for why Rashida is good to have a world without it. It's terrifying. Yes! Like, some people hate on Rashida. It allows you to play a more interesting game than this. Like, we've done nothing interesting in such a long time. Is the stop good? The problem without non-breakers is just an op issue. More card draw also adds the risk of agenda flood, though. Seems tough. Yeah, but ideally the cards you're drawing into, it's not only agendas, it's ways to like do something interesting. But yeah, that's generally corporations never played a lot of card draw. Because like you would not play a card that says draw 5. Because that's awful. You'd probably flood up. There's a lot of agendas on the deck. Not Swift, the HB one? I'm not sure which one that. Oh, Sprint, yeah. But Sprint is not card draw. It's like filtering. And you're right, filtering is fine. It's not that we need card advantage. We just need more cards in our hand. Like, we need more plays. This is what worries. This is what worries me too, is like, there's a chance that playing Corp in Sunset is just not fun. I'm nowhere near claiming that, but like, people just won't play it. And then you don't get testing done. Like, that's a hard thing when there's not a competitive format. It may be. Ooh, that's a top deck though. That's a top deck and a half. I just advanced the long card. Dailys Business Show might be something. Yeah, but that's influence and you have to protect it, right? Like, it's not, it's maybe something, but it doesn't seem like, you know, it's going to solve everything. One day. Oh, right, Marrow. YOLO. Sick. Oh, now we can't do it because we saw this card. Sorry. I really doubt it. Hold on, I have to catch up on chat. I think we get stopped with the Malpart, yeah, for sure. Okay, thanks. It's very generous. Show Stavka. Close and shuffle. Okay, let me catch up. Stavka would be sure only be an op problem, but I think op is more interesting and cool than Stavka if you have to kill that instead. Oh yeah, don't kill op, kill Stavka, we have to kill something. I'm gonna say that ambitious goal for myself, I'm gonna ride 7,500, yeah, that's right. Miles on my bike this year, the distance between Japan and England as a crow flies. Oh, that's sick. You're a bit south. I think you have a bigger biking season than we have up here. That's really cool. All the R+ haters who want to play Glacier versus Doomrig will love the format. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's not fun if people don't play it. Then at least says people want something similar to what was removed. Yeah. Banhar went a long way. I doubt it's a relation actually because Banhar and Boomerang weren't the things keeping Stop Run down. I think from what I saw at Worlds, like Banhar was the big safety valve against Stopka half run. If you have Banhar, you put one Boomerang in the inner ice, yeah, you're set. I'm cycling a winner because I hate myself. You can't really do that here. But it seems fun. This year is the first year they left out this sort of like rental Bixie bikes in the winter, as much as they're in limited supply. But yeah, looks like we're getting ready for that. How do we close the game out here? We lost our audacity to our own decisions. We can extract the ice wall into a spin doctor. That's good. And then we can get the stop gun on the table. Unfortunately, half runs on the table as well. Running archives here, this doesn't do anything. Like, what do you do in Anarch against Stavka combo? You, yeah, now what do you do in Anarch against Stavka combo is a real problem. You have to play a tech card. Like this is how you beat it. Like, we're just playing breakers. It's just, the game is now just breakers. Oh, we had a Thimblewig in our deck. I forgot about that. Like, this is your answer. Huh. Two of my favorite cycles, created cycle all winter in Canada using snow gear and fat tire bikes. Yeah, but I don't own a bike. I have to do the rental bikes. But also, like, Canada, not all of Canada is the same. Development is still good until one more core damage. Yep. How long are we gonna ride that line for? I'm glad I have Fab to fall back on if this is our future. It's not our future. This is just testing. I don't think they go that far. Okay. What do we do here? So now we can't beat the Mustavka half run. It's no fun if you don't go full doomer. So what do we pull? This ice wall is nonsense. It's costing them 1 credit a turn, which with their economy is actually technically something. I think this is the tempo play we make, so I will extract it and hopefully a Spin Doctor does something good. 0 coster from your deck. Yeah, will we put it in server 4? I think we probably ought to. It means that we will trash it, but this means that you don't really want to sabotage while that's on the table. Okay, we have Atlas here. We have no way to fast advance the Atlas, but Winchester Sandstone is technically a server, sort of. Not really. Don't question it. And then here we can get down the Thimble Rig, which they break for 1 credit, or the Stavka, which they break once really well. We're cooked. Like, I don't see a way how to get out of the game here. We're in a really bad spot. Like, what ice could we get here that's taxing into this rig? Can someone explain why the 2 Carmen's installed? Yeah, Sean. Chat will, but I'll explain it after the turn if it doesn't. Basically, half run says pick a breaker. They can't use that. So if they have 2 icebreakers, one of them won't be blanked. Because it's not name a breaker. It's pick a breaker. That card's ability is not. So I just say you can't use this Carmen. They say, I'll use this Carmen. There's no ice that's taxing against this. There's literally no ice. Like without playing Braun or MIC, there's no ice that we can put on RD that's taxing, barring the 1 Hortum. I don't know what to do. I wonder if the Skunkwork Formicary build is better in this meta. It might be. It might be. I think Pinhole Threadings also might drop off unless people are playing Hyper Glacier and they need to deal with Biovault. Carmen X2 new meta. It is like one of the only ways that I think Anar can easily deal with this. You might just see like Carmen Revolver. I think that's fine. You could see Flip Switch, or I think it's too much influence to play Laser Pointer. My push decks that more include some bigger ice like Braun more consistently. Yeah, I think you should, especially big barriers. But like, so we put the Thimble Rig here. I think we do. This is slightly more taxing. Envelopment is literally unbreakable unless this S deck has a card to take a core damage. What are the odds? Yeah, they will hush it though. We've got ruined by hush already a couple times on Envelopment. We know they have hush. They lost to Botulus, okay. So they sabotaged us here. Stavka is still expensive. The magnet seems. The thing is, like, the magnet doesn't seem that good because Botulus doesn't do anything that the Icebreakers can't just do. The Spin Doctor on the table, though. Yeah, whatever. Need more FA? Yes, I think there's a chance we can play full Fast Advance. I think there's a big chance we can play full Fast Advance. Because it's harder to do Clot. Beans. Beans. I think we're learning Rush plus Stavron's the only trick is not good enough. Yeah, it does not feel good enough. Because that's like a big thing too. It's like we are now at the whims of our, just whatever our opening draw is. We have no way to accelerate our draw. Super Dasty plus Slash and Burn build is another possible trick, yeah. Swap Thimby? No. We need to put the Dasty back in the deck. I think playing more Dasties or Slash and Burns would be a way to close the game out here for sure. I would love to Slash and Burn from our hand. Still haven't got hit by Chestushka. They lost 1. But like, make a play. use his hand to make a play. SDS is actually kind of reasonable. SDS would be fine here. But like, make a play with his hand. I don't know. Install ice. Hedge fund. This stinks. This is no good. Oh, this is bad. Do corps need to run sprint and Spin Doctor now, I wonder? I think different factions have different ways to do it. I think as in NBN, I think Planogram is great. You're playing your digital life probably anyway, so why not? I think that solves that. HB, you're going to lean really heavily on Tranquility, even more, because it's like clickless credits or card draw, kind of what Rashida did, and now that is your early play. In Wayland, I think you do play wall-to-wall. I think that helps. Hey, Maddie. Jinteki. Oof. Penguin Barbecue, it's not a card draw card, though. Like, it's filtering. It's not amazing. Happy New Year's. Dajan, Happy New Year's as well. So they break this for 1. I think we have an interest to res our ice. But like, they break all our ice for a credit or 2. Mindscaping and Jinteki, that is not a card draw card. That is a marginal utility card. You spend a click to functionally draw 2 cards, but put yourself a card back. It doesn't actually do anything. It's like red level clearance for card draw, but worse, because you actually draw fewer cards. I'm not saying that one again. Okay, we'll put back the Audacity. That seems important. I think we'll put back the Seamless Launch. It's technically like the only threat we have in remote server, but like none of our ice holds up here. I think we need bigger ice. How does double Carmen work? It doesn't actually do anything inherently, Jakub. How's it going? It's just that the one unfair play that you have to respect in a bunch of these decks is half run that says when we res this, we can name a breaker and then they can't use that breaker or technically a card. So if we say we can't use 1 Carmen, they just use the 2nd Carmen. It doesn't inherently have any other synergy. Oh, we lost 4 points. Oops. Oops. Ooh, no. Yeah, that's all it does. It doesn't actually have any synergy. If they played like Unity, then it would be kind of sick. If they don't want Archives, we have to put Spin Doctor down here. Mindscaping is green level plus top of deck control. Yeah, but green level actually drew cards. Like, this is draw 2, but then you undraw one of the cards. So next turn, you know what your mandatory draw is. So if you're trying to draw cards, it actually is worse. You know what I mean? Yeah, we're done. That's fine. Open Forum is worth considering. Open Forum is not card draw. I'll pull up the card text, but I don't think Open Forum is going to be it. It's also like you don't want to rely on assets to like to solve your problems because inherently like how we can't protect the assets. I think Asset could play the usual Slap Vandal instead of Boomerang. I think Slap Vandal is cool. I think Slap Vandal is probably comparable to Botchless, so I don't know if you need to go further than that, but I think Slap Vandal is cool. If people are playing a lot of Magnets though, like I think you can just play Breakers. But yeah, no, Slap Vandal is like only 2 influence, I think. It's +1 hand size if you really think about it. I guess so, yeah. How's it going, Niall? Swap now. But like, what do we possibly do here? No Zato in this deck? No. It's I do think Program Destruction does seem good. Like I think people are just not gonna play Shaper. So actually like Zatoing people is fine. It's just like it's a real struggle to get all the cards together to like our remote server is only gonna be annoying once we get Zato, something in the remote server, enough ice. Like these are the sort of problems that like, you know, Rashida helps you with. Unfortunately, we're not there. All right, we're gonna use this. We may have done that too soon. The problem is they charge Spin Doctor here for like 2 credits. Like I don't know. I don't think we need to play this one out. Like draw for Audacity. It's really bad to draw there. The half run is here too. We need to overinstall the half run. But then we have to shuffle. Yeah, this is so bad. We're just flailing. To be fair, London had a pretty good draw getting all 4 of the breakers before we got to 5 points. I think he might be over-indexing on that. Yes, but I think on the opposite side, right? Like, yes, I think you have a good point there. Is that I think we're in a point where like, if you, like, I think it just exactly shows off what the Rashida thing is like, right? Like if they draw good and we draw bad, do we just lose? And it seems like yes. And it wasn't always exactly that way. Like Rashida was another tool to allow us to actually make like a 2-turn jump that we can maybe get ahead of it. Bot coming in with the no batteries in the sock. We have to bring these back. No questions. Happy New Year, Zombie, to you too. Just joined Y2 Carmen. It's the only way they can really respect half run into Stavka, because half run lets us to blank one of the Carmens, so the other one will break the Stavka. It's really weird. A lot of people are asking that question because this is strange, but yeah, you can do that. It's cute that they stacks them. You don't often see that. All right, back to us. We ideally want to get the Winchester on HQ sooner than later, but like, what? We have a 3-coster res, so Stavka half run, like they break that, they have to boost to 5, 2, 4. It's just 6 credits. I don't. Uh, whatever. This to me is like really weird because what I'm feeling is I'm looking at this and I'm struggling to get pattern recognition to fire. Like I'm struggling to I'm struggling to look at all these cards and see how we can gain purchase with these cards. Swap Magnet with Thimblerig to swap next turn to Winchester. I think it's an option, but like I think we'd rather keep them out of R&D. So okay, they break all our barriers for 1 credit. They have 2 bad publicity. Like, there's no game here. I don't know the whole if I draw bad and I draw good thing. I've been feeling a ton on the runner side against decks like PD right now where they draw well and I don't draw well enough. Yes, PD is fast. I think that's totally true. And that matchup is going to slow down a fair bit without Rashida. I think that's totally true. But I think that is one of the more extreme sides of it. I think it's a mixture too. It's like you can draw poorly, but as long as you have enough way to exert enough pressure, sometimes you can get around that. Ah, beans. Good game. That was rough. That didn't feel good. Yeah, I was at no point close. Bummer. Feels bad. I think it's more the latter, but none of this ice holds out against your suite. Like you had all 3 breakers by end of turn 4. Right, like if I don't present a high strength code gate, I don't know if I have a way to tax you. Well, stop. Yeah, for sure. And you respected that. But you can still hush it. Yeah, Hordem seems reasonable. Like Hordem was okay. Like Hordem was 4 credits. That's something. But you know how many few credits we forced him to spend? Hey, let alone with the bad publicity on like turn 2. It's pretty bad. I was afraid of running face downs and have MU for another breaker. Yeah, I think you're fine though. Like the chance of the thing in their remote server being an agenda is so much higher, I reckon, that Rashida. Stand of an archer have a great fit for BTL, but not sure about op. Huh. I think I don't know if you ever play archer over half run. I think, or staff guy. I think you do because it's more taxing over a longer period of time. I think that is true. But I think scoring out standoff stinks. We'll see. Learn that worlds that getting the first ice out versus S is top priority. Like on HQ? Yeah. Okay, hold on. The Hordem does something. It's too late to get a Hordem now, but if you go envelopment, extract to Hordem on the remote early and keep dragging them through it, that's how you win the matchup. Yeah, but then you keep centrals open. I think that's a problem. Yeah, because you got to rush a lot, but you can't keep centrals open. Like we don't ice up HQ turn 1. Like that's a big difference against like classically playing against Shaper. We don't ice centrals. We just push in the remote server. Yeah, I don't know. I put a Hordem at the last minute for Worlds. I'm super happy. Yeah, Hordem seems good. I think Hordem is in a reasonable spot. You res it for 3 credits. It ends the run. And then they pay a lot. Yeah. I think playing super slow Glacier, which is not requiring you to rip good plays off of Rashida, is totally fine. Like NGO, whatever. Yeah. Like I think the only thing that feels really good about this is play Hyper Glacier super slow, which is not exciting for content's sake or to play. Stand up is either 3-click runner trashes 1 or 2 cards or 3 clicks for 5 credits and draw. But enable archer trick with Hermes flying around. Yeah, I don't think you want to do with Hermes. I think it's like test the deck slots. I think that a deck doesn't require you to go out of the way to play a multi-card combo just to get relevant ice, right? Like you already have a really good ice in that deck, right? Like 3 Winchesters is arguably similarly taxing, right? Like Winchester is not that different as a tax compared to Archer. Sokka's list arguably got better. No Boomerang, no Banner, no Cleaver, and Masvingo is in. Yeah, you play Masvingo. And Geo just becomes Regolith. Not amazing, but nothing like... Yeah, exactly. That was my first thought. Yeah, I think just playing like Sokka's Hyperglacialist seems reasonable. Maybe you have to consider Magnet. I think you are going to see Watchless and or Vandal. Do we have a solid scoring plan for the deck? No. No. Our scoring plan is to make sure our ice holds for a bit and like tempo forward off of, and that's like another really big thing that's like notable. Very small sample size, but so far from what I felt, like getting that Tucana push yourself forward, that snowball is really hard because getting the Tucana down early while still having enough ice on the table, agendas on the table, and credits seems like it hinged on Rashida, right? Like the extra turn it needs you to set up the Tucana is generally the extra turn the runner needs to contest your remote server. Like I think losing Rashida is absurd. It's really, really powerful, but generally like you don't Tucana that early unless it's like, you know, you Rashida into some good setup and then you push from there. But like we just never had a window where we could afford to get Tucana down, res it on top of scoring a tempo positive agenda. I'm excited about Sunset if we're going to see more Sokka type of Glacier. I don't think we are. I think it's really early to tell. I think there's going to be a lot to it. I think that's just one of the decks that you don't have to change a lot and still plays well. Hey, thanks you too. And Steg AOT could be good with the Banhar out. Yeah, that's true too. Hyper Glacier, right? This is where like, you know, you ban the ways to cheat around ice and then people just play only ice. Yeah, Hippo seems good. Glacier and Sunset are obvious, but I'm fairly sure that Op Rush deck, whether it uses Figators, should be good also. I'd be really surprised. I'd be really surprised if it's about ice. I think you can play assets fine. Like there's a whole bunch of like op acid decks that we're convinced to not even play Rashida for some reason. Seems like it should be though that seemingly a single card is impactful entire game. Like that seems wild to me. Yeah, but it's a single card in every single deck, right? It's like play the game without Sure Gamble. It's possible, but you have to heavily build your deck around it, or like without Hedge Fund, or without like it's also for what it's worth. It's like you can remove one card. Like if you remove Border Control from Wayland, how much worse does Wayland get? Up, a huge drop, right? Like arguably Jinteki Glacier doesn't exist because we're short one good agenda. It sometimes is that simple. It as much as it can be surprising. Like should that card have that much power? Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But it is like such a good enabler of a card. How long have we been streaming for? Like 4 hours? Maybe we can get one game in. Okay, I'm gonna just take the most average PD list and we'll sunset it. If you want Spice, go for super deep borehole and outfit. Rashid and NGO are not actually required. I don't know how you're gonna make your ice good enough in this format. That seemed like we had no chance on it. We had no chance there. Is it possible to play Corp without spin though? It would be a massive meta shakeup. We played Netrunner for a long time without Spin Doctor or Jackson Howard, so it is totally possible. I would say that it's going to have less of an impact, funny enough, than what's it called? But it's going to have a more impact in certain matchups. Like I don't think that Sabotage would be healthy without Spin Doctor, you know? Thanks for the stream. Yo, Blum, Happy New Year. Thanks for dropping in. Pretty sure Rotom's PD is the most average list possible. Yeah, that's what I'm going to look for. I don't think we had to do any tricks. Mind you, you like, hey, there's a big chance that our College Midnight 3 is like half the card draw we're missing. But all we lose from this deck is 3 Rashidas, he says. Checking quickly. Let's figure out how we can fix that. So action, Jaina, copy. Let's see what this plays like. 5 Rashida versus fun. Even Happy New Year's. Yeah. Like, look, this is for testing. No one's saying that the game is better with or without Rashida, but like, yeah, Rashida's a hell of a fun card. I totally agree with that. You can play some red decks without spin. They have decent amount of options. Sim, Geno, Moonpool. They do. Some of those are clumsier than others, but you can just leave your agendas and archives. HB Precision Design. Okay. Normal PD. But it's Sunset. Just slam Vovo and sprint and see. Yo, I'd like Vovo. Vovo is a jam card, but also like I think Vovo, to get enough value out of Vovo, you kind of need Rashida. Like you kind of need card draw for Vovo to be good. Because like Vovo also is only good if you're jamming really aggressively, and I don't think you have a good incentive to jam aggressively. But I do think 3 Vovo is like something that's very much worth testing, but probably more ASA than PD. Also, not having card draw makes Anoetic worse. Like, what do we do? 2 greasing more palms and then like a sprint? That's not card draw. How do you draw cards? At Restream bot, no. How do you draw cards? Calvin? Don't make us do Nico's money and card draw. Yeah, Nico's reasonable. We could do like 2 Nico. That's our early play. Sprint is not card draw. Like that's a really big thing. A sprint is not card draw. It doesn't help us get to Anoetic. Kvova's card draw with Trank Grid, yeah. Trust. Calvin's good. Calvin's not the worst option. Like it is something. But also like we have 1 remote server. Fully op? Yeah, fully op is probably like the midpoint. Generally like fully op is probably fine. Like fully op is basically the halfway point between everything we want it to be. Like it's going to have 1 remote server, so it's going to be like gain 3 credits or gain a credit, draw 2 cards. Oh. Like labor draw twice. And before we switch to Ace and get torn apart in Essentials, I'm not going to switch to Ace. I do agree. We'll get torn apart in Essentials. Let's just do that. Nothing special. Draw 3 install card with the wage workers click. Do we have Seamless in here? Yeah, of course we do. All right. We don't have Rashida, so we have added no card draw to the deck. I'm going to add card draw. We're going to try 2 Nikos out. We're going to add 2 Calvins. It's fun. It'll be fun. It'll be fine. No matter what happens, we're getting card draw. And then ideally we draw into more of our greasing the palms. So Calvin the Bailey. Res for nothing. Click to draw 2 cards. The runner trashes it for 3, which they want. We draw 2 cards. I think the runner just lets us have that. I think they just let us have it, which is fine. Yeah, sprint shuffles back. Yeah, no, it's good for like filtering, but it's not going to give us card advantage. And sometimes you do just want card advantage so you can have plays. Also, it means, you know, you're not shuffling agendas back. CSR campaign. That's a really bad card. We can't do that. RLC, yeah, they're like all the mid cards. I think I'd play fully op sooner than I play red level clearance, unless we have other ways to get additional value, like if we're running Bass or whatever. Oh, nice. Diojin. Hey. Calvin needs no protection. Calvin demands no protection. Let's see if this is lat without SMC. Just do core damage. Hey, happy holidays, eh? Best of luck. Have fun. All right, opening hand against lat. Not really worried about central pressure. Diogen often goes for like more aggressive decks where like deep dive turn 1 could be a problem. But I think Tranquility Grid is just good enough. Shaper is a setup. Okay, hold on. I just want to see if this is Sunset. It is Sunset. Okay, that's good enough. Cool. Thank you. I think we'll keep this hand. This is fine. Calvin's a great option for rush op. It's 0 coster. It's not bad. Wow, see? Okay, greasing the palm. Oh man, do you want to like greasing the palm down Calvin? I have to remember we're not playing Asa. Reg PD as reg as it gets. In the game more interesting where you can have taxing guys be more available, but more cool thematic bypass methods like Boomerang and Ban are going to exist to keep the game from developing into math. I agree. I think my point is like bypass, an interesting bypass like Benhar is actually cool. You want your ice to be relevant, and NSG's been doing a good job of making ice that has text more than just subroutines. So what is this turn? I think we do want to ice up the Tranquility. Putting a drafter on there is a bit weird. I think we want to put I think there's a chance we'll get jailbroken on R&D. So I think we just do triple install. Leaving a Spin Doctor in hand is like whatever. If they pressure HQ, it's fine. I don't think we have to the greasing the palm though. I think we'll keep that for padding. This is weird, but I don't think we want a Calvin on top of the Tranquility. Tell Diogen I say hi. Okay. That says hi. Barocco, sick. That's pretty slow. We're good with that. Aesops, hell yeah, old school. Let's go. So ideally we want to get an ice here. So we're going to res Calvin. We'll draw 2. Shit, where's our ice? Oh, where's our ice? Do you think we get an ice with Tranquility Home Grid? Are you hoping we're going to get an ice with it? Because we could do it. This is once per turn. Yeah. But we can. Greasing the palm on top of it to get a card draw. I'm going to go for it. The deck doesn't have a lot of ice. That's fine. Be cool. Is there a JNet category? No, you just have to label it Cato. I'm hoping that the Proco ASOPs engine is going to require a bit more setup that he might not want to run. Because he wants to install something. He put down the Proco with nothing for it. Running HQ here. Hedge fund. So he is running. This is such an audacious play, though. Some people won't check it, especially without 4 credits. Res is spin dock. You can trash that if you want. He might check server 1, but if he wants to get a pawn shop card down. So now he might be confused about this. This is a huge turning point for the game. Damn it. Checked it. There will be. Oh, beans. Okay, so we took a risk there. Okay, so with the drafter firing, what can we get back? This feels good because their economy engine didn't really do much. Typical reg PD game. No, we just need to get 1 ice there because like I don't know how Lad deals with 1 ice without SMC, let alone on 2 credits. So we were a bit greedy there. We probably could have played slower. So here, if we Calvin, we're on 9. Then we can do install down to 7, discarding 1. I think that's totally fine. We just want to get a play into the remote server. Our play is apparently not ice. Like, we just want a brawn here. We want something. The spin doctor doesn't even save us. Like, we don't... we could drafter on top of it. No, that's actually kind of safe. So server 1 will gain 2. We'll ice it up. We'll gain 1. Just kidding. We'll discard a card here. I don't think we really want the Regolith. Let's try that. I got into Netrunner this year, so it wasn't around at the time. What did the game look like before Rashida was printed? Thinking of any insight how to deal with her could be found. There's a lot of different things. We did a stream, mind you, Lockmanos, if you want to watch, a couple weeks ago, we're called Going Slow, where we showed what gameplay looks like from very old 2014. And a lot of turns, it was just install a card, credit, and then eventually you would push in a remote server. So it was just slower. It was just slower. There's also like super fast events where you just kind of played the top decks. Pre-show, a bit slow, but it's something. So we can get something rezzed here. So we have to do seamless double. We might have been able to slow roll this. So we'll do, PD as well, of course. ADT, Regolith, MIC, Ikua, Managarm, Skunkworks. So this shuffles after, right? No. So what's on the top? Ikua? Anyways, we'll get the MIC for free on server 1. We can leave HQ open, no problem. Add 1 card from Archives to HQ. Yeah, we don't want to score the Ikua, so I'm going to destroy it. Greasing the palm's pretty good here. We have we have hedge funds. We'll get the seamless back, and then we'll just discard the Ikua. Funny thing is the game went faster. Yes, sometimes they did, but there was also like late game Glacier where you just use things like Spin Doctor to slow down. We'll get the Ikua back in. Regolith keeping that out is okay. Greasing the palm is fine to put back in, but if a drafter fires, we can at least get the Regolith on the table. When you said you could save the architect with the drafter, you meant by overinstalling it? Yes. So the idea is that we fire the drafter, we overinstall it, and then we can use a spin doctor to save it. This is a drafter. This is a risky run potentially on 5 credits. The drafter here returning Rashida. But that's a good into the depths. So we can install a card from Archives or HQ. The Regolith will give us 2 credits. That's fine. So this is add a card to HQ. So we can add it and then install something else. I don't think we will. Here, well, we just need the money a bit. Take a look at the stream sometime. Yeah, also, if you want to see, there's so much content of old games across many channels. My own channel, but then also check out Trace 5, Team Covenant, a lot of the high competitive play. Giving free info, kind of. It's all out there. Propeller, cool. It's a Practor. They don't have an economy. Like, he is struggling. He's probably going to sell the pawn shop Propeller, which means that the Into the Depth was not particularly great. Okay. So, worrying what the pressure is here. I would get the Spin Doctor to draw 2, but I think we just Calvin, right? I think to hand would have been better for hiding what you installed, right? Oh, because we could have installed that from hand. 100% yes. But also, mystery. No, you're right. Yeah. We would have been more mysterious if we added to hand and installed 100%. Yeah. If you want to obfuscate, that's more straightforward. So we want to get an agenda in the remote server because we have a seamless and we have a scoring window here. Thinking the question is whether we install the Spin Doctor to draw 2 and have a flexible card, or we hit Calvin. And I think we hit the Spin Doctor here. Because this gives them something they have to deal with. Off-world Opus is perfect. So the question is whether we res the mega regolith, hit the regolith. That's the same as clicking for 3 credits, so we might not. So we'll install this in server 1, gaining 2 credits, and then we'll play hedge fund. We can also advance once here. We're also playing lat with 6 cards in hand, which is good. Proco Magnum Opus were cards back then, also very slow. Yes, these slow engines were great. Like Proco was a really good card because it was slow. You can trash that if you want, because that means that we have relevant fires off this drafter to save agendas. I know it's free off of Parisha, but like whatever. It's better for us. This looks really slow. Like these single accesses, this is the thing. It's like we clearly drew. So if we drew, we were looking for something to put in a remote server. So if we drew an agenda, where would it go? It would go in server 1. So this run on HQ particularly doesn't make a lot of sense, right? Like they need a setup. He needs to get somewhere. Admittedly, you could consider running here once because we drew a random card and it didn't go anywhere. Seamless is fine. Bronze seemed pretty good into Propeller. Not too bronze though. So here we just top deck what's it called? A 5-3. We install advance, and then with MIC and then the drafter, it's pretty hard. I want to not draw with Calvin. I think we can take the risk because then we have 8 cards in hand and finding the one of agenda there, if he just does a single, is fine. Because all we need to hear is find the winning agenda, which is the 2 5-3s and 23 cards. It's a bit risky to draw when they can run HQ, but if he spends time running HQ, we're happy with it. Oh, sick. Maker's Eye Drafter. This is still pretty expensive, right? Yeah, relatively. But it locks the top of the deck, which is kind of cool. He has a click and 2 credits to steal with Ikoa, which is pretty good. Nothing. So we know the top of the deck is entirely safe. That gives us a time to set up drafter there. Okay. So Mavirus is really good. Greasing the palm is a really nice way to dump the hand. I think we need to ice up R&D a bit better, but we know the next 2 cards are safe. So we're going to get an on-sell in R&D. We're going to Greasing the Palm this in the remote server to make him sweat. We have plays though. This feels good. We have plays. We probably should draw here. We have more money than we need. And he knows the next card on R&D. So that goes in there. That's fine. I'm missing to drafter. We can purge through that. I think we need to get something taxing on R&D, so we'll do that. So we have a fair bit of money to spend, and we have 1 click left. So it's either we get the Mana Garm in the remote server or we hedge fund. I think we want to save the Mana Garm. We can hedge fund next turn probably. But we know the next card on RD, so we're already going to do mandatory draw 1, and then consider install advance if it's a 5-3. If it's a 4-2, we'll just score it out anyways. But yeah, we have plays, but admittedly, it's his board state isn't that compelling. Like we're not afraid of it. This Proco hasn't really done much. The Ace Ups has done the first thing now. But this is a fast deck. Like this could be the game in the remote server. Checking archives. Not sure why. I would have hedge fund to optimize Trank Grid triggers. But ideally the turn that we install a card on top of Trank Grid, we're oh, admittedly, yeah, because if we top deck. Yeah, I see what you mean. We could have top decked that this turn and then cycled the card draw. That's true. But if we draw an agenda anyways, right? Like this, we're gonna get the trigger. But yeah, you're right. I think it was strictly better. Because I don't think he's running an MIC. I guess we'll get in the money and we'll just advance it once so that we can seamless and then jam another agenda if we top deck it, or we can get an agenda with the ADT itself, which is always good fun. How much Calvin value did we get? I think it was about 4 cards, maybe. And then the runner trashed it, which was okay. It was not bad. It wasn't terrible. It definitely wasn't terrible. But we've been good on drawing our economy. Like we've been drawing more hedge funds than we needed. The Trank though has been like, this is it. This is Rashida. This is literally our Rashida. I feel really good with the Mavirus too, especially when it's some sort of weird Pelongi engine. 4 is better than predictive. It is. It is. It's not bad. It's definitely not bad. And this is 1 influence card, right? Like that's kind of cool. But like there's a chance if you don't have Rashida, like you can just play much slower. And like you don't need burst card draw. Simulchip. When is this that you are encountering? Simulchip into the Pelongi? Okay. Let's see what happens here. I don't think we purged the first one. If anything, we can purge the drafter to get a spin doctor back to draw. But 3 clicks, yeah, it was 3 clicks. Now here, probably jacks out. I don't think you want to go through a drafter here. Without Rashida, drafter's slightly worse. You can't even steal the Iqua, so like we're not that scared of this run. It's up to him to go through this if he wants to. I don't think it's great. Fire, okay. We'll get back, I think, a greasing. Spin Doctor's fine. And then we'll put a Brawn on R&D. This locks R&D, but he can't steal the Iquas, and we know where a lot of the points are, right? Like 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then 6 of the points left in the deck he can't interact with. He knows they're there, but they'll go into the remote server right now. Okay. Kind of gassed out. So we'll do seamless, advance, score. We'll look at the top. Too many hedge funds. So that's seamless, border control, anoetic void, border control, gatekeeper. So no agenda there. So the spin doctor at least will shuffle. So we can install something in the remote server. I guess free border control is nice. Add a card? Yeah, might as well. Gives us some ways out. And I think we'll just install the spin doctor here because we have to break heavy lock. Like we will just draw and shuffle. So we'll get that in, gain 2 because we don't really need to draw here. Calvin, we don't really need. It actually has a chance that Diogene can trash it and then get up to a hand size. Also not playing against any Maw Knob Turtles, low value. Yeah, that's the thing is like, so Diogene went for a couple single axes on HQ that I think were really low value, but like he's currently exerting no pressure besides multi-axis itself, which like, that's fine. That's Netrunner. But like, we don't have to worry about Maw. We don't have to worry about diversion. Like we're allowed to just ice R&D in the remote server. It's an entirely different game of Netrunner. Like that's another big thing with Rashida is like, if we have to Rashida and we have to ice this up and this up and this up and get money, like that sort of click compression is more important than this. Yeah, classic Proco pressure, exactly. Where like there was a chance that he didn't even run the Luminol on turn 1 we installed naked because he wanted to punch up, but he didn't, which was good. But yeah, this is night or day. Yeah. Diogene really likes the sort of like multi-card interactions, like the idea that Palangi Propeller can cheat through ice early. I know something that he was working with earlier this year. I think there's too much virus to feel great about that, but again, maybe without SMC, having these sort of like multi-card tricks is a bit more valuable in the format where like you can't just get your breaker. So like Palangi might just be more flexible where it's like, this is the breaker I have, not the breaker I can get. So I think that's the breaker you have is the best breaker. Oh, and I found a box. This is interesting too, right? As much as this is Sunset, this is in some way, right? Like losing Rashida is going to happen later this year. I feel like SMC is hurting Shaper a lot of this matchup. I think Diogene's economy is not in a great spot. Like, what do you use SMC for? Like, are you going to SMC to get through the MIC? It's going to cost like 9 credits at a minimum before you even start breaking it. So sort of, but also, I don't know. It's like, on this board state, you want to use SMC to go get like Fermenter or something. It's weird. It's never as straightforward. Maybe Diogene thought you were flooded because you pushed Luminal naked, but that wasn't the case. Yeah, but by the time that he was poking HQ, it was like much after we had a scoring server. And a turn, like any turn that you start by draw 2, jam in the remote server, there's probably not agendas in HQ. Proco. Second Airblades. Oh man, it's Diogene's pet card. So here we're going to res with Spin Doctor. It'll draw us 2 known cards. Then we'll remove this to shuffle. I'm going to shuffle nothing back into the deck, which is legal, just because I want to find an agenda. Start turn. Nothing. So we draw once. We clearly don't have an agenda here. We can install the Managarm. We can install the Anoetic. We might as well. It draws a card. Okay. Unfortunately, we have 3 seamless. We can't score this out. So we'll throw out the Managarm. We'll throw out the Drafter. We'll throw out the Gatekeeper. We'll hold all seamlesses. We need 2 to score out here. But now he has to get through border control, MIC, has to deal with Anoetic Iqua, and then still needs, Anoetic Managarm and still has to have Iqua. Money might matter, but I don't think we have to res much more than like 1 Managarm, fire Anoetic once. And then we just need 3 credits to score out. He has 15 credits. He just sold his Propeller. He doesn't have a board state, but he has 15 credits. And for what it's worth, like, it's nice. Simul Chip is a little bit more powerful here. But he has a lot to do this turn. Light the Fire never looked better. Yeah, tell me about it. But you just border control it. It actually isn't going to do anything. You just border control it. You need Hush and Light the Fire. That's really hard. Yeah, and that's also a big thing is like when Proco and Aesop's pawn shop decks were a bit stronger in the meta, is that we had a shaper that had click compression to install cards from hand. Technically, we do have that now. It's Arasana, but we used to have Haley. So your turn could be like Proco, 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 double install. But here, the clicks you need to install the cards with Aesop's pawn shops, it is painful. And then the cards aren't that good. Light the Fire is such a timing nightmare. I don't think it's that bad. DZ's a bit slow here. That was exactly what PD does. We did not feel the loss of Rashida there. Stream on. Diogene, good game. I didn't open up your list besides checking whether it was a legal, what's it called, Sunrise deck. I'll open it right now. Do you want to say why you gravitated to this sort of build for, sorry, Sunset? I know that you like Propeller, Palangi, and maybe that's like, you know, a nice way to get around this. Wait, how old is this deck? Wait, oh, this is just an old deck. This is not even a Sunset deck. This is an accidental Sunset deck. Right, my gaming setup. Shaper card pool is not bad, but it needs setup. Yeah. This is, it's like, unfortunately, just slow. Like 3 Airblades. Whoa, this list is weird. So 3 Airblades, you need a meta for that to matter. I don't know if we're there. I think definitely in Sunset, you're not there because NBN seems in a bad spot. And that's the best target for this. 3 DZ, again, slow. You do have some programs you want to install. Maybe it helps the pawn shop. But there's just like no click compression to install cards besides Pantograph. And that is a real struggle. Like environmental testing is already on the cusp of being unplayable unless you have click compression. 0 influence. Oh, that's why. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Just playing like Shaper card pool. Yeah, okay. Well, that's tricky. It's uphill. Yeah, this is just no influence deck. So creative into the depth of Maker Eye. So all the multi-axis is just 3 copies of Maker's Eye. Yeah, that's going to be difficult. That's going to be uphill fight. 3 Parisha. Okay, neat. Technically a legal Sunset deck, that's for sure. Not even sure gamble. You can't lose Dirty Laundry if you never played Dirty Laundry. Yeah, note that's only Shaper cards. It took me a second to realize there's no influence there. Yeah, that's I don't know if Sunset's going to make this deck better. But that being said, playing 2 of your breakers and Into the Depths, that might be something you see in the format for sure. Good game, man. Okay, we've been streaming for a while. Sorry, maybe it was a bit negative overall. Also, the second worst matchup with the only corp that nullified my idea. I know, yeah, 6 card hand size is not a good start. Yeah, not even neutrals. No, it's all in faction. Hey, Happy New Year, y'all. Hopefully you're doing well. We'll be back on Thursday as well. We'll be putting on more streams, more contents. Bikebackers named Izzy only. We'll be doing some new stuff on this channel soon enough. I think we lost Restream Bot. Yeah, you did. What's with that? It's been quiet over there. Wild. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about Sunset. I need to do more building with it. I think it's something that's going to be pretty quiet until a couple weeks. I think the announcement of it, the timing is a bit unfortunate because I think people are getting really ready for big tournaments. Speaking of that, there's some big tournaments this weekend at a minimum. So if you want to check out, we should do some news first. Upcoming, firstly, the New Year Showdown H2CO. This is being run by, I believe it's Man in the Moon. Has a lot of players registered. It has 38 players. That's huge. So I think Man in the Moon is running this. It is online. There is a $15 US ticket thing. There's a ticket price. There's prize support that will be mailed for you, which is not that common you see in online tournaments. It's a lot of work, so well done there. And it seems like a huge event. There's some cool old cards here. These are old Scrubber and Bezel, House of Knives. They got some Yakuza arts to give away. Really fun stuff. And there's a lot of people going. That is this weekend. Again, this is all in standard. That's nothing special to it. It starts at 8 local time for where Man in the Moon is, which is the West Coast maybe. So check out when that is. That's cool. That's really soon. And then, of course, next weekend is the CBI, which is a huge event. We'll be doing casting for it. I'm not sure more. I'll give you more details as soon as I know, but that starts at like 5 p.m. local time on Saturday. So it's going to go late, which is pretty wild. Gives me a lot to think about. Sunset isn't what I expected at all. I don't think Sunset, we have any idea what Sunset is. It's way too early to tell. Like you watch some chump play a really bad op deck and be like, Sunset's messed up. Like don't take that conclusion from it as much as I get salty about it. Man in the Moon is West Coast. Okay, cool. So that is a bit later for me, which is cool. But that's this weekend. Check that out. There's a bunch of new stuff I wanted to go through. Real quick, I'll go through it, but we'll talk about it more on Thursday. Again, big stuff. Somebody put out, I believe named, what was it? James, yeah, put out a series of introductory videos. There's 3 of them. I've only watched the first one so far. It starts with like, what is Netrunner? And then it goes to like how to play the game. There's some minor errors that are corrected in like comments. That always happens. But these are pretty good from what I've seen so far. I haven't watched the second and third video, but it's really nice to have more content like this out, which is fantastic. Another thing, this has come up. I want to talk about this because this is really weird. Did anyone try this one out? This is a game that like I know is shut up and sit down. Oh, there's James. Hey, well done. I really like the tone of this so far. I've only watched the first one. I watched this over the holidays, so I haven't caught up the other ones, but it's real cool. It's real cool. Thanks for the shout out. Of course, link in the description. This is a game that Shut Up and Sit Down like shouted out many moons ago. And it's a game that plays like some sort of mixture of Netrunner and I would say not exactly a deck builder, but there's a lot of cards that you put face down that you sort of advance and eventually they become things. And the game is won by accessing cards from your opponent to get out stuff from your hand. I looked through the Wormwood cards and rulebook. Okay, so I was really worried about this game because I'm surprised to hear, I thought this was AI art. Like, I wish I could show you other art examples, but like this looks like AI art looks, right? Like the first stuff that you get out of, Midjourney, it has this sort of texturing work. I was really worried about it is. They've gone on record to say it's not, and they've actually credited a whole bunch of artists in the manual. They did use AI art because I don't know what the conversation was, but I wasn't stoked about this because a lot of the art on cards I've seen looks like AI art, but then they went out of the way. They were questioned to say like, we worked with 20 different artists. So I can't tell if it's AI art or not. Nobody has hands on these pictures. They don't, but on some of the cards on TTS, they do have hands and the hands look reasonable. It's obviously a sticking point. Unfortunately, a small publisher, it's hard to get art together. That's for sure. There's some sympathy there, but like, ooh, don't love that for sure. But there is now artist credits in the rule book, and they said that they were working with artists. So hard to say. Now, the game itself, I haven't played it yet, but I read through the rule book yesterday. I've always been fascinated with the idea of making some sort of Netrunner that's a bit of a deck builder that you have to defend and attack. The idea is that if you put your value cards on the table and you have to protect them, and then understanding that your opponent can spend their cards to be aggressive or defensive. I saw something like this in like Arctic Scavengers where cards have multi-uses and understanding whether you want to use them for the value or whether you want to use them for some sort of attack. I think it's really cool. They said that they're going to finally find the room in the cards to put artist credits. Yeah, they said that they didn't find space, but that's wild. But yeah, they said they're working with artists. It's just like, it's an art style that is very interesting because it is the Midjourney art style largely. One thing I read through this for the rulebook, Cror, hear me out. I thought the rulebook was not good. I think there's a lot of things that the game is like, it's very manageable. I don't think there's anything complicated, but the way that the rule book was written in terms of tensing and then some of the like super casual language, there was a lot of things that weren't very clear. It made me also think of the word look. It said look at a card. And I was like, that's ridiculous wording. Like when you look at some cards. And then I was like, there's no way that the term look is what you want to use when it's like, pick up your opponent's card, flip it, and look at the other side. I know I used the word look there. I looked up at old Netrunner rule books, and like look is actually defined in the Netrunner comprehensive rule books as of NSG, but even FFG used the term look at a card. But yeah, the rule book I think needs a lot of work. I was kind of excited to go through a stream to just talk about the rule book because I don't know, this is a lot. I am not an expert in this, but in terms of technical writing, it is so far from technical writing for better for worse. The thing about the Midjourney art style is that it's based on a bunch of real artist works. Yes, it is. All those AIs are, but it also has like this one overall style generally, unless you ask for a style. If you aren't chronically online, you don't hear this much about artists, right? So I'm not that surprised it was overlooked. Yeah. Yeah. The hands thing was fixed in more updated versions of Midjourney, I think. So it's not that good tell for AI. Oh, really? If you click on each faction, it shows you a card from it. Okay, cool. Oh, it's pretty small. There's one of an eyeball I saw. There's a lot of factions in here, which is kind of neat, at least. But yeah, I don't know. The art style to me, I was surprised to see that this was, not AI. But I think there's a lot of people that might enjoy this game. I'm going to play it myself. I don't think the rule book is great, but I'll get back there. Rules are very casual, and there's a part in it where they're talking about just resolving things, how they think, yeah, I know, I read that. I hope it gets fixed down the line. They're like, resolve this has ever you want is really funny. It was just like, when they want to do a thing, let them do a thing and then respond to it. It's a really cool part of the game state when things just happen. Like that line, I'm, unfortunately, what's it called? I'm paraphrasing a bit, but in terms of like being a technical document, it's far from it. I think for a lot of people that'll be totally okay, but I'll let you know when I try this out. But I think the rule book before this gets to Kickstarter probably needs a lot of work. We got the full list of artists scraped by Midjourney in the lawsuit. Artists who paint like the def exist, but they are expensive. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, this looks like really good, expensive art that I'm surprised that for someone's first like outing, that this is affordable, but I don't know. Maybe they have a lot of money. Yeah, there's no priority windows. No, the active player has priority. I'm pretty sure the active player has priority in most things. But anyways, we'll talk about this in the near future if we wanted to. Somebody else posted this. This is Dudens that's posting. This is a game that I think is in somewhat of a beta on Steam, which seems to be like a Slay the Spire-esque card game that is heavily based on Netrunner. This is an earlier prototype. You see it evolves. It's going to be out relatively soon, but if you want to check out more of this, I've not tried the game out myself. I'll probably ask for some sort of beta access to see what it is like, but it's cool. I was also like really surprised the response to Wormwood, because I know people have heard about it. I've been asked about Wormwood before since it showed up and Shut Up and Sit Down, but like that's a lot of upvotes. That is like the most upvoted thing I think on this channel in a really long time. That's wild. There's no priority, just instance. Use instance of whenever. Yeah, I know. Resolve how you want works great for co-op, not so much for competitive games. Yeah, I agree. I think that's going to be a point of tension, but there's a lot of weird things about the rulebook. I'm not going to go too hard on it, but check it. It's up there. It's fun. I think it's fun to read. The active player is priority, but there's no window. So if your opponent says, oh, I'll use this, and you're not already saying you'll do something at the same time, your opponent just gets to go. Yep. I think also my like criticism of the wording is things like gets to go. Like that sort of like, I know that you're saying that because it's funny, but the wording like that does show up, which like that's difficult. Is that suspiciously a lot of upvotes? I want to go suspiciously, but if we go to like top this year, that is really high. Like that is the top upvoted Netrunner thing this year, including like NSG releasing a new set. Like is maybe weird. Like maybe that's weird, right? Like if we go top all time, the top votes, so that's Quinn and Lee, 444. Like this is almost one of the top. This is the third top voted on Netrunner. No, this is weird. This is genuinely weird. This is the third top posted thing on our fourth top posted thing. Okay, hold on. Jacking Out has more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this subreddit is quiet right now. It is over the holidays, and Netrunner subreddit is nowhere near as big as it was in the years that these things were posted. This is genuinely, okay, I'm happy to say this is weird. Something is manipulated here. Kind of strange. Especially weird because it feels like after the Reddit mod snap, the Reddit has been basically dead. Yes, this is an absurd number. Like if you look at all these posts, all of these posts are going to be 6 to 7 years ago because there just isn't this sort of traffic on the subreddit. No traffic. 5 days ago, 9 years ago, 1 year ago, everyone's a volunteer. Obviously, this is a big post. There was a lot, 320 comments. But imagine that, 331 upvotes, 71 like the heck is going on? New core set announced 6 years ago. 2 years ago, this was a big one. 9 years ago. Something is up. I don't know what it is. But yeah, seems turfed, seems right. Do they seem like real comments? Let me check. They might be. The OP, people responding. People, I don't know Reddit names. I don't know. I'm not going to click into these names and go through them. Shut up and take my money. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm not digging into the names on the stream, but like, no, I would say that these don't look real. Hold on. I don't want to do this live on stream exactly, but do these look real? They're just take my money posts. That's not normally Reddit. Okay. These kind of look like people. Sort of. I don't want to tell you. It's weird. This looks nice. Like you don't see excite. This can't be. I don't think this is real, y'all. I don't want to dig into their stuff live on stream, but yeah, do it yourself. There's a chance that these are not real people. There's no way this is real. Something has to happen where this was turfed or cross-posted. Okay, I'm not going to hear. Anyways, check it out if you want. I'll just leave it at that. But this looks strange. It does look strange. Can't tell Redditors seem like bots. Yeah, sometimes. It's okay. Yeah, this is 100% something a marketing firm would do. Yeah, there's a chance that there's enough money behind this where that they can, you know, get a marketing firm to push this up in communities where it matters, and they can pay for accounts or pay for people to comment on it. Some people that did the art posted. Oh yeah, maybe this is people who worked on it. That would be cool. That would be generally cool. But like, the heck is this? That doesn't make any sense. That is absurd. That is really absurd. About to reveal the background is a green screen. Yeah, I get that. That's really funny. Especially that something was weird this game a while back. It's been caught in development for a decade. Yeah, they've been working on this a long time, which like, yeah, okay. People who work on it generally don't say, take my money. No, give me money for my work, please. Anyways, I'll leave it at that. That's a real nice, weird ending. Happy 2024, everyone. Anyways, we'll be back on Thursday. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully you had a good holidays. If you're under the weather, hopefully things are getting better sooner than later. But we'll be back on Thursday. I think I'm losing my voice. We went off for a while. Good luck if you're playing this weekend. I'll see you in a bit. Take care, y'all.